Chapter 136 Tamer's Freedom Knee. Klein doubled over, his grip loosening as an entirely new pain replaced his shoulders one easily. His lion roared in confusion, torn between the rules prohibiting attacks on Tamers and the instinct to protect its own. That moment of hesitation was all the wolf needed. The beast emerged from the shadows like a nightmare made manifest, its fangs finding the lion's throat. This was no superficial attack now. It was against another beast, and the fangs sank deep, making the yellow beast roar in agony. Klein! Feng reacted instinctively, his cobra rising to strike, scales glowing with deadly intent. Too slow, whispered a voice behind him. Mayo emerged from the mist like an avenging ghost, her kick connected with the base of Feng's skull with deadly precision, sending him crashing to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. Oops! Mayo landed with perfect grace, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Where did the noble maiden facade go? Well, an occasional slip is forgivable. Only the most troublesome remained. Aster with his powerful defense that was difficult to breach. The cobra, sensing the danger to its tamer, began spitting acid erratically. The wolf, as if having anticipated this very reaction, tore the lion's throat with one savage motion and bit the serpent's tail. The effect was immediate and spectacular. The cobra hissed in pain, its body writhing as its acid attack became completely uncontrollable. The wolf, using the tail as leverage, threw the thrashing cobra with its wild spray toward where Aster tried to maintain his defensive position. Watch out! Someone shouted from the stands, but it was far too late. The acid rained down on Aster's plates like corrosive tears. His scream of pain cut through the air as his defensive plates began to dissolve, steam rising from where the acid ate through his protection. It's over! Yang intervened instantly, his voice carrying command. Auxiliaries, quickly! Medical staff rushed onto the field as the mist began to dissipate. Klein remained on the ground, his lion slowly fading from the throat wound while he tried to process what had gone so terribly wrong. Feng lay unconscious, his cobra weakly writhing before it too vanished back into his body. Aster received immediate attention from several auxiliaries working to neutralize the acid. Though not in mortal danger, they needed to stop the effect quickly to prevent injuries that would require excessive healing. Luna observed the scene with calm detachment, her shadow wolf returning to her side. Though the beast trembled slightly from its wounds, it maintained an air of dignity that matched its tamer's bearing. Next time you try to claim something that doesn't belong to you, she said as she walked away, remember this moment. Mayo approached her, all pretense of servility abandoned in their triumph. Wasn't the knee strike a bit? He deserved it, Luna shrugged, though a hint of satisfaction colored her voice. Besides, I needed his lion to hesitate for a moment. Ah, so it was all planned. Mayo's smile widened. The dramatic appearance, the strategic knee strike? Of course not, Luna blushed slightly. It was impulse. But it worked, didn't it? In the stand, spectators were still processing the devastating outcome. That was. Min responded to Ren's comments, his snake coiling nervously, intense. Luna is terrifying, Taro nodded, his beetle's markings shifting uneasily. Let's remember never to make her angry. The most impressive thing, Ren observed while his mushrooms pulsed analytically, is how she turned every error into an opportunity. Klein's attack on the wolf, Feng's reaction, even the uncontrolled acid, everything ended up playing to her advantage. Aster would have been very difficult to take down with their current beasts. You think she really planned all that? Min asked, fascination mixing with awe in his voice. Not everything, Ren smiled, but she definitely had enough contingencies to exploit any opportunity. The rest was creative improvisation. On the field, the auxiliaries continued their work. Klein's shoulder and pride would need more attention, though the latter would take far longer to heal. Feng began regaining consciousness, confusion evident on his face as he tried to understand how a mere girl had taken him down so easily. Aster would be taken to the infirmary for more extensive treatment along with Klein. Luna received treatment for her back, but her team had emerged almost unscathed. Mayo couldn't help one last satisfied smile. Their noble maiden facade might have cracked today, but the message had been sent with crystal clarity. Underestimating Luna and her team was an error paid for dearly. Very, very dearly. Victory for Luna's team, Yang announced officially, though by now it was mere formality. In the higher stands, Luna's cousins exchanged knowing looks. One whispered something that sounded suspiciously like he had it coming, while another tried to hide her smile behind a beast manual. The 6 new students observed everything with carefully neutral expressions, though their eyes sparkled with what might have been amusement. Cassian, on the other hand, was far from pleased with the result. His rigid posture spoke volumes about his thoughts on this public humiliation. The tournament had ended, but its repercussions were only beginning. The award ceremony was brief. Luna received her 10,000 crystals with elegance and a neutral expression, as if the prize were mere trinkets. Her companions maintained their facade once again, though Mayo couldn't help a small smile seeing Klein receive his 5,000 crystals for second place. Klein pocketed the prize without even looking at it. What were 5,000 crystals to the Goldcrest family? an insignificant sum compared to what he had just lost. His shoulder still ached slightly where the wolf had bitten him, but it was his pride that had suffered the deepest wound. The auxiliaries had healed the physical injuries, but the pitying looks from his peers. Klein. Cassian's voice cut through his thoughts like an ice blade. His older brother waited at the training field's entrance, his expression unreadable. Come with me. It wasn't a suggestion. Klein followed his brother to his room, acutely aware of Harold watching their departure with calculating eyes. Interesting spectacle, Cassian began once they were alone in the room. His tone was soft, almost casual, which made it all the more threatening. Especially the part where a little girl brought you to your knees. Father will be fascinated when I tell him. Klein clenched his fists. It was just a friendly tournament. In the finals there will be no excuses. Cassian cut him off, steel entering his voice. You better follow the cultivation method to the letter, and reach bronze rank 1 by then. You and your companions. Chapter 137 Taming Family. Interesting spectacle, Cassian began once they were alone in the room. His tone was soft, almost casual, which made it all the more threatening. Especially the part where a little girl brought you to your knees. Father will be fascinated when I tell him. Klein clenched his fists, the bruises from the battle still fresh. It was just a friendly tournament. In the finals there will be no excuses. Cassian cut him off. You better have followed the cultivation method to the letter, and reach bronze rank 1 by then. You and your companions. The word companions dripped with contempt from his lips. Aster and Feng will also reach bronze 1, Klein assured quickly. We've been cultivating according to the traditional method, and you think that will be enough to get conceited again? Cassian smiled without humor, his eyes cold as winter frost. I've already heard the gossip. Did you think I wouldn't learn about a boy with a mere spore humiliating you? Klein felt blood rush to his face. That was a disgrace, Cassian completed the thought. A stain on the Goldcrest name that will need more than words to cleanse, all caused by stupid overconfidence. He stepped closer to Klein, his voice dropping to a threatening whisper that seemed to chill the very air. Listen well, little brother. If you don't reach bronze rank by the finals, if you lose again even with that advantage. He made a meaningful pause. You'd better forget your place in the family. Klein paled. You can't what? Cassian arched an eyebrow. Inform father about your incompetence? Suggest that perhaps the second son isn't as valuable as we thought. He stepped back, subtly gesturing toward where Harold watched like a sentinel. Our new friend will keep me informed of your progress, so I suggest you start training harder. Today's humiliation must be erased no matter what. It will be. Klein tried to keep his voice from trembling. I promise that. Don't promise me anything, Cassian cut him off. Prove it, or the next time I speak with father, it will be about the possibility of sending you to a different city, where no one knows you. He turned to leave but paused for a moment. Oh, and Klein, next time you decide to let a girl strike your noble parts. A cruel smile curved his lips. At least make sure it's not in front of the entire academy. Klein remained motionless long after his brother left. 5,000 crystals weighed in his pockets, a useless reminder of his failure. The prize didn't matter, the rank didn't matter. All that mattered was reclaiming his honor, and if that meant training until exhaustion, until he bled, so be it. Luna had barely finished changing when her cousins burst into her room, followed by their maid who tried to maintain some semblance of decorum. That knee strike was epic, one cousin exclaimed, throwing herself dramatically onto the bed. Did you see his face? It was like his brain had to restart. The knee strike was vulgar, Matilda commented while collecting the training clothes, though her lips twitched. But I must admit it was satisfying to witness. The way the wolf seized the moment to bite the lion. The other cousin perched on the bed's edge, her eyes sparkling with mischief. And then with the cobra. It was brilliant. Everything went according to plan. Luna smiled while sitting at her vanity, allowing Mayo to begin brushing her hair with practiced strokes. You planned the knee strike too? Maria asked with feigned innocence. That was creative improvisation. Laughter filled the room. For a moment they were just a group of girls celebrating a victory, without the weight of their responsibilities or appearances. Although, Luna hesitated, her expression growing more serious. There's something we need to discuss. Her cousin straightened, recognizing the change in her tone. The message I received last night, Luna continued. It seems Klein's brother didn't come just for the tournament. The director informed me, the first cousin nodded. The Goldcrest family is moving pieces. They've inserted a new student into the academy. Can they do that just like that? The second cousin frowned. Brother Julius is one thing, but they... Apparently, the other cousin sighed. The director says he can't reject all their requests. The family provides too many resources to the academy. We need to keep an eye on the new student, Luna mused. Find out what they're planning. If someone needs spying on, you know I'm the one for the job. The first cousin pointed to herself with a flourish. Oh no. The second cousin crossed her arms. You already have Ren. Besides, Luna is very interested in him, so you can't stop watching him. Excuse me. Luna turned so quickly Mayo had to dodge with the brush. I'm not interested in anyone. Please. The first cousin rolled her eyes. We all saw how you smiled when the roar didn't affect him because he used the ear trick. That was technical appreciation. Oh, then you won't mind if I investigate him while our star spy switches to watching the new guy. Her second cousin smiled mischievously. No way. The first cousin blushed at her own outburst. I mean, I'm already familiar with his routine. It makes more sense for me to... Oh, do we have a new interested party? The second cousin feigned surprise. No, I mean... The first cousin looked to the maids for support, but they seemed to be suppressing laughter. Then I'll handle Ren and you take the new one. The second cousin interjected with a playful smile. My lady, Mayo commented with mock seriousness, if your attachment to young Ren is purely professional, there should be no issue reassigning the observation task. After all, you'll continue your observation support duties in class and in your free time. Mayo. She's right, you practically have 2 people watching him already, so our expert spy isn't needed. Matilda nodded solemnly. Though I must say your observation methods are quite intense, especially during training. I don't watch him during training. Oh, then why do you always insist we practice near where he... Her first cousin began. It's coincidence. He runs right in front of us because he's that fast. Luna had turned completely red. And we should be discussing the new student. Of course. So it's decided that I'll watch him from now on. The second cousin grinned. But I'll do it when Luna can't. After all, we wouldn't want to distract her from her current technical appreciation. The 3 maids could no longer contain their laughter, which only worsened when Luna shot them a betrayed look. You're impossible, Luna muttered, sinking into her chair. All of you. We love you too, her second cousin blew her a kiss. Now who's watching whom? All right, since we don't know his perception level yet, it's decided then, declared the first cousin. I'll watch the new guy, and you can help Luna continue her thorough investigation of a certain cute mushroom pot. Laughter erupted again, even Matilda abandoning her usual composure to join the fun. I hate you all, Luna murmured, but a small smile betrayed her words. We love you too, they responded in unison, causing another round of laughter that echoed through the room. Chapter 138 Taming the Impossible. Ren observed the 4 eggs aligned on his bed, with a thoughtful expression, his mushrooms pulsing softly as he analyzed each one. The Hydra egg shone like a cut diamond, its perfect geometric patterns capturing and refracting light in mesmerizing ways. The Wolverine egg displayed a prismatic multicolored glow, shifting like aurora. The Mantis egg reflected light like a faceted green mirror, while the Ambush Bug egg maintained an opaque hue with threatening plates. Behind him, Min Taro and Lu's jaws had dropped so low they seemed in danger of detaching completely. They noticed something else. Their necks turning mechanically between the newly formed eggs in the corner of the room, where dozens of identical princes' nests waited. The 3 boys resembled poorly articulated golems in their shock. This is impossible. Liu finally found his voice. Cores don't turn into eggs, they can't. It's impossible? Min completed automatically. Like a spore being useful? Or a digger beetle evolving differently than documented in the last 500 years? Taro added, his shell manifesting slightly with excitement. But this is different. Liu gestured wildly toward the corner full of nests. Those are like 50 scorpion cores. Are they all going to? How even? Wei is going to have a fit when Taro evolves, Min whistled softly. Ren barely heard them, focused on his decision. The knowledge flowed each egg had unique potential, specific advantages and disadvantages that only he could see. How? Liu was still trying to process what he just witnessed. How did you make the cores transform? They're supposed to be just trash. Ren smiled without taking his eyes off the eggs. Most people assume that because they don't know what to do with them. His friends looked back at the nests in the corner, as if expecting them to start transforming at any moment. So, Taro swallowed. All those scorpion cores will also become eggs, yes. Ren nodded. Though it'll take a few more days. And I'll need to wait for more materials for the last nests. More nests. Min collapsed onto his bed. More crystal investments. Actually, yes, I exchanged the 300,000 crystals the prince gave me for the nests. Ren smiled while his mushrooms pulsed. But I managed to save quite a bit. Save? Liu blinked in confusion. How can you save when each nest costs over 10,000 and you have like 50? The defense rune is the most expensive part, Ren explained while examining the Hydra egg. But I can use the same one to hatch all the eggs. Unlike when ranking up, you only need the mark near the egg, not actually absorbing it. The main expense was materials and rune-writing fluid, though with more runes I could hatch faster, but I'm not in a hurry. Taro made quick mental calculations. But still, with so many nests, I still have almost 200,000 of those crystals, Ren shrugged, and 5 Hydra plates that are mine. You're not going to sell those too? Min asked, leaning forward with curiosity. Jessie would pay a fortune for them. No, Ren caressed the Hydra egg carefully. I think I'm going to need them. I've made my decision. His friends observed the brilliant egg Ren had chosen. The Hydra? Liu whistled softly. Ambitious. It has the best initial mana resistance potential, Ren explained while his mushrooms pulsed. Besides, even if I don't sell them, tomorrow's report will be interesting. Why? Taro asked. The first plates the prince gave me, the ones I didn't use in the scorpion nests, count as materials I obtained myself. Ren smiled. When his beast left me at the entrance, the guard registered them, and Julius apparently asked the director to count them as my acquisition. The report will exceed 300,000. Min nearly fell off his bed. Theodore's going to have a breakdown. Finch will clean his glasses like crazy, Liu mimicked the compulsive gesture. No, Finch will squeal so high only your bat can hear it, Taro added, laughing. Theodore will probably add a new page to his notebook of mushroom magnate theories. Min held his stomach from laughing. Ren watched amused, as his friends imagined the banker's reactions. Oh. Min straightened suddenly. We have to be there when you deliver the report tomorrow. Yes, Taro nodded enthusiastically. I want to see Theodore's face when he has to write all those zeros. And hear the new nicknames Finch invents, Liu added. Ren let his friends continue with their jokes while returning to examine the Hydra egg. The diamond-like glow seemed to respond to his touch, as if recognizing its future tamer. First the report, then Taro's evolution, he thought, while his mushrooms pulsed. And then... Ren smiled. Tomorrow would be an interesting day at the bank. Wei frowned as he walked through the academy's halls. The students' whispers had been bothering him all week. Did you see how the mushroom boy held against Klein? They say he managed to hit him. I heard even the prince. Nonsense. It had to be nonsense. But the rumors persisted, and Wei found himself attending the first-grade finals more out of irritation than real interest. He needed to see for himself what was causing such commotion. The battle had been interesting for iron-ranked children. Wei thought the Goldcrest boy was an idiot for letting himself be humiliated by someone with a spore. If that was the case, he'd see a clumsy battle that would reveal the boy's flaws. But it wasn't what he expected. Klein's group lost, yes, but not in the way rumors suggested. The Starweaver girl's Shadow Wolf had demonstrated excellent coordination with her companions. The strategy, timing, synergy, everything had been exemplary. A perfectly normal execution for rich kids from big-name families, Wei thought as he headed to the bank to deposit his monthly report. He saw his juicy payment on the paper that would multiply by 10 at the end of the semester. Wei stared, fantasizing about taking his girlfriend somewhere nice when he finally withdrew the support from Ren at the end of the semester. A satisfied smirk played across his lips as he considered the possibilities. The tournament finale was somewhat crude, but did Klein have diarrhea in the semifinals then? It made no sense. How could that crazy spore kid, with the most pathetic beast in existence, and his team of a mediocre beetle and a support snake possibly deal with? A high-pitched squeal interrupted his thoughts, making him jump. Theodore! Finch's voice through the hallway like a drill. Theodore! Bring the special calculator, the one we use for big accounts. Chapter 139. Taming the Impossible 2. A satisfied smirk played across Wei's lips as he considered the possibilities. The tournament finale was somewhat crude, but did Klein have diarrhea in the semifinals then? It made no sense. How could that crazy spore kid, with the most pathetic beast in existence, and his team of a mediocre beetle and a support snake possibly deal with? A high-pitched squeal interrupted his thoughts, making him jump. Theodore! Finch's voice pierced through the hallway like they didn't exist. Theodore! Bring the special calculator, the one we use for big accounts. Wei froze mid-step. He hated dealing with Finch when he got like this. Perhaps he should use the other reception. Even if the line was longer, he could avoid his nonsensical banter and his... Finch's shout nearly made one student. Finch's shout nearly made Wei drop his papers. Finch's shout nearly made Wei drop his papers, partially concealing himself behind the corner. His Manicore's eyes and ears manifested slightly, responding to his burning curiosity. The mushroom magnate has returned with a new record. Finch practically danced behind the counter. And more magnificent than ever, we must kneel this time in front of him for a chance to share in his money-making secrets. Wei narrowed his eyes. Was that the mushroom boy? 300,000? Mr. Finch, Ren's voice sounded amused. The prince practically gave it all to me for free. It's not like I helped much. Not that big a deal. Not that big a deal. Finch removed his glasses to clean them frantically. Theodore, note this in your book. The magnate is being modest. The small mouse wrote furiously in his tiny notebook, his whiskers trembling with concentration. The Hydra plates he gave me are particularly valuable, Ren continued, clearly enjoying Finch's theatrically exaggerated expressions. And with the cores I process for him, next time he comes I could be rewarded too. Processing cores? Information only noble families control? Wei almost revealed his position with his muttered questions. Was the brat still on about his absurd, weird knowledge theories? Wei pressed himself harder against the wall, his mind working furiously. Processing cores? Obtaining 310,000 crystals in 1 month. That was more than he earned in 3. Theodore. Finch was practically hyperventilating. Open a new section in the notebook. We need to document this. Wei silently retreated from the intersection, his monthly report forgotten in his trembling hands. Something didn't add up. The useless spore boy, generating those amounts, processing cores, selling hydra materials. The bet, he thought suddenly, the brat had wagered with such confidence. Soon he'd have to demonstrate his ridiculous theories. Wei began to doubt. Perhaps they weren't so ridiculous. Impossible. The Lord of Mushrooms. Finch's final cry followed him down the hallway. Theodore, we need a grander title. This one no longer suffices. Wei clutched his papers tightly. Perhaps he should pay more attention to the demonstration the boy had promised. Just to prove him wrong, of course. Today was the day. On the 10th day of the 5th month, 130 days since the semester's start, Terra would rank up and obtain his living tunnel variation according to Ren. The defense rune and final crystal glowed with a deep brown tone in Terra's trembling hands. 100 days of cultivation. Each crystal processed and absorbed exactly as Ren had indicated, culminated in this moment. Lu and Min watched silently from their beds, the tension so thick it felt almost tangible. Min's scales rippled in waves across his skin, reflecting his tamer's anxiety. Please. Min clenched his fists. Please let it work. After seeing cores transform into eggs before their eyes, it was easier to believe in Ren's impossible knowledge now. But seeing this happen before their eyes was a bit different. 500 years of record stated the digger beetle had only one mediocre option. Come on, Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing with confidence. It's still early, but I want to show you some things you can do before we go to Wei's class. The beetle's markings on Taro's skin shone more intensely than ever. 100 days of cultivation had strengthened the bond, but would it be enough? What if? Taro swallowed, his fingers tightening around the crystal. What if it doesn't work? It will work, Ren maintained his smile, but his friends could see the slight concern in his eyes. Your beast is ready. The crystals are perfectly processed. You just need to take the final step. Min shifted restlessly on his bed. If it worked, if Ren was right, it would not only prove his crazy theories true, but confirm that his own beast was now on a different path as well. Remember, Ren approached Taro, when you feel the change begin, don't fight it. Let the energy flow naturally. Your beast knows what to do. Taro nodded, though his hands continued to shake. Liu remained silent, but drummed his fingers, his gaze intense with anticipation. What if Wei is right? He whispered. What if it only evolves into a great digger like the books say? I've told you 1,000 times already it will work. Ren maintained his smile, though he could feel Lin's evaluating gaze from her corner. It hadn't been easy convincing her to stay and witness the cultivation instead of taking him to morning training. If this is a waste of time. She had warned when Ren explained he'd attend Wei's class today. Tomorrow's exercises will be twice as intense. Trust me, Ren had responded. Today Taro evolves. Lin had only agreed to let Ren skip training with the explicit condition that there would actually be an evolution. It doesn't evolve and this is another of your tricks, she had threatened. You'll compensate for the lost training with interest. Wei's books can shove his books where the sun doesn't shine, Lin muttered, surprising everyone. She blushed slightly when they stared at her. What? That man needs someone to knock him off his pedestal again. And if my student says it will evolve differently. She left the singing, but her message was clear. The tension broke momentarily with nervous laughter. It's now or never, Ren pointed to the crystal and defense rune. Taro looked at the materials one last time. 100 days of hope, of trust in theories that defied everything established, converged in this moment. Here we go, he whispered, and began to absorb them. Chapter 140, Taming the Impossible 3. Taro looked at the materials one last time. 100 days of hope, of trust in theories that defied everything established, converged in this moment. Here we go, he whispered, and began to absorb them. The effect was instantaneous. The crystal's brown glow spread through his veins like rivers of liquid earth, yellow earth. His beetle's markings intensified, expanding across his skin in patterns none of them had seen before, each line seeming to pulse with newfound power. It's beginning, Ren watched attentively. Let it flow. Taro gasped as the first wave of power hit him. It was different from the previous ones, deeper, more fundamental. He could feel his beast changing, transforming at its very core. Min leaned forward, completely still for the first time that morning. Lu held his breath, his night bat manifesting slightly in response to his tension. The markings continued to expand, but instead of hardening into the shell plates, they seemed to merge with the earth itself, bright and yellow. The air around Taro vibrated with raw energy. Ren. Taro's voice sounded strange, distorted, as if coming from underground. I feel. I know. Ren smiled. It's happening exactly as it should. The transformation reached its climax. For a moment Taro seemed to glow from within, his silhouette blurring as if made of shifting earth. And then Wei flipped another page of the Advanced Compendium of Insect Evolutions, his eyes irritated from another night of intensive reading. His manicore manifested intermittently in his eyebrows, like a nervous tick, responding to his growing frustration. 540,000 crystals in his account. The number kept resonating in his mind since he'd returned remembering to deposit his money and heard Finch's squeals 10 days ago. It was an absurd amount for any first-year student, but for someone with history's weakest beast. There must be an explanation, he thought while reaching for another book. Accumulating that amount through luck alone isn't logical. It was the kind of wealth a veteran Silver 3 rank slightly stronger than him would obtain after about 6 months of work. Not something a child with a mushroom could achieve in 4 months. His fingers traced the new tome's index, searching for any mention of variations with incompletely documented methodologies in digger beetles. There had to be something he was missing. What if? Wei paused, an uncomfortable idea forming in his mind. What if someone in the outer lands? He shook his head immediately. It was ridiculous. The odds of someone discovering a new evolution without the Academy's knowledge were astronomically low. The 1,000,000 crystal reward for a new methodology was too difficult for those people to ignore. It could be that someone working in the mines wanted to sell it themselves to their close associates. But that made it more improbable, that same person sharing such a secret with a random child. But the doubt persisted. Wei rose from his desk and began pacing his study. The walls were covered with shelves full of books, each one carefully selected and studied over years. 540,000, he muttered. In 4 months. Wei stopped in front of a specific section documented evolutions in the last 100 years. Not a single mention of variations in the digger beetle's evolutionary pattern. It's impossible, he told himself. The records are clear. 500 years of consistent observation. But then, how to explain the crystal amount? How to justify that a child with the weakest recorded beast was generating more wealth than students with elite beasts? Was someone deliberately messing with him? Wei returned to his desk and pulled out a map of the outer lands. His eyes scanned the known inhabited areas, searching for what exactly? A point where someone could have made a revolutionary discovery without anyone noticing. Ridiculous, he muttered, but continued studying the map. The bet. Everything came back to that foolish bet. If he loses, Wei smiled humorlessly, I'll have to find out where he got so much money. And if he wins... His skin bristled as his manicore's fur manifested, as if the thought itself was disturbing. No. Wei closed the book with more force than necessary. He can't win. It's impossible for a child with a mushroom to know something generations of researchers overlooked. But as he prepared for his first class of the day, Wei couldn't help slipping an extra book into his briefcase. Just in case. Wei crossed the classroom door, and his manicore manifested involuntarily at seeing who awaited him. Ren sat in the front row, his mushrooms pulsing with a steady light. Beside him, Taro seemed different. Wei couldn't pinpoint exactly what, but there was something distinct in the way the boy carried himself. So he finally decided to show up. Wei smiled sarcastically, while placing his books on the desk. He still has a month and a half to play fool, but I suppose he wants to advance his humiliation. Well, Wei couldn't resist. Has the expert in impossible theories finally decided to honor us with his presence? Several students laughed out of obligation, but there was tension in the air. Something in Ren's tranquil smile made Wei feel uneasy. Good morning, Professor, Ren responded with a calmness that only irritated Wei more. I thought today would be a good day to demonstrate my theory about the beetle's evolution. Moments before, the classroom was half full when Ren and Taro entered. Jin was the first to react. Look who decided to show up. His voice dripped venom. Has the rotting boy come to beg for class? Klein, sitting in the back with his mood still dark from his defeat, straightened in his seat. His eyes gleamed with contained malice. Shouldn't you be in the mines, pauper? He mocked. At least there your mushrooms serve some purpose. Some students laughed, more out of habit than real malice. Others watched with barely concealed interest. The bet between Ren and Wei was known to all. Luna, from her place by the window, stopped pretending to read her book. Her eyes followed every movement as Ren and Taro sat in the front row. Her shadow wolf manifested slightly, as if sensing something important. Is he really going to try it? One of her cousins whispered to the other. Taro's mana looks different, do you think? Chapter 141, Taming the Impossible. For some students laughed, more out of habit than real malice. Others watched with barely concealed interest. The bet between Ren and Wei was known to all. Luna, from her place by the window, stopped pretending to read her book. Her eyes followed every movement as Ren and Taro sat in the front row. Her shadow wolf manifested slightly, as if sensing something important. Is he really going to try it? One of her cousins whispered to the other. Taro's mana looks different, do you think? Shh, quiet, Luna interrupted, though her own eyes sparkled with anticipation. Harold, the new student, observed everything with studied intensity. His eyes moved between Klein and Ren, evaluating, measuring, storing away every detail. Just wait until Wei throws him out, Kai commented to Cass, his green scales gleaming with amusement. He must be really worried about losing his tuition to come, now that the end of the semester is coming closer. Or maybe he's very confident, Mayo murmured from her seat, her words carrying more weight than they seemed. The 6 new students exchanged silent looks from their usual places. Something in their posture suggested this was more than mere academic curiosity. You should leave. Jin leaned forward, his tiger partially manifesting in rippling stripes. Before Wei arrives and humiliates you in front of everyone, again. Worried about me? Better worry about not falling into another hole in the mines. Ren responded without looking at him, his mushrooms pulsing softly. Or making it past the semifinals in the next tournament, added Taro. Jin's face turned scarlet. Several students held their breath, remembering the battle where the wolf had torn apart his spiritual tiger's neck. You. Jin half rose, but Klein stopped him with a gesture. Since the day both lost to Luna's team, they'd grown closer. Leave it, the Goldcrest heir smiled. Soon he won't even have tuition to get any school benefits. Wei will see to that. Ready? Ren asked Taro softly, ignoring the taunts. Taro nodded, though his hands trembled slightly. The door opened before anyone could respond. Wei entered with his usual air of superiority, but faltered for a moment upon seeing Ren. The classroom collectively held its breath. The moment they'd been waiting months for had finally arrived. Good morning, Professor, Ren responded with a calmness that only irritated Wei further. I thought today would be a good day to demonstrate my theory about the beetle's evolution. The classroom fell into absolute silence. Even those who normally couldn't focus in class were paying rapt attention. Wei placed his hands on the desk, trying to maintain his composure. Oh, and what makes you think today is different from any other day in over 500 years of records? Because today, Ren smiled while his mushrooms pulsed, Taro completed his 100 days of cultivation. Wei observed the other boy more carefully. Now he could see it, the beetle's markings seemed more defined, more alive. Now bronze rank. But only 100 days? More nonsense. Exaggeration? Maybe 130 days have passed since that day. Yes, our little bet. Wei regained his confidence. Let me remind you of the terms. If your friend evolves into anything other than a great digger, you win. If not. He smiled maliciously. You lose your tuition support. You'll sign it, by the way. And if I win, Ren maintained his tranquil smile, I get any bronze rank material I choose and 100 points in your 2 classes without attending your entire teaching unit. Exactly. Wei spread his arms theatrically. So go ahead. Show us your great discovery that contradicts half a millennium of documented research. Students held their breath. Some even leaned forward in their seats, unwilling to miss a moment. I present to you, Ren stood while his mushrooms pulsed intensely. The living tunnel. Go ahead, Taro. Show them. Taro nodded, and instead of manifesting the markings on his body, directly invoked his beast to leave no doubt. The air in front of Wei's desk began to ripple. The earth that emerged from Taro seemed to come alive, rising and taking shape. Where a 1-meter digger beetle with its characteristic rigid shell should have appeared, something completely different emerged. The 2-meter-tall beast was enormous, occupying much of the classroom's front space. Its body looked as if a piece of the depths had gained its own life. Each segment gleamed with an earthy but vibrant tone. Impossible. Wei stepped back. He frantically opened one of his books, searching for any similar record. No, this isn't, the records say. The records are incomplete because the methods are based on luck, Ren pointed to Taro, who now seemed to glow from within. As I told you months ago, Professor, the digger beetle can evolve differently. Though they were known creatures in the not-so-deep caves, no one had managed to obtain one as their beast. The beetle's evolutionary line had always given Tamers a single variation, the Great Digger. Wei dropped his book. Must be. A living tunnel? Ren completed the phrase. Considering they live in the cave near the academy, Professor, you should know them. Wei visibly paled. His eyes frantically scanned the beast, searching for any sign of deception. It's a trick, he suddenly exclaimed. Must be a physical transformation beast? Or an illusion? Yes, an illusory beast must be trying to deceive me. He stepped forward with trembling steps, extending a hand toward the creature. Illusions have no substance, this must be. His fingers touched the living tunnel's surface. It was solid, warm, undeniably real. The texture was like crystallized earth but alive, pulsing beneath his touch. A physical transformation beast. Ren arched an eyebrow. Like a camouflage raptor, invisible amphibian, or mimic insect. And whose supposed beast would this be, Professor? You know every student present. Who would have such a beast? But let's not beat around the bush, you can use your mana vision. Wei scanned the room. True, he didn't know some of the noble students' beasts for sure, but his mana vision didn't lie. The bond between Taro and the creature was clear as day. Can't. Wei looked desperately at his books. 500 years of records, all the research. Incomplete, Ren pointed out calmly. As I just told you, and months ago proper processing makes the difference. The methods are proven. Wei slammed his desk. It can't be true, it's a deception, it's Earth control generating a statue, it's… Taro? Ren ignored Wei's outburst. Show them what we practiced. Taro nodded. Chapter 142, Taming the Impossible 5, the methods are proven. Wei slammed his desk. It can't be true, it's a deception, it's Earth control generating a statue, it's… Taro? Ren ignored Wei's outburst. Show them what we practiced. Taro nodded. Newfound confidence was visible in his every movement. The living tunnel began to move, its segments interweaving in patterns. Before the class's astonished eyes, it began manipulating the earth, creating what at first glance appeared to be a disol. Wei tried to recover some of his confidence, though his voice trembled. A pile of dirt? See, that's what I mean, any beetle can? His words died in his throat as the living tunnel began secreting a crystalline liquid that covered the mound. The substance gleamed with a characteristic yellow tone, the same found in deep tunnels 300 meters down in the caves. Living crystal, Ren explained while the substance hardened yet remained somehow alive, pulsing with inner light. The distinctive mark of a true living tunnel. They don't just dig tunnels, they make them habitable and safe from deep assassins. Wei fell to his knees before his desk, his manticore manifestation flickering erratically across his skin. His hands trembled as he touched the newly formed crystal. It was identical to what was found in the depths, the substance no common beetle could create. The texture was unmistakable to anyone who had spent time in the deeper mines. No, he whispered, but there was no conviction left in his voice, only despair. The records. How wrong, Ren concluded softly. Or at least, incomplete. As I told you from the beginning. The classroom remained in absolute silence, as Wei contemplated the living crystal, all his arrogance vanishing like morning mist. 500 years of certainty had just crumbled before his eyes, and with them, everything he thought he knew about beast evolution. The silence in the room was deafening, as Wei remained kneeling, his fingers still touching the living crystal, as if expecting it to disappear at any moment. Luna was the first to react. A small smile formed on her lips while her shadow wolf manifested briefly, as if nodding in approval. Leora and Larissa exchanged surprised and satisfied glances, their own beasts stirring beneath their skin. Jin and Klein looked as if they'd been struck with a mace. Their beasts manifested erratically across their bodies, responding to their confusion and contained rage. So, Ren broke the silence, his mushrooms pulsing with steady light. About our bet, Professor? Wei rose slowly, his movements mechanical. For a moment it seemed he would protest, search for another explanation, any excuse to deny what he just witnessed. But he said nothing. I want the bronze rank 2 light rune, Ren continued calmly. The most expensive bronze rank 1. Wei choked. That costs 200,000 crystals. That's more than 2 months of my salary. A bet is a bet, Ren smiled, though there was steel beneath his pleasant tone. Unless you'd prefer to discuss the 1 million tuition forfeiture document you were going to make me sign. Taro barely contained his laughter. Wei clenched his fists. This is ridiculous. One thing is demonstrating a different evolution by luck, but demanding a rune of that price that you can't even use is… A creak at the door made him freeze. Lin was leaning against the frame, arms crossed and a dangerous smile playing on her lips. Her crane's feathers ruffled menacingly. Any problems fulfilling your bets, Professor? She asked with false sweetness. Wei paled. The memory of his last encounter with Lin flashed through his mind like lightning. His body visibly shrank, his manicore manifestation fading entirely. There's also the matter of my grades, Ren added, clearly enjoying the moment. 100 points in both subjects, if I remember correctly. The 6 new students observed everything with carefully neutral expressions, though their eyes sparkled with something that might have been amusement or satisfaction. The academy gossips are going to love this, Larissa commented. The student with the weakest beast proving that Wei's 500 years of records were wrong. Wei moved to his desk like an automaton, pulling out the grade registry. With trembling hands, he wrote a perfect 100 next to Ren's name in both subjects. The rune, Wei began, his voice barely above a whisper. You can bring it tomorrow, Lin interjected from the door. I'm sure you won't want to delay payment more than a day. I don't think we'll need to make you sign anything, right? Wei watched all this with humiliation and impotent rage. Lin stepped away from the door. Ah, and Wei, she added with a dangerous smile, next time you make a bet, make sure you can pay up on the spot. Well, Ren glanced at the classroom clock. Barely 10 minutes of class had passed. Since I'm officially approved and won't even have to take the final exam for this class, which frankly doesn't serve me any purpose. He rose calmly, gathering his things. His mushrooms pulsed with a rhythm like joyful little hops. I'll retire to train with my master, he continued while heading for the door. Something that does serve me a purpose. Good luck, Taro, he bid farewell to his friend with a casual gesture. Though I doubt you'll have much to learn here. Lin stepped forward, her presence filling the doorway. By the way, Professor, her voice was soft but laden with threat. I hope it won't occur to you to take reprisals against Taro or Ren. I'll be very attentive to how you conduct your classes from now on. Wei sank into his chair as Lin and Ren departed, their footsteps echoing down the hallway. The living crystal continued to glow at the front of the classroom, a tangible reminder of everything that had just happened. Its pulsing light seemed to mock 5 centuries of academic certainty. Wei raised his gaze, trying to start his class through sheer inertia, but the words refused to come. All eyes were fixed on him, some with pity, others with barely contained amusement. He lowered his head, defeated. Today's class is over, you may leave, he whispered in a trembling voice. No one moved for a moment, as if they couldn't believe what they'd just heard. The sound of the door closing behind Ren and Lin seemed to break the spell. Wei remained at his desk, alone, contemplating how 500 years of certainty had crumbled in less than 10 minutes. The living crystal's steady glow illuminated his slumped figure, a testament to how thoroughly his academic world had been shattered. Chapter 1:43. Taming changes. No sooner had the students spilled into the hallway than a crowd formed around Taro, the power dynamics visibly shifting before their eyes. Han's group was the first to approach, followed closely by Luna's maids and cousins. Even Jin's usual errand runners now orbited nearby, trying to catch Taro's attention. The corridor buzzed with excited whispers. It's incredible, Han beamed, his spider's web pattern shimmering with excitement. First student with a bronze beast, and only 130 days after starting school. Actually, Taro scratched his head, clearly uncomfortable with the attention, his new beast markings shifting beneath his skin. It was only 100 days of cultivation. 100 days? One of the maids moved closer, her cloudbird manifesting in her hair. How is that possible? It was all thanks to Ren, Taro smiled, his newfound confidence evident in his posture. He knew exactly what to do from the beginning to the end. Luna observed from a distance, leaning against the wall while her cousins and maids mingled with the group. A small smile played on her lips as her shadow wolf rippled at her feet. A living tunnel? Someone asked eagerly. What else can it do besides that crystal? Oh well, Taro began but was interrupted. It's not that impressive. Klein's voice cut through the crowd like a knife. He approached with arrogant steps, his line manifesting in bright patterns that seemed dimmer than usual. It's still a mediocre beast. My line will reach the same rank soon, and it will be much stronger. Exactly, Jin joined in, his group following automatically. I defeated you once, remember? Extra defense means nothing if my spirit punches can pierce through it like it doesn't exist. Taro rolled his eyes, remembering something that made his lips curve into a knowing smile. It's funny you mention how good your beasts are, he said casually. Ren mentioned your beasts are on the wrong path, that they won't reach gold rank. Silence fell over the group. After the demonstration with the beetle, Ren's words carried entirely different weight. In fact, Taro continued, enjoying the moment, he said your lion, Klein, will stall at silver rank 3 from what he can see in your cultivation patterns. Not so golden after all, huh? Klein visibly paled, his line's manifestation flickering erratically. Lies, my lion has golden lineage, everyone knows. Like everyone knew my beetle could only evolve into a great digger, right? Han let out a laugh that others quickly joined, the sound echoing through the corridor. Ren promised to help me reach at least gold, Taro added as if commenting on the weather, though his eyes sparkled with mischief. Gold? But his voice betrayed uncertainty. A gold beetle? Now you've really lost your mind, like Professor Wei lost his, Taro continued. You know what Ren says about your beast's rank? Bad news, it's ridiculous. Klein tried to regain control of the situation. A nobody with an inferior beast reaching gold. Inferior? Han stepped forward, his spider's web glowing faintly. The only bronze beast in the first semester, the only tamer of a living tunnel in history, doesn't seem inferior to me. The odds of how far I can advance aren't set yet. And in only 100 days, when did you say your lion would reach that bronze rank? Jin Group's usual followers keep subtly backing away further from him, gravitating toward the group around Taro. The shift in power was almost palpable. It's just luck. Jin spat, his tiger manifesting in agitated stripes. Tricks and crazy theories from a rotting mushroom, theories that won't work again. Theories that worked once, Mayo commented from where she watched with the other maids. They could work again. The crowd had clearly divided now. Jin and Klein with their most loyal noble followers on one side, while the majority clustered around Taro. When my lion reaches bronze rank. Klein began, but his voice lacked its usual conviction. Bronze is just the beginning, and one day only one of us will reach gold, Taro interrupted. Ren mentioned something about an error in the golden lion's cultivation pattern. Something about using the wrong light. Klein choked on his own words. Doubt flickered across his face like a shadow. You know? Han smiled, his spider's patterns weaving with interest. I wonder if Ren would be willing to check other beasts, to help poor classmates avoid cultivation mistakes. Several students nodded enthusiastically. This is ridiculous. Klein spun around. Let's go, we don't need to hear more nonsense. But as they walked away, it was evident their influence had been severely damaged. "So, Taro," Han threw an arm around his shoulders. "What else has Ren said about alternative evolutions? Perhaps something about weaver spiders?" Luna finally pushed off from the wall, a satisfied smile on her face as her cousins and maids fell in step behind her. "Things are going to be very different from now on," she murmured. "Master," Ren paused after completing a series of exercises, his mushrooms pulsing softly in the morning light. "There's something I want to tell you about your crane." Lin stopped correcting his posture, a shadow of something, pain, resignation, crossing her face briefly. "There's a method," Ren continued while wiping away sweat, "a 1,000-day one that could bring your crane to silver rank 1 or 2 power, at least in its speed specialty, and with your technique." Lin regarded him silently for a moment, her crane partially manifesting in feather patterns across her skin. At any other time, she would have dismissed such a suggestion as the well-intentioned delusions of a student trying to cheer her up. But after what she had witnessed today in his room and Wei's class, "A 1,000-day method?" she finally asked, trying to keep her voice neutral though her eyes shone with what might be hope. "Yes," Ren nodded. "It requires absolute consistency. Miss one day, and you have to start from zero, but—" Lin sat on one of the training area benches, gesturing for Ren to join her. Her crane's pattern shifted with interest. "Explain," she said simply. "Every dawn you'll need to absorb a crystal," Ren began, his mushrooms pulsing as he shared his knowledge. "You'll need to process crystals of your beast's rank, in this case bronze 1, with 10 minutes of first dawn light, but not the traditional way." "The time of day matters that much?" "It's crucial," Ren smiled. "Your crane has a natural affinity with dawn. That's when its speed peaks, isn't it?" Lin blinked in surprise. It was a detail about crane beasts that very few had noticed. "The crystal needs exactly 10 minutes, Ren repeated. "Plus it must be sealed with bronze rank aquatic plant root extract, and—" As Ren explained the method's details, Lin felt something she hadn't experienced in years: true hope for her beast's future. Chapter 144 Taming Changes 2. "The crystal needs exactly 10 minutes, Ren repeated. "Plus it must be sealed with bronze rank aquatic plant root extract, and—" As Ren explained the method's details, Lin felt something she hadn't experienced in years: true hope for her beast's future. "Why 1,000 days? She asked when Ren finished his explanation. "The traditional methods?" "Traditional methods are incomplete," Ren interrupted gently. "As you saw today, there's much that those who wrote those books don't properly understand. The problem is they have to experiment blindly." Lin observed her crane's markings, thinking of all the times she had wished she could push her beast beyond its current limitations. The feather patterns shifted beneath her skin, as if sensing her renewed hope. "The intermediate maturation isn't like ranking up, that's why it requires 10 times more energy. There's a final maturation later, but let's finish this one first." 1,000 days, she murmured, without missing a single one. "You'll need a bronze rank 1 speed rune at the end," Ren added. "But I'm sure that's not too costly for you and worth the investment." "And you really believe it will work?" The question came out more vulnerable than Lin intended. Ren smiled while his mushrooms pulsed with confidence. "As sure as I was about Taro's living tunnel." Lin stood, her decision made. "Then I'll start tomorrow at dawn." "Does this mean I get a day off from training?" Ren asked hopefully. Lin's laughter echoed across the training field. "Nice try. Now back to that kick series you were doing wrong." As they resumed training, Lin couldn't help but smile. For the first time in years, her crane's future seemed bright. And all thanks to the student with the Academy's supposed weakest beast. Yang's training class was normally a spectacle of concentration and effort. Today, however— "Cass! That's the 3rd time you've tripped on the same exercise." Yang shook his head while his behemoth resonated with frustration. "And Feng, since when does your cobra attack in the wrong direction?" The students barely listened. Their eyes constantly followed Ren, who tried to concentrate on his exercises, while ignoring the stares. Even Jin's group couldn't maintain their usual disdainful distance, stealing glances when they thought no one was looking. It wasn't a pleasant sensation. The constant attention made him uncomfortable, as if each movement was being analyzed and judged. But then he remembered Wei's face crumbling before the living crystal, Jin and Klein's expressions as they watched their influence dissolve. A small smile formed on his lips. His mushrooms pulsed with satisfaction. "Han, your web just tangled with your own feet." Yang rubbed his temples. "Is anyone paying attention today?" Lin, for her part, practically glowed with joy while enthusiastically correcting postures. "Excellent form, Ren," she commented in passing, winking. "At least someone maintains their concentration." In May's class, the situation didn't improve. And that's how economic cycles affect crystal prices. May drew graphs on the board, her voice increasingly irritated. "Is anyone even listening?" A paper ball flew through the air, intended to catch Ren's attention. May's vine intercepted it with a sharp movement. "Enough!" She slammed her desk. "Mr. Patender's alternative evolution situation will not be on the exam." But my graphs will be. Ren sank slightly in his seat, though the memory of Wei on his knees before the living crystal remained an excellent consolation. By the time Song's optional class came around, the professor found himself in a completely empty classroom. He peeked into the hallway just in time to see his usual students surrounding Ren, who had been heading to the caves but ended up trapped in the courtyard, bombarding him with questions about alternative evolutions. I suppose there's no crystal class today, Song murmured. Ren finally managed to escape the crowd thanks to Lin, who appeared providentially announcing it was time for his special training. Not so fun being the center of attention, huh? Lin smiled as they walked away, his mushrooms pulsing softly. But remembering Wei's face when he saw the living crystal, that makes it worth it. Lin laughed. Wait until you see his face tomorrow when he hands over the rune. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with renewed anticipation. Perhaps a few more days of being the center of attention wouldn't be so bad after all. Ren had barely opened the door to the room when he found Liu on his knees, holding a bronze-shined crystal in his outstretched hands like an offering. I'm so sorry, Liu exclaimed nervously. I should have believed you from the start. Please accept this humble crystal as an apology and teach me the right path for my beast. Ren couldn't contain his laughter. Of course now everyone wanted his help with cultivation. Get up, Ren put a hand on Liu's shoulder. You'll need that crystal for your own cultivation. Although, he smiled mischievously, you could bring fruit water for all four of us. Of course. Liu jumped up and practically flew to the door. Min burst into laughter as soon as Liu disappeared. Did you see his face? Like he was before an ancestral master. Don't mock him, Min, you looked very similar a few days ago. About today. Taro scratched his head, looking a bit guilty. I think I ran my mouth too much. Everyone's talking about your evolution knowledge and... It's fine. Ren waved his hand while his mushrooms pulsed calmly. It was just a matter of time. You should charge, Min suggested while lounging lazily. You saw how everyone is. You could make a fortune selling your methods. No. Ren pulled a new notebook from his trunk. I'm going to do something better. Better than making money. Min arched an eyebrow. I'm going to write books, Ren smiled while his mushrooms pulsed with determination. Books of cultivation techniques for everyone. So no one else has to settle for incomplete evolutions just because current records are wrong. Taro and Min exchanged looks. Wei is going to have a fit, Min smiled. The entire academy is going to have a fit, Taro added. Doesn't matter, Ren began writing, his mushrooms pulsing with steady rhythm. It's time someone corrected hundreds of years of incomplete information. Liu returned with the fruit water, finding his roommates laughing while Ren wrote the first page of what would become a revolution in beast cultivation knowledge. Chapter 145. Taming the world 9 days of frenzied writing in his scarce free time had resulted in a notebook filled with detailed diagrams and meticulous explanations. Ren smiled as he handed ecology, characteristics, abilities, and cultivation techniques for digger beetles to Taro, his mushrooms pulsing with quiet pride. I want you to be the first to read it, he said while his mushrooms pulsed softly. Though it's not entirely complete. Taro flipped through the pages with reverence, his eyes widening with each diagram he found. There was information about tunnel patterns, living crystal composition, fortification techniques, things he hadn't even known his beast could do. Each page seemed to hold another revelation. Not complete, he asked without taking his eyes off the book. There's enough information here to take a good while reading. It only goes up to silver rank 3, Ren shrugged. I want to include the path to gold, but I need a bit more time to have that information. How long? Taro finally looked up from the book. Don't worry, Ren smiled while his mushrooms pulsed. It'll take you some years to reach silver 3, so I'll have plenty of time to complete it, and I only need one more day to know. Taro froze, his mind suddenly connecting the dots. Tomorrow Ren would complete his 100 days of cultivation. Tomorrow he would reach bronze rank 1. Tomorrow you're going to. Taro didn't complete the question, but he didn't need to. Yes, Ren nodded while his mushrooms pulsed with anticipation. Tomorrow I'll know. On the 25th day of the 5th month, exactly 145 days after entering the academy, Ren held the final bronze crystal, a golden mushroom, and the intelligence rune in his hands. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Liu, Taro, and Min held their breath clustered around his bed, their beasts manifested partially, responding to their anticipation. Lin leaned against the doorframe, apparently relaxed but missing no detail, and ensuring her student wouldn't try to escape training afterward. Here we go, Ren murmured, while his mushrooms pulsed softly. He absorbed the materials, and the glow was subtle. So subtle that for a moment his friends wondered if something had gone wrong. The previous days of his normal cultivation had been much more intense. This seemed almost anticlimactic in comparison. Did it work? Min leaned forward, his snake mirroring his movement. Your mushrooms seem to glow a bit more? Maybe? Liu squinted, his night bat vision manifesting. It's hard to tell if they're glowing more or if it's just the morning light. But Ren was smiling. In his mind, new evolution paths unfolded like an intricate map. He could see routes that were previously nebulous, patterns that extended all the way to... I can see it, he whispered in awe. Up to gold rank 1. The path is clearer now. But what changed? Taro asked, searching for any visible difference. I don't see any new manifestation in your beast. In my body I don't notice much difference, Ren admitted. But my spore is no longer a simple cloud of inactive tiny seeds. It's a complete beast now, a real fungus. The four exchanged expectant looks. Could you? Min made a vague gesture. Show you my beast at bronze rank 1? Ren completed the question. I suppose so, though I don't love losing the knowledge flow from my head. Most of it is memorized already, isn't it? Lin commented from the door. And I admit I'm curious too. Ren nodded, and for the first time in a long time separated his spore from his body. The air in front of him rippled softly, and then... It's... Liu leaned so far forward he nearly fell. A small mushroom, no taller than 5 centimeters, materialized on the bed. It had a face that looked like a chubby baby's, with big eyes and round cheeks that seemed designed to inspire cooing noises. It's tiny. Min couldn't contain himself. What's the increase to your capabilities now? Liu asked, trying not to laugh. 20% in strength and another 20% in intelligence, Ren responded with dignity. Laughter erupted in the room. Even Lin had to cover her mouth with one hand. Taro has 60% in defense, Min held his stomach, and 30% in everything else. And this costs 10 times more to cultivate. Liu wiped tears of laughter. Any beast could eat it in one bite. Stop making fun of the world's best beast. The high-pitched voice, like a small child's, made everyone freeze. Slowly, very slowly, all eyes turned to the tiny mushroom. Did it just? Taro blinked several times. Of course I spoke. The mushroom crossed what appeared to be arms. And I'm not small. The mushroom began jumping indignantly on the bed, its cheeks puffed in an adorable pout. I'm compact, aerodynamic, efficient. The silence that followed was absolute. Beasts didn't talk. It was a known fact that they communicated mentally with their tamers, sharing sensations and emotions directly because they were part of them. Sure, there were stories of dragons that could speak, but those were children's tales. Taro and Min exchanged looks of amazement while Liu rubbed his eyes as if not believing what he was seeing. It's impossible, Liu stuttered. Beasts don't. I speak. Deal with it already. The mushroom continued, its cheeks still inflated in that impossibly cute pout. Lin was the first to recover from the surprise. Well, she smiled. This is unexpected, but I suppose it makes sense. What do you mean? The mushroom looked at her with its large eyes. Why Ren always seems to know so much about beasts. Lin moved away from the door. He has a beast that can analyze and communicate information, like a huge living library. In a very compact package, added Taro, unable to contain a smile. Exactly. The mushroom nodded vigorously before realizing they were teasing again. Hey! Min and Liu continued staring, alternating between the tiny talking mushroom and Ren, who smiled as if this were perfectly normal. I'm the command center of a gigantic body. It's like your brains. Do you think you're small if you only count your brain and couldn't see yourselves complete? Command center? Liu leaned closer to see the tiny mushroom better. Yes, of the biggest beast of all, declared the mushroom proudly. Laughter erupted again. Why are you laughing? My mana roots, so fine that not even the sharpest eye could see them, will extend throughout the world. For now they only reached the first part of the gold ring, the mushroom admitted, but its eyes shone with determination. But one day my influence will touch every corner of the world. I'll know all the secrets. All of them. Something about seeing the tiny creature claim it occupied such an enormous expanse of land made the boys unable to stop laughing. Chapter 146, Taming Secrets. But one day my influence will touch every corner of the world. I'll know all the secrets. All of them. Something about seeing the tiny creature claim it occupied such an enormous expanse of land made the boys unable to stop laughing. The mushroom puffed its cheeks in what had to be the most adorable display of indignation they'd ever seen. Ren, I don't want to be in front of these mocking troglodytes. I'm going back inside. Without waiting for a response, the small mushroom vanished, returning to Ren's body. The mushrooms in his hair sprouted and pulsed once more with their characteristic glow. Well, what now? Liu asked, still smiling at the spore's peculiar evolved personality. How are you supposed to get your second beast? It's simple, Ren smiled while approaching the Hydra egg resting on his desk, its crystalline surface catching the morning light. Simple? Min arched an eyebrow. Nobody outside the highest-ranking nobles and the royal family knows about methods for a second contract. It can't be simple. The words died in his throat when Ren touched the egg. Fine mana roots, invisible to the normal eye but clearly perceptible when gathered in large quantities, began emerging from Ren's body. They spread like an ethereal web, each strand pulsing with power. What's... Taro stepped back as the roots completely enveloped the egg, creating a cocoon of pure energy. Before their astonished eyes, The egg began transforming. Its physical form gradually dissolved, becoming a pure mana construct that pulsed with its own light. The air around it seemed to bend and twist. There was no ceremony, no rituals or magic circles like in the stories they'd heard. The egg, now a brilliant mass of pure energy, simply flowed into Ren's chest as if it had found its natural home. Impossible. Lin moved closer to see better. That's not how. Ren's body glowed for a moment, the energy reorganizing and settling within him. When the glow faded, the mushrooms in his hair had disappeared. In their place, new features began manifesting. His teeth visibly sharpened, becoming similar to a predator's fangs. His ears lengthened and refined, taking on a more reptilian aspect. Crystalline claws replaced his nails, and scales of crystal blue began covering his arms in elegant patterns that caught and reflected light. "Is that an Iron Rank Hydra?" Li whispered in awe. "So this is what it feels like." Ren flexed his hands, observing how light played across his new scales. The knowledge was correct, but... Min shook his head, his snake coiling anxiously. "Getting a second beast is supposed to require special rituals, potions, preparation." "Only if you do it like in the stories, but we don't even know the true traditional way." Ren smiled, his new fangs gleaming. "My spore uses a different path, their own one." "Your mushrooms?" Taro looked around. "Where are they?" As if answering the question, the mushrooms briefly reappeared in Ren's hair before vanishing again. "I can alternate between manifestations like any normal double tamer," he explained, shifting between forms with ease. "Can you invoke them outside your body, or can't the Hydra come out since it's entwined?" Lin asked, her professional curiosity evident. "Everything works the same. I can summon the mushroom outside while keeping the Hydra manifested or vice versa," Ren explained while admiring the scales on his arms. "They're both part of my being now. But the mushroom's physical manifestation doesn't have much use outside my body, so there's not much point in using it." "What kind of boost does the Hydra give you?" Liu asked, studying Ren's new features with fascination. 40% in strength and defense, 20% in everything else." Ren flexed his crystalline claws. "It doesn't reach Luna's Wolf's boost levels, which can hit 50% per rank, but it's not far behind. And with your mushrooms 20%? Min began calculating. 60% total strength, Ren nodded. Similar to Taro's defense buff, and the Hydra is still Iron Rank. Lin approached. Her expression had turned serious, her crane's feathers ruffling with concern. "Writing theories that challenge 500 years of knowledge is one thing," she said quietly. "But being a double tamer, that's more complicated than you think." Ren looked at her curiously. "Why?" "Because only the highest-ranking nobles and the royal family are supposed to know the method." Lin crossed her arms. "And they're quite protective of that knowledge." The other boys exchanged worried looks, their beasts manifesting slightly in response to their anxiety. "I recommend you don't manifest the Hydra for now," Lin continued. "At least until we find a way to handle this. Did you tell Julius anything about this?" "No." Ren shook his head. "I didn't discuss this with him." "Maybe you should next time you see him," Lin nodded. "I've known Julius since we were children. He's trustworthy, but his siblings." She made a significant pause. "They're another story entirely." "What do you suggest?" Ren asked while his scales slowly faded. "Let me talk to someone first." Lin moved toward the door. "There might be a simpler solution that doesn't involve having powerful people asking you questions you shouldn't answer right now." "Questions like, where did you learn to make a second contract?" Min suggested, his snake coiling nervously. "Or how did a child with a mushroom discover something only royalty knew?" Taro added, his markings shifting uneasily. "Exactly." Lin paused at the door. "For now, keep a low profile. You're already drawing enough attention with your evolution theories. We don't need to add more fuel to the fire." "And training?" Ren asked, a small smile forming on his lips. "Oh, that continues as always," Lin smiled mischievously. "Though now that you have 60% more strength, we can intensify it a bit." Ren groaned while his friends laughed. "One more thing," Lin added before leaving. "When the time comes to talk to Julius, let me prepare the ground first. As I said, he's trustworthy, but even he might have a strange reaction when he learns a first-year student achieved something supposed to be exclusive to royalty." After Lin left, the boys remained silent for a moment, the weight of their new secret settling over them like a heavy cloak. Chapter 147, Taming New Beginnings. "One more thing," Lin added before leaving. "When the time comes to talk to Julius, let me prepare the ground first. As I said, he's trustworthy, but even he might have a strange reaction when he learns a first-year student achieved something supposed to be exclusive to royalty." The silence that followed Lin's departure was heavy. Min, Lu, and Taro watched Ren with concern, their excitement diminished by the metaphorical rain falling on his achievement, while he remained unusually still, apparently lost in thought. "Hey," Min began. "It's not so bad. You just need to keep the Hydra secret for a while," and he stopped when a big smile began forming on Ren's lips. "Lin," Ren murmured, his smile growing. Lin was so worried about the Hydra issue that his eyes suddenly lit up with a mischievous realization. "She forgot about my training. He jumped from his bed with explosive energy. This is our best chance. Oh no, Taro recognized that look. Oh no, no, no. Ren grabbed Taro by the shoulders, his new muscles enhanced by the stacked 60% buff making his grip surprisingly firm for a 10-year-old. Ren! Taro blinked in surprise. Since when are you this strong? 50% extra strength increase, Lu reminded him. Ren practically glowed with excitement. This time, we don't need an elaborate distraction like last time. Last time? Min narrowed his eyes suspiciously. I wanted to start gathering materials for the Hydra and my world mushroom's next level, but they'll have to wait. We need to seize this morning. Ren was already dragging Taro toward the door. The ruins await us. Wait! Taro tried to resist, but Ren's new buff made it surprisingly difficult. Shouldn't we at least discuss what you want to do, or there is no time to talk? Ren was already running down the hallway, dragging a resigned Taro by the arm. Lin could remember about our training at any moment. Min and Liu looked at each other for a moment. Should we? Liu began. Follow those idiots before they get into trouble. Min sighed while his snake coiled nervously. Probably. In Yino territory, morning light barely illuminated the path when a figure crawled out of a mine. Its anthropomorphic silhouette was grotesque where arms should be. Two enormous scorpion pincers moved erratically. The guard at the entrance noticed the movement and raised his lamp, tense and prepared to face a threat. The light revealed a disturbing sight: a man covered in dirt and dry blood, his uniform in tatters. The guard's initial tension dissipated upon recognizing the characteristic marks on the uniform of a Yino abyssal soldier, though he'd never seen one in such poor condition. Registration? The guard asked automatically, following protocol despite the obviously abnormal situation. I need to note the materials that. The scorpion pincers vanished, revealing stumps where the man's arms should be. His bloodshot eyes tried to focus on the guard before his body finally gave out. The soldier collapsed at the entrance, his last incoherent mumblings about lost cores and stolen eggs. It's Hagen, the guard shouted. The abyss cartographer. Other guards near the entrance came running. Few people in Yino didn't know Hagen, the man who had mapped the depths longer and across greater expanses than anyone. His maps had discovered dozens of new mana veins for the city in recent years. Bring a healer. Another guard was already running toward the emergency post. And notify the captain. Transport was complicated. They didn't want to cause more damage. When they finally reached the infirmary in the city center, the head healer was already waiting. Viola? The healer stopped upon seeing Hagen's condition. What in hell happened here? The damage was extensive, not just the lost arms, but massive internal trauma suggesting he'd been crushed and beaten multiple times. When Hagen finally awoke, his first instinct was to reach for his bag, only to find himself moving a bloody stump. Right? He tried with the other arm, achieving the same pathetic result. Damn it, he muttered, concentrating to manifest the hippogriff's claws. The transformation was painful, his beast as exhausted as he was. The claws weren't the best hands now, they were clumsy, designed for tearing, not fine manipulation. Though they were better than the pincers. After 3 frustrated attempts to reach his bag, Hagen let out a curse that would have made a sailor blush. Mr. Hagen, the healer rushed in. I need to administer more treatment. The damage was too severe to heal in one session. My mana wasn't enough to heal everything in the first round. Hagen tried to wave his hand dismissively, but with his claw, only succeeded in knocking over a tray of instruments. He rolled his eyes, frustrated by his new clumsiness. He sighed heavily, concentrated, and moved his claw slowly. He felt his bag, confirming he still had what he needed. About your arms. The healer began cautiously. I'm afraid we have no way to. Don't worry about that, Hagen interrupted. Soon it won't be a problem. A familiar laugh resonated from the door. Won't be a problem. What are you planning to do, grow new arms? The East Zone supervisor entered, followed by the guard who had found Hagen. The smile on his face froze upon seeing the damage to his body. Hell, Hagen, you look terrible, he whistled. Did you run into the king of Yano, or what? Hagen let out a laugh. The king? No, from what I heard, if it had been the king, I'd be dead. He straightened with difficulty. This one. He raised his left stump. I gifted to that director Ignatius when I tried to recover the first egg someone stole from me. And this other one, he raised the right, was a farewell gift to the prince when I tried to save the second egg. The eggs. The supervisor frowned. The ones you were supposed to find in the deep zones. You see. Hagen told him most of what had happened. Why the hell did you leave the depths? Because I'm a proud imbecile, Hagen rolled his eyes. A stubborn idiot who wouldn't accept to lose what was lost. Hagen sighed, making the hippogriff's claws disappear and raising his stumps. But I learned my lesson. Chapter 148, Taming New Beginnings 2. The castle of Yino was an imposing structure carved into living rock, its corridors illuminated by crystals that pulsed with a sickly purple glow. The very air seemed heavier here, weighted with power and secrets. 2 guards practically dragged Hagen to the throne room, his bandaged stumps contrasting starkly with the elegance of the place. Each step echoed ominously through the ancient halls. The king of Yino awaited, his neon beast manifesting as a horn that his crown accommodated perfectly. When Hagen finished most of his report, the king's eyes, normally calculating, burned with barely contained fury. "Do you know what you've done?" The monarch's voice was deceptively soft. "Not only did you lose the Scorpion course, not only did you fail the most important mission I've given you in years." He rose slowly, his neon's power making shadows dance across the walls. "You revealed to Yano that we can control abyssals." Hagen remained silent, his stumps trembling slightly. "Do you have any idea?" the king continued, rising from his throne and approaching. "How much you've delayed our plans? Without the Scorpion cores to begin abyssal cultivation, the next phase is impossible." "My lord," Hagen spoke again, his voice hoarse. "Now that they're alert, we'd need to wait for things to calm down to try again. Or perhaps we could find another digging beast that supports abyssal injection as well as the Scorpion and..." The king's beast's shadow extended, engulfing Hagen in darkness for a moment. "Perhaps I should cut off your head," whispered the king, "to match your arms." "I'll accept whatever you order, my lord." Hagen bowed his head. "I regret my failure." The king moved away, massaging his temples. Manufacturing new abyssal control cores to deploy someone else will take months, and there aren't many willing to cross the gold depth barrier to complete the mission. He turned abruptly. "Why the hell did you need to go up? What was so important that you risk leaving safety and ending up like this?" There was a moment of silence. The king studied Hagen. In 20 years of service, he had never lied. He was one of the few the king trusted completely, which made this failure even more frustrating. "Stupidity, I have no excuse, but at least," Hagen straightened with difficulty, "I got the Hydra core you wanted for your daughter, Majesty, although..." He grimaced. "I couldn't turn it into an egg. They stole it, and that was largely why I left the safe zone." The king sighed deeply, fury giving way to resignation. "I suppose we can use you as a test subject for the next abyssal creature as punishment before sending you again." A twisted smile formed on his lips. "If you survive having 3 creatures in your body, also, maybe its hands will serve you better than the hippogriffs." He approached to take the core Hagen had protected so fiercely. "At least my little one will be happy with the Hydra she's been asking for so long." His expression softened slightly. "Though we'll have to resort to plan B and buy some things soon. It's not long until her 10th birthday. The princess is almost 10. Hagen blinked in surprise. "Time flies. Indeed, and you took so long I thought you were already dead. And now, thanks to your little adventure, we'll have to hurry with the alternative preparations." The king carefully stored the core. "I know, my lord." Hagen lowered his head. "That's why I'll try to recover them as quickly as possible next time if you allow me." The king observed the bandaged stumps of his most loyal servant, 20 years of impeccable service. "And now this. Go rest," he finally ordered. "When the new abyssal beast is ready, we'll discuss your next mission." Hagen nodded as the guards helped him stand. "Yes, my lord." "Slow down," Taro's voice echoed through the hallway. "Your legs are 60% stronger too." "Exactly." Ren's laughter floated back to them. "Isn't it great?" Min and Liu ran after their friends, barely managing to keep pace with the newly empowered Ren. Their beasts manifested partially, trying to help them match his enhanced speed. "At least tell us what we're going to do in the mines." Liu panted as they ran. "We're going where we couldn't before." Ren skillfully dodged a group of surprised students, his new reflexes making the movement seem effortless. "I have a living tunnel and a Hydra on my side." "I thought we were supposed to keep the Hydra secret." Liu nearly crashed into a column. "Secret from the nobles," Ren corrected without slowing. "Not from the mines. Isn't that dangerous?" Taro asked while bouncing behind Ren like a puppet. "Not if they don't catch us." Ren laughed, clearly enjoying his new capabilities. Min and Liu exchanged another look while continuing to run. A normal Ren was troublesome enough. A Ren with strength buff and avoiding training. "There are ancient ruins under the school," Ren explained while running, his excitement infectious despite their reservations. This day was going to be interesting. Harold observed Klein strike the training post for the 100th time. The kid was throwing movements, more aggressive but equally inefficient as before. Each impact sent vibrations through the ground that his mole beast translated into clear pictures of frustration. His mole stirred beneath his skin like laughing. How pathetic, he thought while pretending to take notes. The Goldcrest heir reduced to this. Klein had been like this since his defeat, alternating between periods of impotent rage and what he called intensified training. In reality, he was just making the same mistakes with more force, like a child throwing a tantrum. His long-antennaed abyssal centipede, the special beast for his quest, stirred within him, its mana sensors capturing the erratic energy patterns emanating from the golden. No, yellow lion. As the Beetle Boy had correctly pointed out the other day. Harold suppressed a smile. As an orphan from Yino, he had seen true power, true determination. This spoiled noble's tantrums were almost insulting. His centipede perceived something deeper, far more interesting than Klein's frustrated strikes. Ancient energy patterns, firmly buried beneath the academy. The ruins that were his true mission to investigate. The centipede extended its ethereal antennae, invisible to all except those most sensitive to mana fluctuations. The ruins were fascinating, more complex than Yino had theorized. If you only knew, Klein, he thought while pretending to admire another poorly executed strike, that your new assigned companion is a double tamer, sent not to watch you, but to uncover secrets your traitorous family wants to share with Yino. Chapter 149. Taming the Ancient Ruins. If you only knew, Klein, Harold thought while pretending to admire another poorly executed strike, that your new assigned companion is a double tamer, sent not to watch you, but to uncover secrets your traitorous family wants to share with Yino. The mole was perfect for detecting physical structures, excavating the tunnels and chambers. Its sensitivity to underground formations provided a living map of what lay beneath. The abyssal, long-antennaed centipede, Yino's latest experiment in detector beasts, could perceive mana patterns in ways other normal beasts couldn't even dream of. Its ethereal antennae could trace the faintest energy signatures through solid rock. Together they formed the perfect exploration team, and while Klein obsessed over his wounded pride, Harold could continue his true mission without raising suspicion. Stronger! Klein roared, his lion's fur manifesting erratically across his skin. I have to be stronger! Harold nodded with false admiration while his beast silently mapped the secrets buried beneath the academy. Each vibration through the ground revealed more of the complex network below. Keep at it, Goldcrest Air, he thought. Keep distracting everyone with your drama, while I discover what really matters. Harold watched Klein strike the training post once more before deciding it was time to move. You're progressing very well, he lied with a practiced smile. You should maintain this rhythm all day and I'll tell Cassian you are doing good. Klein barely grunted in response, too absorbed in his intensive training to notice his supposed guardian's departure. The mole beneath Harold's skin vibrated slightly as he walked away, detecting another student's movement several corridors ahead. His abyssal centipede confirmed the mana signature. Undoubtedly his companion. Minutes later, Harold walked side by side with one of the others, Yino's spies. Another student from his same class. To the casual observer, they were just two classmates chatting casually. Did you find an entrance? Harold asked quietly, his beast constantly scanning the area for witnesses. The other spy nodded, guiding him toward a rarely frequented section of the academy. The air grew colder as they descended toward what appeared to be an underground storage area. This section has a ton of food stored for iron-rank students, his companion explained as they went down. Mainly old grains and cheap preserves. Harold noticed the dust accumulated in the corners. Doesn't seem very used or cleaned. That's the point. A smile formed on the other spy's lips. Who would steal low-rank food in an academy full of rich people and nobles? This food is a punishment to make them want to rank up. Most of the time they don't even watch this place. The centipede's ethereal antennae extended, detecting increasingly strong mana patterns as they descended. The mole vibrated with anticipation, sensing ancient structures below the basement. They stopped in front of a particularly dark section of the storage room. An old barrel container rested against the wall, covered by a thick layer of undisturbed dust. I've been observing this place for almost 5 months. The other spy moved the container slightly, revealing a narrow space. Nobody has touched these barrels. Not even the cleaning staff comes here if that isn't obvious. Harold slipped through the space, his mole guiding him in the darkness. Behind the container, partially hidden by old boxes, a hole had been carefully excavated in the wall. The ruins are about 200 meters down, Harold whispered, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I can feel them. How long will you need? My mole can make a single-person tunnel in a few minutes, Harold calculated. The real challenge will be preventing the mana from leaking and alerting the Academy's sensor tamers. That's what I'm here for. The other spy smiled. Just focus on digging. I'll handle covering the hole to hide the presence. Harold nodded, feeling the ruins pulsing weakly beyond the wall. The Goldcrest betrayed Yano for a reason, Harold murmured while his beasts analyzed the excavation. Whatever's down there must be more valuable than Yino imagines. Soon they would discover exactly what was important enough to risk everything. There are ancient ruins under the school. Ren explained while running, still dragging Taro like a kite in his wake. Ruins? Min had to raise his voice to be heard while trying to keep pace. How do you know? I can feel them. Ren turned a corner without slowing. From the caves to the academy, there's an impenetrable crystallized mana wall surrounding them, that everyone probably thinks is part of the natural cave structure. Slow down. Liu almost collided with another student. What does that have to do with wanting to escape training? There are leaks. Ren grinned while his mushrooms pulsed briefly. From the school I feel strange sensations in the mana. Please tell me we're not going to try to break through an impenetrable mana wall. Taro pleaded while bouncing behind Ren. No. There must be some entrances. Ren jumped over a bench with surprising agility, dragging Taro with him. With my new level, I can feel them better than before, though still not with total precision. What about the director? Taro managed to ask between bounces. The staff, don't they know about these ruins? They probably do. Ren dodged a group of sleepy students. Maybe they've already explored them. But there's something strange. A powerful sensation down there, and I need to know what it is. I bet you're thinking we'll find out if they're explored when we get there. Min guessed the thought, already knowing how his friend's mind worked. Liu finally stopped, leaning against a wall while catching his breath. Okay, that's too much. I actually have the first class. He raised his hands in surrender. I'll miss this suicide mission. Sorry. Don't forget to absorb your crystal today. Ren shouted over his shoulder without stopping. The mine entrance appeared before them. The guard nodded at his post, fighting against early morning drowsiness. Good morning. Ren greeted casually while dragging a disheveled Taro toward registration. The guard barely managed to keep his eyes open while scribbling their names. So early today? The early worm catches the crystal. Ren grinned, causing Min to roll his eyes at the made-up saying. They had barely finished registering when Ren accelerated again, practically flying toward the lower tunnels. Chapter 150, Taming the Ancient Ruins 2. Exactly at 100 meters. Ren announced as they headed toward the tunnel he used for his habitual escapes. His mushrooms pulsed with excitement, casting dancing shadows on the rough walls. The perfect entrance. Perfect for what? Min asked, but Ren was already turning at the familiar corner. This way. Ren didn't answer, through an opening so narrow that Min had to hold his breath to pass. How did you even find? Taro stopped at seeing the network of tiny tunnels stretching before them. Oh, so this is where you always sneak off to. Sorry, Ren laughed while advancing through a passage that seemed specifically designed for someone his size. It's just that you didn't want us following you to your secret vein to keep all the crystals for yourself, Min completed the sentence, his snake hissing with mild indignation. Not really, it's because you would. A distant sound, like claws against stone, made them all freeze. What was? Taro began, but Ren silenced him with a gesture. They advanced silently until reaching a crack in the floor. The darkness emanating from it seemed deeper, more threatening than that of normal tunnels. My secret route, Ren whispered, his mushrooms pulsing softly. I've been going down here every day. Min peered into the abyss. But the monsters. Another sound like something dragging itself across stone. You guys don't know how to avoid the worms. One wrong step and you attract them, Ren nodded. That's why I couldn't bring you before. But now we are stronger. Taro and Min exchanged looks. How had Ren managed to spend an entire semester moving among monsters without being detected? The question hung in the air, but neither dared to ask it for a long explanation here. We'll go down at 200 meters. Ren began descending through the crack with the familiarity of someone who has made the journey dozens of times. That's where I need your help, Taro. The descent was tense. Every brush of clothing against stone seemed amplified in the darkness. The tunnel twisted like a snake, sometimes so narrow they had to move sideways. But Ren was super happy that the mana didn't feel as oppressive anymore. Living tunnel beetles like yours start at 300 meters, Ren explained when they finally reached their objective. Which means that if we make a tunnel here, Taro completed, his eyes gleaming with understanding, and coated with my living tunnel's crystal. The lesser worms won't be able to enter, Ren nodded. The crystal is too hard for them. It'll be a safe tunnel. Min understood. And better yet, Ren smiled while his mushrooms pulsed with anticipation. They'll think a lower-level creature was expelled and is hunting due to lack of mana. No common monster will risk entering once it's finished. Are you sure about this? Taro asked. Completely. Ren pointed toward the school's direction. I can feel the ruins more clearly here. We just need a direct path. A secret tunnel, Min whispered. Straight to whatever's under the school. Ren guided them to another slide that led to a solitary zone at 200 meters and asked them not to move to avoid vibrations, while he decided for the perfect location. That's a good place to start. Ren manifested his hydra, its crystalline scales gleaming with his mushrooms light in the darkness. At his side, Taro's living tunnel emerged in all its glory. The two beasts began excavating with supernatural efficiency. Taro! Ren called without stopping, coordinating his hydra's movements. Have your beast start coating the walls. The worms won't take long to notice the vibration. Min moved nervously while watching the first meters of tunnel form. Shouldn't we? Don't be scared. Ren smiled without taking his eyes off the work. Just stay still and summon your snake. It can help us soon. The water snake materialized, its scales shining with a deep blue tone in the tunnel's gloom. My hydra and your snake can keep the worms at bay while the beetle secures the first sections, Ren explained while the beasts continued their labor. 20 meters of tunnel later, Ren visibly tensed. His mushrooms pulsed once, catching something. First one's coming, he warned. Taro, stop excavating. Start the blockade. The living tunnel immediately changed its task, living crystal flowing from its segments to strengthen the walls. Ren guided his hydra a few meters beyond the finished tunnel's end. Here it comes. The earth trembled beneath the hydra. A common worm, its segmented body glowing with a sickly tone, emerged from the wall as if it were water. Diamond shield, Ren ordered. The Hydra scales shone intensely, crystallizing into an improvised armor. Not as hard as it will be at higher ranks, Ren thought, but it'll do. The worm launched itself at the Hydra, only to find its jaws trapped by the crystalline beast. Min, Ren called. Now! The water snake slid swiftly, coiling around the worm. Between the two beasts they began pulling, dragging the monster completely from its hole. The worm writhed uselessly, trapped between the Hydra's jaws and the snake's constricting coils. Just a bit more, and crash. The living tunnel, apparently tired of waiting, simply crushed the worm with one of its enormous feet. Well. Ren blinked in surprise. That works too. Can we get back to work? Taro asked, while his beast casually cleaned its foot against the wall. I'd prefer to finish before more come. Right. Ren had his Hydra return to excavating. But stay alert, some worms are foolish enough to. He broke off, his mushrooms pulsing again. From the right, he warned. The beasts positioned themselves, prepared for another round. Luna's cousins looked at each other in horror when the first rays of sun woke them. They had fallen asleep after a night of planning surveillance strategies with their cousin. They ran through the hallways, trying to maintain aristocratic composure. But when they reached Ren's room, they found the door closed and no sound from within. Did he escape us? The blonde bit her lip. Great spies. As if answering her question, Lu appeared turning the corner, muttering to himself while walking distractedly. The cousins exchanged a look and slid silently closer, hiding behind a column. And now with that ruins thing. They managed to hear Lu. As if the Hydra wasn't enough. The blue-haired cousin barely contained an exclamation. Her companion covered her mouth with one hand. Chapter 1-51, Taming the Ancient Ruins 3. The cousins exchanged a look and slid silently closer, hiding behind a column. And now with that ruins thing. They managed to hear Lu. As if the Hydra wasn't enough. The blue-haired cousin barely contained an exclamation. Her companion covered her mouth with one hand. Liu continued walking distractedly while muttering to himself until he was far enough away. Great, one of them sighed. Now what? Without Wei's class this first hour, we don't even know where to look for Harold. Should have followed Ren to the caves. Liu continued mumbling. But the cultivation class has the hardest exam to memorize. The cousins exchanged a meaningful look, their beasts stirring with interest beneath their skin. I'm going to the caves, one of the cousins whispered. If they're looking for ruins, we need to know why. And what am I supposed to do without being able to find Harold? You're right. Without Wei's class, he won't show up until later. Follow this boy for now, he's muttering interesting things, so keep track of everything he says. The cousin sighed resignedly while watching her companion disappear down the hallway. She turned to follow Lu, who was still muttering to himself as he walked. But though she followed, he no longer seemed to be saying anything interesting. He appeared to be heading to his cultivation class. The cousin was considering abandoning the surveillance when Lu, instead of heading to his usual class, took an unexpected detour. The side hallway was rarely used, mainly for storage. Lu looked nervously both ways before turning another corner. What are you up to? The cousin smiled while following cautiously. Maybe this day wouldn't be so boring after all. Still thinking about making those strange weapons? Min asked while storing some crystals. In the caves, the tunnel grew meter by meter. Each section immediately reinforced with living crystal that glowed with a soft, steady light. How much further? Min asked while his snake helped the Hydra try to remove another particularly stubborn worm from the ground. Not much, Ren smiled. I can feel the ruins getting closer. Crash. Was that necessary? Ren looked at Taro, who shrugged sheepishly. My beast says it's more efficient this way. Min shook his head while watching the living tunnel clean its foot again. At least it's quick. While Taro's beast and the Hydra continued digging, Ren and Min collected the remains of the lesser worms they'd defeated. The tunnel floor was littered with evidence of their battles. The cores were incomplete, practically 100-point crystals, so they were good, but the teeth were what really caught Ren's attention. Ren examined one of the teeth, remembering his failed attempts of the last few months. I never managed to get them to fix properly to the wood to make the spike club I wanted. He recalled his visit to Isaac, the craftsman. The cost of the work he'd requested was high compared to the limited utility the weapon would have. Buying a complete wooden weapon would be cheaper, and the utility would be similar. I got to the point where I was thinking of selling them. He continued while picking up another particularly sharp tooth. But with only 100 crystals weren't very attractive, so I decided to just keep them. Haha, now we have to hear about the rich hoarder's problems. Are you planning to keep more to collect? Min observed the small bag of teeth that Ren was accumulating. Now that we have a way to get many. Ren held a tooth up to his mushroom's light. I was thinking about arrows. Arrows? They'd be easier to make than a weapon designed to be permanent, Ren explained while carefully storing the teeth. And cheaper. They could be useful for the final gathering expedition of the semester in 5 days. The tunnel advanced quickly thanks to the combined work of the Hydra and Living Tunnel. Living crystal continued flowing, creating resistant walls that no lesser or common worm would try to breach. Taro broke his silence. Ren, he wiped dirt from his forehead. How much are you going to need to rank up? Ren smiled while his Hydra helped with the excavation. Worried about the costs? Well, Taro made mental calculations. I went from using 1-point crystals to 10-point crystals, so my base cost went from 100 to 1,000 crystals. Min shrugged. That doesn't sound so bad. No, that's the only cheap part, Taro continued. The bronze rank Deep Earth now costs me 100 points per crystal. That's another 10,000. And the defense rune for bronze 2, he added, is 24,000 crystals. 35,000 total, Ren nodded. Not bad for a bronze evolution. Exactly, though it'll take me a bit longer to get them, but I have 100 days to complete. Taro directed his beast to widen a section of the tunnel. But you already spent 50,000 just to reach bronze 1. How much will you need now? Ren sighed while his mushrooms pulsed softly. The base crystals have to be 100 points now, so that'll be 10,000 crystals just for that. 10 times more than me, Taro nodded. The intelligence rune for bronze 2 is 20,000, so that's actually cheaper than yours, Ren continued. But the expensive part is the special materials. I need bronze 2 beast remains with a specific type of mold. 1,000 crystals per unit. Min almost choked. 1,000 per unit? And how many do you need? 100, Ren responded casually. 100,000 crystals total. And that's not all, he continued while feeling an energy leak and correcting course. The bronze 2 level fungi to dissolve the materials have to be from Yino. 300,000 more. 430,000, Min calculated, his snake coiling nervously. Just for the mushroom. Well, there's also the Hydra, Ren smiled. But it's more economical because it's just going from iron to bronze 1. So, uses a defense rune like Taro's and some basic light element materials. Only adds about 20,000 more to the total. 450,000 crystals. Taro shook his head in amazement. There goes the magnate's fortune. But don't worry, after this we'll use your tunnel to improve our situation. Ren touched one of the crystallized walls. Plus the gathering in 5 days could help. Suddenly Ren stopped. His mushrooms pulsed briefly. What's wrong? Taro halted the excavation upon noticing his expression. I can feel it more clearly now. Ren closed his eyes, concentrating. One of the entrances. It's close. Chapter 152, Taming the Ancient Ruins 4. Suddenly, Ren stopped. His mushrooms pulsed briefly. What's wrong? Taro halted the excavation upon noticing his expression. I can feel it more clearly now. Ren closed his eyes, concentrating. One of the entrances. It's close. Min and Taro exchanged looks while Ren pressed his hand against the tunnel wall, his fingers tracing patterns only he could sense. There's energy leaking, he murmured, through the enormous crystallized mana wall. It's different, more intense than anything I've felt before. Should we continue in this direction? Taro asked, his living tunnel awaiting instructions. No. Ren opened his eyes. We need to adjust course, about 20 degrees to the left, and... He calculated for a moment. 5 degrees upward. Are you sure we want to go toward that? Min asked nervously, his snake coiling tighter around his arm. I can feel the entrance more and more clearly. It's like a whisper calling to me. Min felt ignored again, but didn't argue against Ren. Taro nodded and directed his beast to begin excavating in the new direction. Ren's Hydra joined the effort, its crystalline claws tearing through hard earth with renewed purpose. Well, at least, whatever's there, Min murmured while collecting the last tooth. Must be important if it's protected behind a mana wall. Ren smiled while feeling the strange energy growing stronger. We'll find out soon. Luna's cousin frowned when she saw Lu enter the food storage for Iron Rank students. The place was barely used, most students uninterested in its existence. Maybe the occasional couple of lovebirds. Why would someone come here alone? She thought while sliding silently after him. The air grew colder as they descended. Lu constantly looked over his shoulder, as if afraid of being followed. The cousin maintained her distance, using the shadows of old containers as cover. There was something very strange about all this, and she was determined to discover what it was. The other cousin had reached the mines and registered. Lucky Mushrooms Group? The guard checked his registry to remember the time. Arrived about 10 minutes ago. Luna's cousin nodded, maintaining a casual expression while signing her entry. 10 minutes wasn't much time. In theory, they should be easy to catch up to if they were limited to the first 100 meters like all first-year students. But after searching all the main tunnels of the first level, she had to admit she was wrong. There was no sign of them anywhere. She stopped at an intersection, considering her options. The tunnels were quiet this early in the morning. Where could they have gone, she thought while observing the rock walls. And then an idea crossed her mind. Her beast specialized in minerals. If Taro's living tunnel had been using its special ability to create living crystal, it would have left a distinctive mineral energy signature. And since that type of crystal was only found naturally after 300 meters down, a smile formed on her lips while she manifested her beast, making sure no one saw. Any use of that crystal at lesser depths would be like a bright signal pointing directly to them. In the Iron Rank student's food storage, the sound of footsteps on the storage stairs made the spy curse internally. His fist hit the ground in a specific pattern, 3 quick hits, pause, 2 slow ones. Through the rock, the vibrations traveled to where Harold was digging. His mole caught them first, instantly alerting him. His long-antennaed centipede confirmed the pattern, unplanned intrusion. Harold stopped excavating immediately, cursing his luck. His beast tensed, sensing his frustration. Just when they had decided to act, he climbed the 50 meters of tunnel he'd made, approached the soft, elastic cover of the tunnel that the other spy had made, and pressed his hand against it. Liu had reached one of the less dusty boxes, muttering to himself while his bat separated from him, venturing into the storage's darkness. "You love this, don't you?" Liu talked to his beast while opening the box. "You can never enjoy darkness in the room because Ren always has those glowing mushrooms. At least here you can relax a bit before class." The spy covering the entrance tensed when the bat passed nearby. The beast was rather large, almost a meter in height. If it decided to use its sonar? Shit, he thought while remaining completely still. Harold waited for information inside the tunnel on the other side of the entrance. From the other side, his companion responded with a series of soft taps. His fingers moved in Yino silent language, transmitting vital information in Harold's palm. Student, unknown, flying beast. Harold's fingers responded quickly. Threat? The response came immediately. Bat, large, sonar. A single echolocation pulse and all would be lost. Its ears moved constantly, catching every small sound. The spy's fingers transmitted quickly. Mentions Ren, roommate. Harold felt his blood freeze. A roommate of the mushroom boy? The same one who had been causing such a stir lately? The fingers transmitted another urgent message. Beast. Too close. Harold gritted his teeth. If the bat discovered them, they would have to silence the boy. Not something they wanted. A missing student would draw too much attention. The student kept talking, apparently oblivious to the danger he was in. Luna's cousin watched curiously while Lou searched through the new boxes. After so much mystery and suspicious behavior, what he pulled out was food? Ah, here they are. Lou smiled, holding a dried leaf filled with preserves. They haven't restocked these since last semester. It's a funny acquired taste that left me without friends, he muttered while opening the preserve. Haven't had these since I was little. Last semester reminded me of them and I suffered because they stopped serving them. But the other day when I passed by one of the carts bringing provisions to the punishment storage and smelled them. The smell emanating from the open box made the cousin have to contain a retch. It was a mixture between fermented vegetables and something that definitely shouldn't be fermented. I don't understand why everyone hates it, Liu smiled, apparently immune to the stench, though they don't seem to like the smell. His smile faltered. Maybe I should worry about my breath now. The cousin had to contain an incredulous laugh. All this stealth and suspicious behavior was for smelly food no one likes? She had worried for nothing. Ah! Liu snapped his fingers. The dried herbs. There are some boxes in the back next to the oil barrels. They're not tasty at all, but they're perfect for killing smells if you chew them. Liu began walking toward the back of the storage, directly toward the old barrel furniture that no one had moved in months. Chapter 153, Taming the Ancient Ruins 5. Liu was worried about losing friends again due to the smell that would linger in his mouth. Ah! Liu snapped his fingers. The dried herbs! There are some boxes in the back, next to the oil barrels. They're not tasty at all, but they're perfect for killing smells if you chew them. Liu began walking toward the back of the storage, directly toward the old barrel furniture that no one had moved in months. He's just looking for herbs too, thought the cousin. Her thoughts were interrupted when she noticed something strange in the shadows near the barrels. Was it her imagination, or had something moved? Liu kept approaching, cheerfully chewing his smelly preserve while his bat rested lazily on his head. Completely oblivious that he was heading directly toward, the cousin narrowed her eyes, trying to better distinguish what she had seen. For a moment she could have sworn she saw the gleam of eyes in the darkness. In Luna's room, the absence of Wei's class had made the morning unusually peaceful. Mayo hummed softly while brushing Luna's hair with expert movements, taking her time to create Luna's perfect favorite hairstyle that she normally had to rush. Matilda moved around the room with silent efficiency, folding yesterday's pajamas and organizing the training uniform for later classes. Luna's shadow wolf dozed lazily in a corner, enjoying the relaxed atmosphere. We should thank Ren. I have a feeling we'll have several mornings like this after Wei's humiliation, Mayo commented while braiding a section of hair. I could send him a bouquet of roses, with a note saying something like, "Thanks for an unhurried morning." With love, Luna rolled her eyes, and was about to respond when 3 firm knocks resonated on the door. The girls exchanged glances and following protocol. Matilda opened the door to find 2 of the new students. The usual formality in their faces had been replaced by a sense of urgency. Luna noticed the change immediately. Matilda closed the door. The newcomers didn't even wait for the door to close completely. 2 energy anomalies underground, the first reported without preamble. Our companions with perception beasts detected them 1 minute ago. Something's happening under the school. And that's not all, the second added. The 4 caretakers assigned to your cousins sent the message. They believed they might be in danger again from their spy game shenanigans. Luna's wolf entered her shadow, responding to her concern. Which game? They went out monitoring again, escaping early and unwatched. It seemed safe as always, so our team followed from afar. But apparently one decided to follow the mushroom boy, responded the first agent. But the boy went to the caves again today. The energy anomalies, they're enormous, the kind that shouldn't exist under the academy. We need to act together, the second agent looked meaningfully at Luna. As agents infiltrated in a children's class, Julius couldn't form too strong a team since age greatly affected the rank children could reach through cultivation time. Individually, they barely reached bronze rank 1 and 2. Luna vividly remembered the incident with the gold rank 1 agent. If something similar was happening, the 6 of us together can protect them even then. Our beasts are specialized in protection and recovery, continued the first. But if there are serious problems, we'll need total team coordination. First, we want you to get to safety, added the second agent. But we need someone to inform the director if there are intruders of the level of the last incident. Excuse me, Luna arched an eyebrow. You're our primary protection target, the other agent added. We can't risk anything happening to you while we're all investigating the anomalies. Luna clenched her fists, her shadow wolf manifesting with more intensity. My cousin could be in danger, and we'll handle it, the first agent insisted. Please, stay where we can guarantee your safety when we return. My lady, Mayo intervened, her usual playful tone completely absent. What are your orders? Luna held her gaze for a long moment before sighing. Fine, I'll go to the director, Luna decided. You gather with the others. The agents nodded, apparently satisfied, and headed for the door, but Luna stopped them. And girls, her voice turned icy, if you find my cousin, make sure she returns safely. The students exchanged a look before nodding. When they left, Mayo and Matilda were already ready, their beasts partially manifested. Do you think it's another Yino intruder? Matilda asked as they followed Luna down the hallway. I don't know. Luna clenched her fists. But if someone hurts my cousin, they'll discover there are things worse than a gold rank 1 beast. Mayo and Matilda knew that expression on Luna's face too well. My lady, Matilda began. Mayo, Luna interrupted while her wolf began merging with the shadows. Go to the director. Inform him of the situation. And you? Mayo asked, though she already knew the answer. Luna smiled while the shadows enveloped her. I'm going to find my cousin, and let no one tell me who I can protect. Before they could protest, Luna had disappeared into the darkness, leaving only the echo of her last words. Stop! Ren raised a hand when the tunnel ended abruptly against a crystalline wall that glowed with strange energy. It's here! Taro's living tunnel stopped, its segments pulsing while evaluating the new barrier. Ren's hydra sniffed the surface, its crystalline scales resonating slightly with the material. Is this? Min approached to better examine the wall. The mana crystal barrier? Yes, Ren ran his fingers over the surface. But look at this. His mushrooms pulsed while pointing to an irregularity in the crystal. What appeared to be a solid, impenetrable wall had a crack, barely visible under the living crystal light that coated their tunnel. They used their beasts and began digging around it until they finally had an entrance. It's small, Taro observed, studying the opening. Very small. We'll have to return the beasts. Ren began vanishing his hydra into his body. It's the only way to get them through. Ren was the first to try. Used to moving in the small secret tunnels he'd made, it wasn't difficult for him. Min followed, though he had to contort a bit to pass. His snake remained manifested. Being long but not thick, managed to slide through the crack with relative ease. Taro stayed looking at the opening with apprehension. I'm not going to fit, he declared after studying it. I'm more robust. Chapter 154, Taming the Ancient Ruins 6. Ren was the first to try. Used to moving through the small secret tunnels he'd made, it wasn't difficult for him to slip through. Min followed, though he had to contort a bit to pass. His snake remained manifested. Being long but not thick, managed to slide through the crack with relative ease, its scales gleaming in the strange light. Taro stayed looking at the opening with apprehension. I'm not going to fit, he declared after studying it. I'm more robust. He tried to wedge a shoulder in, but his broad back made passage impossible. After several frustrated attempts, Ren began to laugh. What's so funny? Taro growled, still stuck halfway. I don't sense anything dangerous here. Deactivate the shell, Ren suggested between laughs. Your beetle is in your body so it can pass, but you don't need to keep all its characteristics manifested. Taro blinked in surprise before blushing. The shell on his back vanished, and indeed he managed to slide through the crack without further problem. He was about to make an excuse and say it wasn't fear, but the words died in his throat when he saw what awaited them on the other side. Where they thought they would find more rock, earth, or crystal, rose a metallic wall that glowed faintly under a layer of antiquity rust. They were standing on a structure of the same material, some kind of strange bridge, or walkway with pulsing blue lines that extended from the crack to the wall. Look up, Ren whispered, his voice filled with wonder. Min and Taro raised their eyes and held their breath. The metal wall curved upward into the sides, forming what appeared to be part of an enormous sphere. The same was true when they looked down. Other bridges similar to theirs connected the crystallized mana wall to the structure at different levels and angles. All this existed in a space between the crystal barrier they had just crossed, and another similar layer that seemed to contain the entire structure, as if the metal sphere had been built in a pocket between two worlds. It's Harrow couldn't find the words. Impossible, Min completed, his voice barely a whisper. Ren was already walking toward the end of their bridge, where a rectangular shape was distinguishable in the metallic wall. As he approached, the details became clearer. It was definitely a door, with engraved symbols that resembled ones he had seen before. It can't be, Min observed the other walkways. All this has been here, under the academy, this whole time. What is this place? Taro asked, still trying to process the scale of what they were seeing. Ren extended his hand toward the door. I don't know, he responded while his mushrooms pulsed with anticipation. But we're going to find out. Ren's fingers barely brushed the door's symbols when a bluish glow emanated from them. His mushrooms responded immediately, pulsing with the same strange light. An overwhelming sensation coursed through his body, as if something ancient and powerful was communicating directly with his mind. Suddenly he understood. Every action needed to open the door unfolded in his consciousness like a map. But along with that knowledge came something else. An increase in his perception, and a realization. Down! Ren grabbed Min and Taro, roughly pulling them to the metal floor. Don't move. What? Min began to ask, but Ren silenced him with a gesture. Someone followed us, he whispered, his eyes fixed on the crack they had entered through. They have a beast that can jump, do short teleportations. Ren began crawling toward the crack, taking his friends with him, keeping as close to the floor as possible. Min and Taro didn't understand the abrupt change. They had many questions, but... Ren pressed a finger to his lips, silencing Min and Taro's questions. He pressed against the edge of the mana wall, his body tense as a bowstring. Teleportation beasts have a weakness, he whispered so low his friends could barely hear him. They need to see where they're going to appear. Min and Taro nodded, understanding the importance of staying out of sight. Be ready, Ren continued, when they appear. He broke off when he felt the distortion in the mana, the signal of a spatial jump. The figure materialized right in front of the crack, still inside Taro's living tunnel. After some tense seconds of what felt like indecision, they ended up cautiously peering through. Ren held his breath. He knew the followers' next action would be predictable. Seeing no one, they would do a jump inside the space for better visibility. As anticipated, the figure muttered something, and instead of physically crossing the crack, the air distorted with the signal of another jump. Teleportation beasts tend to choose the most obvious and safe point to appear. Ren smiled internally while moving. At the exact moment the figure materialized in the center of the metal walkway, Ren jumped. His arms, strengthened by Lin and the Hydra's buff, closed around the intruder from behind, one hand firmly covering their eyes. Jumping beast is useless if you can't see your destination, Ren declared, maintaining his firm grip. Now, why did you follow us? The vibrations Harold's mole caught were unmistakable. The intruder was approaching. His long antenned centipede confirmed the presence. Damn, Harold gritted his teeth. They couldn't afford witnesses, not when they were so close. They would have to silence the bat boy. The spies quickly analyzed the situation. The bat was a threat with its sonar, but its tamer seemed distracted, focused on chewing smelly food. A quick and precise attack. Harold touched the hand on the other side, transmitting a new message to his companion: prepare elimination. Too much risk. His companion didn't seem very convinced as his hand trembled was that indecision. But while considering his options, a plan began to form. The ruins he was going to find were deep enough that a disappearance would take time to investigate. If they could get the boy's body there without being seen, in the worst case, he could always escape to the abyss. His modified beast, a modern achievement of Yino, reached silver rank 1 without destroying its tamer's mind, giving the spy a power range unthinkable for a normal child his age. No student near his age could avoid being dragged to the depths. Stop trembling and prepare, he transmitted to his companion. Let me pass when in range. We catch the intruder as soon as he's less than 5 meters away. The other spy began preparing his trap, and then they felt it. A distortion in the mana, the unmistakable pattern of a spatial teleportation. The spy covering the entrance caught a glimpse of blue hair materializing briefly before hiding under a box behind the other intruder. Shit, Harold's fingers transmitted frantically. Second intruder, jump beast. Luna, Chapter 155, Taming Fear. The other spy began preparing his trap, and then they felt it. A distortion in the mana, the unmistakable pattern of a spatial teleportation. The spy covering the entrance caught a glimpse of blue hair materializing briefly before hiding under a box behind the other intruder. Shit, Harold's fingers transmitted frantically. Second intruder, jump beast. Luna, The situation had just grown exponentially more complicated. One thing was disposing of a distracted student, but a teleportation beast. Those were rare, and generally meant trouble. Harold's centipede extended its long antennae, trying to map the new intruder's exact position. The mole vibrated, detecting movement right where the jump had landed. The outer spy insisted blue hair plus jump equal to Luna strong. Extreme risk. Yet Harold considered his options. The mission was crucial, the ruins contained secrets Yino desperately wanted. But if they were discovered now, abandon? The other spy asked insistently through the cover. Harold felt the tension in his companion's taps, but a smile formed on his lips. His abyssal centipede vibrated, catching the characteristic mana fluctuations of teleportation. Luna, he thought while his mole confirmed the presence at the jump point. What an interesting twist of fate. His employer's orders had always been clear, obtaining Luna was a priority. The arranged engagement with Klein was just one of many strategies in play. And frankly, one destined to fail from the beginning in his opinion. Harold remembered Klein's constant complaints, his childish tantrums, his inability to understand the true nature of his political mission of wooing the girl. He shook his head in disgust, remembering. No, that path would never work. But this was a unique opportunity. His fingers transmitted quickly, no retreat, priority target identified. Are you crazy? The response came immediately. She'll have guards nearby. The 6 new ones are extremely suspicious. That's why we must act fast now that she's near our tunnel, Harold interrupted the tapping. Generate more material like this used for the camouflage. I want 2 blankets. His companion hesitated but began working. Harold didn't know why Luna was following the Batboy, but that was irrelevant. What mattered was that she was here, far from most of her protectors that his antennae couldn't sense, in a place where no one would expect an attack. His modified beast stirred beneath his skin, eager to act. At Silver Rank 1, he could handle any initial resistance. Sorry, Klein, he thought with some irony. But there are more efficient ways to get what you want. His fingers transmitted the final instructions. Hurry. We need immediate containment. It was risky, yes. The new students probably weren't far. But if they acted quickly enough, the prize was worth any risk. They would generously reward whoever delivered Luna, especially if she came with information about the ruins under the academy. Harold smiled in the darkness. Luna had no idea she was walking straight into a trap. Sometimes, he thought while preparing, fate delivers exactly what we need. Harold transmitted through the cover on the wall. Open the entrance just for a moment when the stuff is ready. I'll handle Luna. You take the intruder. Signal when finished. The first cover took shape quickly. The tension was palpable, while the second began forming. The spy worked with controlled but hurried movements, clearly uncomfortable with the plan but following orders. The second was barely halfway done when, a flash of mana, Luna had materialized nearby, too close. She was peering precisely in their direction. Damn! Harold didn't wait for the signal or his companion to finish. His body changed instantly, his modified beast manifesting to its maximum. The centipede's antennae extended, catching every mana fluctuation in the air. Now, he shouted to his companion. You catch the bat one! Everything happened in an instant. Luna detected the danger immediately. The air distorted with the characteristic signature of a spatial jump as she tried to escape. But Harold's antennae were extraordinary. The mana fluctuations were so clear to him that he could predict exactly where the jump would appear. It was like seeing a 3-dimensional mana map in space, and only one point glowed brightly. With Harold's multiple long legs and his speed increased by 200%, the swift impulse took him to the appearance point. Just after the girl's figure could fully materialize, Harold was already there. The cover his companion had created deployed like a living net, enveloping Luna, without giving her eyes time to repeat the appearance dynamic. Inside the cover, Harold felt mana accumulating. She was trying to use transformation. His centipede's antennae caught the intention instantly. There was no time for subtleties. The strike was quick and precise. Luna collapsed inside the cover, the energy dissipating inside like mist. Secure the other one, Harold ordered, while verifying his prisoner was truly unconscious. His centipede's antennae remained extended, monitoring the area. If the new students were nearby, they would have to act fast. But for now, they had Luna. The other spy was barely finishing the second cover when Lu's bat emitted a sonar pulse. The waves bounced through the space, revealing the hidden figures. Lu's fusion with his beast after that was almost instantaneous. The bat's wings manifested on his arms while his mind processed the sonar information to attackers, one wrapped figure. He rose quickly in the storage's darkness, his bat guiding him with perfect precision. He's escaping, Harold shouted, still holding his unconscious prisoner. The other spy threw the newly finished cover, but Liu was already near the high ceiling. Damn, Harold gritted his teeth. If the boy reached the entrance, the entire operation would be compromised. He would have to catch him, but... Liu stopped in the air. His bat had detected something else, the kidnapped girl. No, he whispered, and then made his decision. Instead of escaping toward the entrance, Liu dove directly at Harold. His eyes glowed with determination while remembering Ren's lessons. Sonar isn't just for detection, his friend had told him. Concentrated and at the right distance, it can disorient, stun. The cry that emerged from Lu was like nothing Harold had experienced. The sound waves, amplified and concentrated by the beast, hit his nervous system like a hammer. Too effective against Harold's beast's heightened perception. Chapter 156, Taming Defeat. Instead of escaping toward the entrance, Lu dove directly at Harold. His eyes glowed with determination while remembering Ren's lessons. Sonar isn't just for detection, his friend had told him. Concentrated and at the right distance, it can disorient, stun. The cry that emerged from Lu was like nothing Harold had experienced. The sound waves, amplified and concentrated by the beast, hit his nervous system like a hammer. Too effective against his beast's heightened perception. He staggered, his antennae involuntarily retracting from the attack. His vision blurred while his brain tried to process the sensory overload. Lu descended, his hand extended toward the wrapped figure. He was so close that he was distracted for an instant. The movement above Harold went unnoticed until it was too late. It wasn't an antenna. A line of organic material, placed defensively above Harold as protection, wrapped around Liu's wrist. The first spy had activated the line Harold was pulling at the precise moment. Liu's hand got pulled, and before he could react, Harold recovered from the stunning. His fist, empowered by his modified beast, connected with brutal precision. Liu went limp, like a puppet with cut strings even before touching the ground. Harold raised his hand for a second blow, this time lethal, but his companion stopped him. "Leave him to me," the spy pointed toward the tunnel. "Your beast. Its energy is too distinctive. If someone's tracking, they'll detect you first. Enter the tunnel now." Harold barely had time to consider his companion's suggestion when his antennae caught a new presence. The vibrations his mole detected in the stairs were unmistakable. Someone was approaching. "Shit," he hissed, his centipede extending its antennae to evaluate the threat. "Hurry!" His spy companion acted efficiently, wrapping Liu's unconscious body in the protective cover with precise movements. The sensation intensified. Whoever was coming was moving fast. "Inside!" Harold urged while his companion carried Liu toward the hidden hole. They slipped through the opening just as the footsteps reached the storage level. The entrance disappeared under a layer of material. "Take her." Harold passed Luna's unconscious body to his companion. "I need my hands free." Without waiting for a response, he positioned himself at the tunnel's front. His ears were still ringing, and he saw things slightly distorted from the Bat Boy's annoying ability, but he gritted his teeth. The centipede extended its ethereal antennae through the rock, searching. "There are 2 possible entrances in the upper part," he murmured while beginning to excavate. "The antennae can sense them, but we need to reach the closest one before." A vibration came from the direction they'd come from. Someone was investigating the storage room. "Faster," his companion whispered, adjusting his grip on the 2 unconscious prisoners. Harold didn't respond, focused on creating a perfect tunnel while the centipede constantly scanned the surrounding area. The antennae caught one of the entrances more clearly. It was close. Very close. The mana emanating from it had a pattern very similar to what he'd been trained to look for in the ruins. "This way." Harold turned slightly right. "I can feel an entrance, if we can reach it before they track our mana." His companion followed in silence. The tunnel extended behind them, serpentining through the rock like an invisible scar. Harold knew they would eventually find it. It was impossible to completely hide an excavation's trace, especially when the ruins of mana would end up escaping through the hole. But they didn't need to hide it forever. Just long enough to obtain the prize and escape to the depths. His centipede's antennae vibrated with anticipation. They were close, very close. The mana signal grew stronger with each meter they advanced. "Almost," he murmured while his claws tore away another section of rock. "Just a little more." In the Academy's biggest office, Director Ignatius massaged his temples while reviewing the preliminary monthly reward reports. The Academy, dedicated to training the heirs of the kingdom's best families, might seem expensive in its entrance fee, but was paradoxically one of the 5 most costly institutions to maintain. The incentive system was brutal for the kingdom's coffers. The top 5, the so-called platinum students, though none actually had a beast of that rank, received a daily support of 10,000 crystals. Top platinum 10,000 daily crystals, totaling 1,800,000 per semester. Almost 2 million per semester for each one. But they justified it with their extraordinary results. In all the Academy's history, mostly students from 7th or 8th year, they were the top of the ranking, one that simulated cultivation ranks without actually depending on the student's beast cultivation rank. Though in a way, one could say the rank showed how cultivated they were. Right behind those 5 came the scarce gold rank students. Gold 3,000 daily crystals came the scarce gold rank students, totaling 540,000 per semester. Gold 22,000 per semester, and with reason. Getting there was equivalent to truly perfect performance. Most outstanding students concentrated in silver ranks. Silver 3,300 daily crystals, 54,000 per semester. Silver 2,200 daily crystals, 36,000 per semester. These students typically reported between 10,000 and 20,000 crystals monthly. Respectable numbers that justified the school's investment and were enough to cultivate decent beasts. Bronze ranks received more modest support. Bronze 220 daily crystals, 3,600 per semester. Bronze 110 daily crystals, 1,800 per semester. Their reports oscillated between 2,000 and 10,000 crystals monthly. Nothing spectacular, but showing potential. Usually early year students still learning. Enough for initial cultivations, but not so much that they'd be content. Still incentivized to improve their ranks. And finally, iron rank students. The new ones. 1 crystal daily. 180 per semester. Such an insignificant amount, it didn't even cover basic cultivation cost. Their reports were predictably low, with the occasional prodigy maybe reaching 10,000 crystals in gathering trip months. It was a system designed to reward progress and punish stagnation. The numbers in each list were always of similar length, monotonous, predictable, following patterns established for decades. Ignatius sighed, his eyes returning to a specific report. "Then why always you?" he murmured, reviewing the numbers again. It was impossible for those numbers not to stand out in the list with the fewest zeros. An iron rank student had been reporting amounts comparable to 7th and 8th year gold rank students. Not for 1 month, not by luck, but consistently for over 3 months. And Naue, standing before his desk, was telling him they would have to add a 200,000 crystal runes value to this month's acquisitions report. A bronze rank 2 light rune? Ignatius looked at Wei incredulously. For an iron student. "I lost the bet." Wei looked physically ill while explaining. "It's official, there's a new digger beetle evolution." Chapter 157. Taming the Ancient Ruins 7. A bronze rank 2 light rune? Ignatius looked at Wei incredulously. For an iron student? "I lost the bet." Wei looked physically ill while explaining. "It's official, there's a new digger beetle evolution." The director's eyes returned to the numbers on his desk, scanning them for the 100th time. Final year students with elite beasts and years of experience reported similar amounts. But a first-year child? With the historically weakest beast? Luck should have limits, Ignatius muttered, massaging his temples. The figures danced before his eyes, defying all logic and experience. His hands trembled slightly as he set down the report. "This is ridiculous." Wei shifted uncomfortably before the director's desk, his usual confidence shattered. "That must be it," he insisted, though his voice lacked conviction. Some relative of his must have stumbled upon it by dumb luck and somehow communicated it to the kid by. The director was about to silence Wei's poor attempt at rationalization when urgent knocks on the door interrupted first. "Enter!" Ignatius had barely finished speaking when he felt it. A mana disturbance. A wave of power emanated from the depths, strong enough that even without a perception-specialized beast, he could sense it crawling across his skin. Mayo burst in, her usual maidenly composure completely abandoned. Her hair was disheveled, and her eyes were wide with urgency. "Director, we have problems. The Prince Julius's 3 special guests might be in danger." The director visibly tensed. "The 6 new students went to investigate," Mayo continued. "But if we're facing something of the last intruder's level." She let the sentence hang in the air, heavy with implication. Ignatius understood immediately. 6 bronze rank 1 or 2 agents, no matter how well trained, could hardly survive a gold rank opponent. The power gap was simply too vast. Their best option is to try to recover and retreat upward, Mayo explained, her hands clasped tightly before her. "Bring the battle to you." As if confirming the gravity of the situation, perception auxiliaries began arriving alongside several combat masters. Their reports were similar. They had sensed a significant energetic disturbance beneath the academy. But there was a crucial difference. One had detected an abyssal energy signature below the school, if only for a moment. "Evacuate the students," Ignatius ordered as he rose from his chair, his movements sharp and decisive. "Standard protocol, same routes as last time." From a hidden compartment, he retrieved the lightning hawk Julius had sent, a direct communication line with the prince. The bird glowed, its feathers crackling with electricity. Using the mana lines of standard communicators in the castle would have taken longer to reach the prince. He quickly wrote on a special parchment, possible second abyssal intruder of gold level. Luna, Leora, and Larissa potentially in danger. 6 agents in recovery action. Request immediate response. The hawk snatched the message and shot through the window, its speed so high it left a trail of sparks in the air. It was their fastest form of communication besides the castle's scarce communicators, which were slightly less private. The bird would reach the castle in seconds. He strode toward the door, followed by several battle teachers and the most experienced perception auxiliaries. The designated location for intercepting high-level threats had been established after the last attack, an area specifically designed to minimize collateral damage and maximize the advantage of the many combat teachers and new guards. It can't be, he thought as they moved swiftly through the corridors. Yino can't have that many gold rank agents already. If they had that level of power. If Yino truly had that many warriors of that caliber, they wouldn't need infiltrations and furtive attacks. They could simply invade directly. Director, one of the perception auxiliaries, approached as they continued toward the interception point. The energy. It's different from normal. More intense. Ignatius frowned. Different. Had Yino sent something worse than a gold agent? Soon the hallways would be filled with evacuating students. The remaining teachers directing the movement. Let the girls be safe, the director thought as they reached their position. Another wave of power interrupted his thoughts. This time it was undeniable. Something was happening in the depths of the academy. Ren's arms maintained a firm but careful grip around the girl, one hand covering her eyes. Min and Taro tensed upon recognizing her, but Ren didn't hesitate. Why were you following us? He whispered near her ear, keeping his voice low in the crystal chamber. The girl shivered at the whisper. She didn't seem frightened, but rather embarrassed. Her mind raced through options. She could manifest her beast, use its special characteristics. With Ren's grip on her eyes leaving one arm partially free, she drove her elbow back toward him. But her strike met an abdomen hard as diamond. The girl internally cursed, fighting through the pain not to scream. Could he really be that hard there? Don't even try, Ren warned softly. The Hydra's defense manifested in his torso. The girl decided she had no choice but to manifest her beast then. I told you not to try, Ren insisted. His free hand settled on the girl's stomach, and suddenly she felt something extraordinary, her mana flow distorted, like a river whose course had been subtly altered. The transformation was interrupted. She held her breath, surprised. Only 3 people she knew could perform such precise disruptive control without causing damage: her father and 2 of her older brothers. It was a technique that required a deep understanding of mana flow and exceptional control. Last chance, Ren insisted. Either cooperate, or to protect ourselves I'll have to threaten you to tell everyone your secret. The girl's heart raced. My secret, she thought frantically. Which one does he know about? Ren guided her toward the metal door, practically carrying her to maintain control. Do you know what this is? He asked, referring to the ancient structure. I can't see anything, she responded, trying to keep calm. You're covering my eyes, remember? Ren was about to respond when his mushrooms pulsed in warning. Several presences were approaching rapidly. Damn, he muttered. This was supposed to be a moment like no other to make his discovery down here, but it seemed many had the same idea for some reason. His eyes scanned the ancient door, and an idea formed in his mind. Sorry about this then? He whispered to the girl before sending a precise mana pulse through his hand. The cousin let out a small whimper when she felt the internal pinch of her flow being manipulated harshly. The numbness in your flow will only last a few minutes, Ren explained as he began pressing different points on the door. It's better that you can't use mana for now. You're going to accompany us. His fingers moved with precision, following the pattern he had perceived when he first touched the door. It was like playing an invisible melody, each point needing exact pressure at the exact moment. Chapter 158, Taming the Ancient Ruins 8. Numbness in your mana flow will only last a few minutes, Ren explained as he began pressing different points on the door. It's better that you can't use mana for now. You're going to accompany us. His fingers moved with precision, following the pattern he had perceived when he first touched the door. It was like playing an invisible melody, each point needing exact pressure at the exact moment. Ren pressed the symbols with growing urgency as the presences approached at an alarming speed. He regretted not having the fast option, the key. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he worked, but something wasn't right. They were moving too fast, as if something had fundamentally changed. And then it hit him. The interrupted mana flow of my hostage, he thought, as panic began to bloom in his chest. His fingers trembled against the cold metal of the door. Any decent perception beast would detect the anomaly, the expelled mana stopping abruptly, like a sudden death amid all the natural flow. A red flag that would send any guard into high alert. They might think she is dead now. Oops. The 6 new students flashed through his mind, 6 presences that now made terrible sense. After Julius's visit, their behavior, the way they always seemed to be observing, their minimal participation in classes. Guards? The thought made his hand shake slightly, making it more difficult to open the door. Did I just attack and threaten someone under Julius's royal protection? As if that wasn't enough, another presence, a strange energy pulsed above for a moment. His imagination playing tricks, the symbols under his fingers seemed to resist now, as if his own panic interfered with the pattern. The ancient metal felt cold and unresponsive, refusing to yield to his touch. What had he gotten himself into? Discovering ancient ruins in secret was one thing, but interfering with the mana flow of someone under kingdom protection. They're getting closer. Ren adjusted his grip on the girl while trying to maintain concentration on the pattern. The girl remained oddly still, as if oblivious to the gravity of the situation. She was more occupied exploring Ren's torso with curiosity, her free hand sliding across his abdomen, as if she couldn't believe the incredibly hard texture she found there. The presences were already near the crack when finally the last symbol yielded under his fingers. The ancient door began to move with a sound that seemed to resonate through the entire metallic structure, its echo bouncing off the spherical walls. Inside, quickly? The ancient door had barely finished opening when a figure leapt through the crack. One of the new students, her Earth Wolverine manifesting for the first time since arriving at the academy. The bronze-rank 2 beast combined with its tamer gave her a menacing air. Ren shoved Min and Taro toward the interior, while his fingers frantically searched for the closing pattern on the internal panel. A second agent was already entering through the crack, her shadow stretching ominously across the metal floor. Just a few more symbols. Ren released the captured girl, throwing her to Min to focus on the patterns, his fingers moving with desperate urgency. The girl with the bronze 2 Wolverine lunged at him to attack. Her claws found Ren's arm but couldn't break the Hydra's crystalline scales. The momentum died with a sound like metal striking glass. The guards and spy girl's eyes widened in surprise at seeing the manifestation of a second beast in Ren. They shouted simultaneously, "So you were a damn Yino spy, traitor?" The guard snarled, realizing Ren was a double tamer. "So those weren't steel abs, traitor," the spy girl blurted, blushing as she realized she wasn't focusing on the important problem, that Ren had 2 beasts. "You are lucky she's alive. Surrender her now and your death will be quick and painless." The second agent who had passed through the crack charged forward while a third figure began emerging from the crack. Taro managed to catch the first one, who was in a stalemate with Ren in a bear hug, but the second was already about to enter too. Ren's fingers pressed the final sequence. The ancient door closed with a metallic groan that echoed through the chamber. Yes, Ren thought, but his relief was short-lived. The second agent had managed to slip inside just before the door was sealed. Damn it. Now they were trapped with 2 formidable opponents, a bronze rank 2 agent, and another bronze rank 1 with a night ambusher. Of the night excavator Ren had visited in the forest near his house. The ones that dig traps. Broke free from Taro's grip with an elbow to his side, in a fluid movement that spoke of years of training. Ren raised his guard, ready to fight alongside Taro. The guards mirrored their stance, tension crackling in the air between them. Face to face, the Wolverine one started creating a chunk of earth. The second guard touched the earth with her claws, and before Taro and Min's astonished eyes, the material began to fuse with her extremities. The claws grew and sharpened, transforming into deadly mineral extensions. They were a devastating combination, the Wolverine's elemental power providing the material that the night ambusher converted into lethal weapons. A duo with good synergy, Ren analyzed while manifesting more of his Hydra, crystalline scales spreading across his skin. Like Luna and her team members. They were 2 attack beasts, earth elemental damage and a high-speed earth controller, the perfect vanguard for the caves. Wait, Ren tried to reason, raising his hands. This is a misunderstanding, He barely managed to dodge the first attack from the night ambusher agent, her mineral claws slicing through the air where his head had been a second before. The night ambusher moved like a shadow, so different from its base form that it was hard to believe it had ever been a digger designed for ambushes. In this evolution it had sacrificed stealth for pure speed and offensive power. Silence, spy. The Wolverine agent spat the words like venom. We've already seen your second beast. Only the royal family and select nobles know the secret to achieving that, so don't play dumb. Who's your employer? It was clear they weren't going to listen. Taro took up a defensive stance, his living tunnel manifesting as well. Ren adopted a defensive posture, Hydra scales glinting in the strange light of the ancient chamber. Chapter 159. Taming the ancient ruins finished crossing the crack, and stood on the metallic bridge, muscles tense and ready for combat. Their forms cast long shadows across the ancient structure as they assessed the worrying situation. The 2 attack-oriented companions, the vanguard of the group chosen for their advantage in territory and speed, had rushed ahead and managed to enter before the door sealed. Now they were trapped inside with their protection target, and the suspected spies. Did you see? One of them asked the third agent who had crossed the crack. The young lady, is she? Couldn't get a clear view, the agent shook her head in frustration, fists clenching at her sides. Mako and Shizu charged in and blocked the line of sight. Damn it. Another slammed her fist against the metal floor, the sound reverberating through the spherical structure like a gong. We're the recovery specialists. What good are we if we couldn't retrieve the young lady? They approached the ancient door, studying the engraved symbols that pulsed with a faint, ethereal light. The leader ran her fingers across the marks, her expression growing more grave with each passing second. This is a seed of the 3 main veins, she murmured in awe. Not as big as the royal artery beneath the castle, but not an insignificant structure either. There's an important artifact and 10 miracle potions inside. Are you certain? Another agent leaned in to examine the markings, her breath fogging the cold metal surface. Absolutely. Only the 3 main families in the royal line have the key to access this. Her fingers traced the ancient patterns. Master Julius told me the 3 schools were originally created to guard these seeds until the crystal opened. Maybe the traitors gave the key to the spies, but it isn't something they'd entrust to common spies. The agents exchanged worried looks. The implications were deeply disturbing. This seed wasn't supposed to be ready for another 10 years. The agent observed the crack they'd entered through. The opening shouldn't exist, but even though it does, an adult still can't fit through that small gap. How did they know it would be ready early? The one who had struck the floor asked, her voice tight with tension. How did that mushroom boy hide the key? And more importantly, how did they manage to infiltrate him into Yano when they already were looking at the Goldcrest shenanigans closely? The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken fears. The question's none-dared voice hung in the air. Had more than one of the three main families betrayed the kingdom? Was another family acting while they were trying to get evidence on the Goldcrests? We can't enter, the leader finally spoke, breaking the oppressive silence. Only someone of the standing of Master Julius or someone of high rank in the main families could bring the key to activate this door. So what do we do? Another asked, shifting nervously. Wait for them to come out? Moments earlier, Harold's antennae detected the entrance. With a final adjustment to their course, the crystal wall appeared before them, its surface shimmering with power. His mole claws worked methodically, removing earth around a discovered fissure barely large enough for a child to squeeze through. The crystalline barrier hummed with contained energy as they exposed more of the crack. The other spy, still holding their unconscious captives, finished creating another special coverage. The material would shroud Harold and his companion, further masking their mana signatures from detection. Harold crossed first, antennae extended to detect any threats in the alien environment. He helped his companion maneuver the two unconscious bodies through, noting that the Bat Boy still drew breath. Why didn't you kill him? Harold asked, his voice sharp with disapproval. It's not necessary, the other spy hesitated, voice wavering. He didn't see our faces, doesn't know which family. Don't be foolish, Harold cut off the excuse, his tone cold. His bat used sonar. It could distinguish plenty in the darkness. He approached the motionless body. If you lack the stomach to take lives, I'll do it myself. The other spy trembled slightly, clutching the wrapped bodies tighter. Harold advanced toward him but stopped abruptly, his antennae vibrating with urgent warning signals. More presences. Harold and the other spy stood on the upper section of the seed, and 3 new mana signatures had entered through one side of the spherical structure. That way, Harold pointed in the opposite direction. Take the hostages to the other end and hide. His companion seemed relieved to avoid bloodshed and quickly obeyed, disappearing into the shadows with their captives. Harold peered cautiously around the curve of the structure, the other spy's coverage still masking his presence. His eyes widened in surprise. The damn mushroom boy was here too. What the hell? His antennae extended, rapidly assessing the situation. He could eliminate them all, adding more bodies to the list hardly mattered now. But then he detected another mana signature. Someone had stopped outside the crack where the mushroom group had entered. The figure performed a spatial jump, and Harold nearly lost his coverage in shock. Impossible, another jump beast. But then he saw the girl's hair color and everything clicked into place. Idiot! He berated himself. She was hidden in the same group all this time. The mushroom boy had caught the young woman. If he acted quickly, he could secure both Luna and the king's daughter. His body began to transform. Then his antennae captured 6 new power signatures. Bronze rank 1 and 2. Shit. The semi-conspicuous guards. Their presence changed the entire scenario. Harold canceled the transformation and watched the situation with Ren's group unfold. He stood dumbfounded as the mushroom boy began pressing specific points on the ancient door. You moron! It was impossible. Only special keys, like the one he carried, should be able to activate these mechanisms. Yet, how? His antennae extended involuntarily, trying to comprehend what he was witnessing. Had the other noble family supporting Yino sent another agent? But even they needed the keys. Seeing the door open without a key was beyond incredible. Nobody should possess that knowledge. Was there a third power at play? Some faction they'd overlooked? His thoughts were interrupted as he watched the group enter. Only 2 guardians had managed to slip inside before the door sealed. He pushed his questions aside, focusing on the immediate mission. He should attack now, enter from the other side, and eliminate the 2 guards who'd gone in with the mushroom group. It would make their escape easier by eliminating the group of 6 separately, and he could take not 1 but 2 valuable hostages for Yino. The 10 medicines and the evolution key are inside, he thought, as he crawled back to his companion. If I dispose of them now. He rose and began running toward the opposite side of the structure. Glory for completing such a mission with results far beyond expectations was within reach. Intense pain exploded in his leg. A wolf had emerged from his own shadow, its fangs sinking deep into his flesh and tearing before vanishing back into darkness. What the? The beast had appeared through the shadows themselves, invisible to his enhanced perception until that instant. Harold transformed his injured leg, flesh morphing into centipede segments. A power signature emerged from the shadows, and his blood ran cold. Luna, Luna was here, standing before him. But then, his eyes widened in shock. Who did we capture? Chapter 160, Taming the Ancient Ruins. 10. Harold transformed his injured leg, flesh morphing into centipede segments. A power signature emerged from the shadows and his blood ran cold. Luna was here, standing before him. But then, his eyes widened in shock. Who did we capture? Moments earlier, Luna raced toward the caves, her shadow wolf merging and reappearing as they advanced. If the energy disturbance came from below, it was the most logical place to search. Everyone seemed to be heading in that direction. But suddenly her wolf's ears drooped, and it whimpered softly. Luna stopped, noticing how her beast seemed uncomfortable. "What is it? Did you hear something?" she whispered, kneeling beside her companion. The wolf's dark fur rippled as shadows played across its form. The wolf perked its ears, nose twitching as it caught something in the air. Without warning, it turned and began guiding Luna in the opposite direction, toward the Iron Rank students' food storage. When they entered, the place appeared empty. Shadows stretched between old containers and boxes, but Luna could see clearly, though there were no signs of movement. The wolf, however, insisted. Its nose worked frantically until it caught a particular scent. But suddenly, the beast recoiled, whimpering in pain. Its eyes began to water. Luna caught the scent then too, a nauseating smell that seemed to contaminate the very air. Her eyes traced the trail to an open box. "The bean preserves," she muttered while quickly closing the box, wrinkling her nose at the pungent aroma. After a few moments, when the air cleared somewhat, the wolf resumed sniffing. This time, it led them to the corner where the old barrels rested, its nose moving with renewed determination. Luna carefully observed the area. Something wasn't right. Her fingers brushed the wall and found a strange texture, a flexible covering that shouldn't be there. When she pulled it away, a wave of mana energy hit her with such intensity she nearly stepped back. They didn't enter through the mines, she realized with horror. Hurried footsteps resonated above their heads. Someone on the upper floor had sensed the disturbance too when she unblocked it. Moments later, 2 perception auxiliaries rushed down the stairs. "Lady Luna," one of them approached quickly. "The energy." "Here," Luna pointed to the hidden tunnel. "Someone has been digging." One of the auxiliaries immediately left to inform the director and reinforcements. The other, an earth specialist, began examining the tunnel. "I'll go in, wait here." "I have to enter with you," Luna insisted. "My cousins could be down there." "Lady Luna, I cannot allow." "I'm not asking permission." Her eyes glowed dangerously. "I'm going in. You can come with me or stay here." The auxiliary hesitated before nodding resignedly. "At least let me check the path first. I'll take the front." They descended the tunnel carefully, the auxiliary using his beast to ensure it wouldn't collapse on them. When they reached the crack in the crystal barrier, however, they found another obstacle. "I can't pass," the auxiliary admitted after several attempts. The opening was too narrow for an adult. Luna looked at the crack, then at the auxiliary. Her wolf was already merging with the shadows, ready to follow her. "I can," she declared while sliding through the opening. "Let the others know where I am." Before the auxiliary could protest, Luna had vanished beyond the crack. It was clear they wouldn't listen. Taro took up his guard position, his living tunnel manifesting as well. Ren adopted a defensive stance and quickly evaluated the situation. The 2 agents, Mako with her Earth Wolverine and Shizu with her Night Ambusher, were at a higher level than the girl he had subdued earlier. The mana flow control he'd used on her wouldn't work against opponents of his same standing, bronze rank or higher. "We'll have to do this the hard way," he thought, analyzing his opponent's battle pattern. "Taro!" he called without taking his eyes off the agents. "Maximum concentration on your defense. Use all your plates and convert earth to living mineral whenever you can." Taro was the perfect counter. The living tunnel's living crystal would be immune to the Wolverine's elemental control, and couldn't be used by the Night Ambusher. The only problem was that Taro hadn't fully mastered his new abilities yet, his movements still clumsy from inexperience. "I'll have to keep them busy," Ren prepared as his Hydra scales gleamed under the dim light. But his beast's true ability wasn't its crystalline armor, that was just its manifestation. The Hydra's elemental nature was light, yet the powerful light beam from that day, its signature ability, would be available at that level in gold rank, where its power would be devastating. For now, it wasn't worth using like that. Energy concentrated in his hands. Where Mako had mineral earth claws, Ren manifested claws of pure light, blazing with blinding intensity. The combined buff of his beasts, 40% from the Hydra plus 20% from the mushroom, gave him a total 60% strength increase. Time to put it to the test. Mako attacked first, her Wolverine summoning more earth for her companion. Shizu moved like a shadow while seeking a weak point, her Night Ambusher's speed making her almost blur. Ren blocked the first blow with his light claws, the impact sending sparks through the air. The force of the clash surprised Mako. Clearly she hadn't expected him to match her strength, let alone exceed it. His physique, molded by Lin's training, made better use of the enhancement. Shizu attacked from the flank, or tried to. But Taro had created a living crystal barrier. Her earth spikes bounced uselessly off the crystalline surface. Shizu's claws while Ren contained her. "The earth can't destroy his defense," Mako shouted in frustration, her wolverine growling inside her. "Tell me about it, my claws are breaking," Shizu responded, her night ambush's attacks becoming increasingly desperate. "Because they're not earth anymore." Ren grinned as his light claws cut through Shizu's claws in his next attack. "It's living crystal!" The night ambusher changed tactics, its speed increasing as Shizu searched for an opening. But Ren's light claws and crystalline armor denied her damage, and each blow backed by that 60% strength increase reverberated through her muscles, leaving them increasingly fatigued. Mako tried to create more earth for her companion, but Tara was transforming every chunk into living crystal before she could control it. Their perfect coordination was crumbling before a strategy that completely negated their synergy. "We're not Yino spies." Ren blocked another attack while backing toward Min and the king's daughter. "If you'd let us explain." "Silence," Mako roared in frustration, her wolverine's fur bristling. "Only the royal family knows the secrets of double beasts," Ren sighed. It seemed they would have to resolve this the hard way. Chapter 1-61, Taming the Ancient Ruins 11. The wolf's fangs sank deep into Harold's leg, but his instant transformation into centipede limbs nullified the effective damage for the moment. The modified appendage allowed him to move as if the wound didn't exist, ready to react and strike. Harold launched himself at Luna without hesitation. His antennae had detected the Shadow Wolf's characteristic mana signature, and Harold twisted to dodge the next attack, gaining distance. The metallic floor beneath him hummed as he moved. Luna had also seen something in the mana surrounding Harold since first spotting him. The abyssal mark was unmistakable to someone who had fought Yino agents before. She vividly remembered her encounter during the journey with Zhao. It hadn't happened to her that day, and it wouldn't happen today either. She wouldn't make the mistake of letting herself be attacked directly. The air distorted as she executed a jump, swapping positions with her wolf. It was a tactic she had perfected and used many times before, the shadows bending to her will. But Harold was no common agent. His extended antennae captured every mana fluctuation with supernatural precision. He could see the jump pattern forming like a three-dimensional map in his mind. Moreover, unlike the other two girls with jump beasts, Luna was limited to shadowed areas, or her wolf's location. By the time Luna emerged at her new point, Harold was already there. His fist, covered in chitinous armor and powered by his beast far above Luna's rank, descended with brutal force. The impact of a silver-rank creature resonated like thunder in the chamber. But instead of flesh, it met crystal. A transparent barrier had materialized between Luna and the blow. The force of the impact shattered it, brilliant fragments flying in all directions, but it had served its purpose. Luna was unharmed. Harold narrowed his eyes. Someone else had interfered. The crystal fragments exploded in a blinding flash. Luna was also momentarily blinded, but she didn't need to see her jump location, so she attempted another leap. Something strange happened, though. Instead of appearing where she'd planned, she found herself materializing beside her four guards. The first guard's bubble coral had created the sacrificial barrier. Her beast was a marine creature, formed by tiny spherical crystals, like a constellation of miniature mirrors, each fragment ready to create new defensive barriers, or labyrinths of reflections. The second guard controlled her ambush firefly, which had used the coral's crystals to amplify and reflect its light attack, creating the flash that temporarily blinded Harold. The third, with her antenna Venus, had been responsible for redirecting the jump. Her plant beast, specialized in trapping and devouring crystal fairies that ventured too close, could manipulate and redirect spatial jumps in its area of influence. They had asked her just a few minutes ago to stay in a safe place, but this wasn't the time for reproaches. "Lady Luna," the guard with the antenna Venus spoke quickly, her voice urgent. "We must get you to safety. Kira has her giant goat ready for your transport to the surface." "It's not the fastest," admitted the bubble coral's tamer. "Mako's wolverine would be a better option, but she's inside the seed with Shizu," the firefly guard completed. "Please, my lady, we must withdraw you while we can create a distraction. That beast is strong." Luna observed the situation as her vision returned. The guard's coordination was impeccable, the coral creating reflective surfaces, the firefly using them to blind, and the Venus manipulating space to ensure her extraction. They were specialized in recovering the mischievous daughters of the most powerful families, an extraction and distraction team. They weren't designed to fight against agents. "But, no," she declared firmly. "I won't leave." Luna could smell her cousins, Leora and Larissa, somewhere nearby. There was no way she would abandon them. Harold didn't give them time to argue. His eyes still burned from the flash, but his antennae vibrated with increased intensity, mapping every mana fluctuation in the environment. He transformed even further, his body twisting as the abyssal beast emerged. What remained barely looked human, an anthropomorphic abomination covered in chitinous segments and antennae. He launched himself at them with a speed that contradicted his grotesque form. The bubble coral guard reacted first. Her spherical crystals multiplied in the air, creating a labyrinth of mirrors and reflections designed to confuse and disorient. But Harold kept his eyes firmly closed. To his antennae, mana fluctuations were clearer than any visual image. Reflections couldn't deceive one who navigated by pure energy waves. The ambush firefly intensified its glow, firing concentrated light rays. The luminous explosions bounced between the coral's crystals, creating a network of attacks from multiple angles. The rays barely marked Harold's chitinous carapace. His abyssal armor resisted the assault as if they were mere caresses. The antenna Venus extended its roots forward while trying to trap the monster's extremities. But the roots were too slow, unable to find purchase on his transformed body. In seconds, Harold was upon them. His antennae extended like a deadly crown. The giant goat charged from one side while Luna's wolf attacked from the other, a coordinated attempt to halt his advance. The two beasts crashed against Harold's transformed body like waves against a cliff. Taro's living tunnel remained the key to their advantage, transforming each earth attack into crystal, rendering them useless to their opponents. Mako, frustrated to gain ground, finally summoned her beast outside her body, an imposing and furious bronze rank 2 creature. "This is all ridiculous," Ren complained while dodging an attack. "I can't even explore in peace without Luna and her friends chasing me all the time. Do they have a crush on me or something?" His light claws blocked another blow while he continued. "I only covered her eyes because I didn't want her to escape with a jump. I wanted to negotiate. She keeps my secret about going to the depths outside my rank, and I keep hers. I thought her rich family was hiding her beast to prevent kidnapping attempts like with Luna." "Don't play dumb, she's not from a rich family," one of the guards shouted, her voice charged with indignation. "Larissa is the king's daughter." Ren almost lost control of his light claws. Cold sweat began running down his back as the pieces clicked into place in his mind. The connection with Julius, the resemblance he had noticed but ignored. Oh no. The thought hit him like a hammer. Did I just rough up a real princess? Chapter 162, Taming the Ancient Ruins 12. "Don't play dumb, she's not from a rich family," one of the guards shouted, her voice charged with indignation. "Larissa is the king's daughter." Ren almost lost control of his light claws. Cold sweat began running down his back as the pieces clicked into place in his mind. The connection with Julius, the resemblance he had noticed but ignored. Oh no. The thought hit him like a hammer. Did I just rough up a real princess? Ren swallowed hard, remembering how roughly he had manipulated her mana flow. Was that your objective from the start? The guard pressed, her Wolverine growling menacingly. The artifact? Or perhaps you saw an opportunity to capture one of the girls, or all three. The Wolverine began circling them, while her companion continued, "The king's daughter, and the heiresses of two of the kingdom's three most important families aren't just any target. We have many ways to recover them. Did you think you could simply take them and run?" "No, it's not what you think." Ren shook his head frantically, his voice echoing off the metallic walls. "It's a misunderstanding. The distraction cost him dearly. The Wolverine seized his moment of panic to charge with all its might, sending him flying against one of the metal walls with a resounding crash. Min and Taro exchanged a brief look before simultaneously throwing themselves to the ground, their foreheads hitting the metal with a hollow thud. "We're so sorry," they shouted in unison, faces pressed against the cold floor. "We had no idea. I thought they were just normal noble girls," Min whimpered, his snake coiling nervously around his arm. "I believed royalty never left the castle," Taro added, his voice trembling. Larissa seized the moment to break away from Min, running toward where her guards waited. Once they had her behind them, the agent's demeanor changed completely. "Enough games," the Wolverine guard growled, her beast tensing for attack. "Time to end these filthy spies." With Taro and Min prostrate on the ground, practically defenseless, the guards saw their opportunity. The Wolverine launched itself at Taro. His armor would only protect him from fatal damage for so long. The other guard moved like a shadow toward Min, her mineral claws gleaming with lethal intent. Min didn't even have time to look up. Ren, barely recovering from the previous impact, saw the claws descending toward his friend. Something ignited inside him. His mushrooms pulsed with unprecedented intensity, feeding pure light into his crystalline defense. He leaped with all his strength to the limit. The light claws in his hand stretched, reaching greater length, while barely managing to interpose between Min and the attack at the last moment. The clash was brutal. The guard's mineral claws shattered on contact with Ren's concentrated light, brilliant fragments raining onto the metallic floor. The guard retreated, her eyes wide with surprise as she stared at her destroyed weapons. Ren's gaze hardened. He had now understood it truly. Part of him already knew, but now it was much clearer. For these girls, this wasn't a game or mischief. They were deadly serious, and would kill without hesitation. Without a word, his hand shot out to the disarmed guard's wrist. With his enhanced strength, the grip was implacable as he spun her and slammed her against the metal floor with an impact that resonated throughout the structure. The other guard reacted instantly, her wolverine charging forward. But Ren already knew every detail of that beast and was prepared. His mushrooms flashed with blinding light, directly into the beast's sensitive eyes. The wolverine? 3 meters of muscle and fury, still charged blindly. Ren dropped to the ground, his light claws intensifying as the beast passed over him. With a fluid motion, he cut along the wolverine's unprotected belly, its weak point. The beast disintegrated from the massive damage. Without losing a moment, Ren dissipated his claws and turned toward the downed guard before she could fully summon her beast again. With disruptive mana, connected with her stomach. He couldn't manipulate her flow delicately as he had done with Larissa, but he could cause moderate damage to deny her the capability. The beastless guard and manaless Larissa tried to attack him from behind, but their punches and kicks bounced uselessly off the Hydra's crystalline scales. "Taro!" Ren shouted while maintaining his position over the other guard. "Cover them in living mineral!" Taro, finally shaking off his stupor and seeing Ren truly angry for the first time, nodded. His living tunnel responded immediately, living crystal flowing to immobilize the 3 girls before they could attempt another attack. With the 3 girls firmly wrapped in living mineral, Ren finally had the chance to explain himself. "You know what?" he began, running across his face in frustration. "I just wanted to explore what I felt down here. You're the ones who came to ruin my day, and... Don't lie, you know, spy." The guard started shouting, but Ren stepped closer and raised his voice above theirs. "Enough!" His shout resonated through the metallic structure. "I'm sick of you not letting me speak, and in case you haven't noticed, you're not exactly in a position to talk, so you're going to listen." He approached Larissa, leaning until his eyes, burning with indignation, were inches from hers. The princess tensed, unaccustomed to anyone invading her personal space so boldly. "You have a mineral fairy, don't you?" Ren asked, his voice more controlled but still intense. "Then like Luna, you have the perception ability. You can sense when someone lies through mana flow too." Larissa's eyes widened in surprise. It was true, her beast could detect the fluctuations in mana that occurred when someone lied. It was an ability she shared with her cousin Luna. But how did he know? Larissa nodded tentatively. "Then use it," Ren challenged her. "See if I'm lying when I say I have nothing to do with Yino." Larissa closed her eyes for a moment, her mineral fairy partially manifesting. The mana fluctuations around Ren were clear, crystalline. He was telling the truth. "And I'm not interested in kidnapping princesses either," Ren continued. "Not you, nor Luna when I see her with her blue hair spying on me sometimes." "Oh," Larissa interrupted, a small smile forming on her lips. "Actually, Lior is the one who always spies on you. Luna only watches you during classes." "Oh, my lady?" "You shouldn't reveal." Chapter 163, Taming the Ancient Ruins 13. "And I'm not interested in kidnapping princesses either," Ren continued. "Not you, nor Luna when I see her with her blue hair spying on me sometimes." "Oh," Larissa interrupted, a small smile playing on her lips. "Actually, Lior is the one who always spies on you. Luna only watches you during classes." "My lady," the guards protested. "You shouldn't reveal." "He's telling the truth," Larissa cut them off. "About everything." She turned to Ren, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "Why are you here then?" "Like I said, I wanted to explore. I felt strange energy coming from down here and..." Ren shrugged, his mushrooms pulsing softly. "Yes, I'm curious. And you attacked the princess because..." One of the guards pressed, though her tone had lost some of its hostility. "I didn't attack her." Ren defended himself, throwing his hands up. "I just wanted to negotiate before she jumped away after maybe confirming it was us, probably to accuse us or something. Since she was spying on us, and I thought if she kept the secret about me coming down here, I'd keep hers about her beast. I didn't know she was a princess, or that she thought I was a spy." "That's true too," Larissa confirmed, then frowned. "But how did you know I had a mineral fairy if I was hiding my beast? Are you kidding?" Ren raised an eyebrow. "A jump beast, white glow in your hair and eyes. Anyone who saw you jump would know. Though now that I think about it, being constantly guarded and with that beast, it was obvious you were important. Like Luna when they tried to kidnap her. Maybe I should have known earlier, because you do look like Jewel, His Highness Julius." The guards exchanged glances. Seen that way, his actions made more sense, though they remained reckless. "So," Larissa smiled slightly, "this was all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding we could have avoided if someone," Ren cast a significant look at the guards, "had let me explain before attacking." Larissa burst into laughter, the musical sound resonating through the metallic structure. Ren took a step back, blushing at the princess's joyful expression. Her laughter was contagious, and her face lit up in a way that... A penetrating stare made him quickly avert his eyes. One of the guards was watching him, as if she wanted to skewer him with her gaze. Ren cleared his throat, grateful that the situation seemed to be calming down. "I like him," Larissa declared cheerfully, still laughing. "My lady," the guard with the bruised stomach protested, her voice tight with pain. Don't trust so easily, it could be a trick. She winced slightly. No normal child has such strength. That hit still, everything about him is suspicious. He's telling the truth, Larissa insisted firmly. You can deceive the body, but not Mena. Her eyes gleamed with determination. The essence that rules over magic always paints liars black. If it weren't for those foolish ancient rules about respect for nobles, I would do a purge with my mana sight myself, so don't underestimate my ability. But truth in his words doesn't change that he's a brute, the guard complained, tears welling in her eyes. He even hugged you, and... Larissa visibly blushed, some memory crossing her mind. It was just self-defense, she mumbled. I saw myself how he retracted his claws at the last moment before hitting you, so he meant no harm. But I probably have internal bleeding. The guard whined dramatically. Ren scratched the back of his neck, uncomfortable. Min, he called to his friend. Could you heal her with your snake? While Min approached the injured guard, Ren turned back to Larissa. What's this about respect for nobles? Why can't you use your detection ability for this purge? Larissa let out an exasperated sigh. It's ridiculous. The mana beast lie detection method was proven just a few years ago. But since it's new, and there aren't enough trustworthy users, she skillfully made air quotes with her eyebrows since her arms were still trapped. It's not considered valid evidence in court yet. So you have to get other proof, Ren asked, genuinely interested. Exactly. And meanwhile, the government is full of traitors who know exactly how to hide physical evidence, the corrupt lot. Larissa frowned. We all know who they are, but without traditional proof we can't do anything. Min, meanwhile, had begun treating the injured guard. The damage isn't that bad, he diagnosed. Ren was quite precise with the hit. Precise? The guard looked at him incredulously. I feel like I was charged by a rhinoceros. So who are the traitors? Ren asked, avoiding the guard's accusatory glare, and genuinely curious. Larissa considered him for a moment, her eyes studying his face. Finally, she seemed to reach a decision. The Goldcrests, she answered. Not all of them, but... the highest ranks of the family are involved. I see. Ren touched his chin thoughtfully. The guard tried to protest, but Larissa continued. We know they're conspiring with Yino, but we must wait for my father's return to act, or find evidence that not even they can dismiss. Okay, I understand, so... Ren tried to cut her off, but Larissa didn't stop. The girl sighed heavily. The problem is that the Starweavers are too weakened since the last horde. For some reason, the attack in their defense sector was unusually intense a year ago. Luna is practically alone now, because her father has been ignoring her with the excuse of work and recovering losses. Wait, shouldn't you stop telling me these things? Ren insisted, but Larissa wouldn't quiet down. The Ashenways, Leora's family, insist on maintaining their neutrality. They have their own internal problems. She grimaced. And we, the Dravenholms, aren't any better. My father's absence has caused uncertainty. Some of my siblings have started fighting among themselves, and... My lady, the guard scolded, you shouldn't reveal such sensitive information. For once I agree with your guard, Ren nodded vigorously. I don't want to know so much. We don't either. Min and Taro exclaimed in unison, waving their hands in denial. Larissa giggled. It's too late for that, but I have a feeling it will be good if you know. Besides, you're in the ancestral ruins. Whether by luck, good or bad. She gave them a meaningful look. You're now owners of the artifacts, and by law, that means you'll be made nobles, so it'll be your problem too. What? Ren and Taro shouted simultaneously. Min, however, just scratched his head with a confused expression. But, I'm already noble. You'll be a new noble, Larissa explained patiently. Of your own house, not as a secondary branch of... Min processed the information for a moment before his eyes widened like saucers. Wait, what? I don't want to be noble. Taro flailed his hands frantically. I can barely remember which fork to use for each dish at my aunt's house. Chapter 164, Taming the Ancient Ruins 14. I don't want to be noble. Taro flailed his hands frantically. I can barely remember which fork to use for each dish at my aunt's house. They can't do this to us. Ren joined the protest, his face a mask of panic. We just wanted to explore. Will I have to wear those ridiculous hats? Min looked ready to faint. Will we have to learn to dance? Taro turned pale as a ghost. The guards watched the spectacle with expressions that oscillated between exasperation and reluctant amusement. Larissa simply laughed, finding their reactions absolutely adorable. It's the law, she explained between giggles. Besides, it's not something bad. Now, the fact that the door opened for you. It was Ren. The other two protested in unison, pointing at their friend. Then Ren is the leader of this expedition, Larissa smiled. Welcome to nobility, gentlemen. When the three boys finally calmed down and accepted what they thought was their sad fate. Could you free us now? Larissa asked, though her tone was more amused than demanding. Ren remained thoughtful for a moment, studying the three girls trapped in crystal. You won't attack us again, because if you do, I'll have to. Larissa let out a little giggle. You'll have to what? He's threatening to kill us, the injured guard muttered, still distrustful. Like the trained agent he is? Surely he has no problem with. Ren remembered the moment he struck the guard and clapped a hand over his mouth, his face turning pale at imagining a more lethal scenario. Larissa laughed harder. I don't think Ren would do anything like that. In fact, I'm quite sure he's not even trained for it. It's true, Ren admitted, still looking a bit green. I'd probably throw up, but... He turned serious for a moment. But if I have to defend my friends, it won't be necessary, Larissa interrupted him, smiling. Right, girls? The guards looked sideways before reluctantly nodding, mumbling promises not to attack. Good, Ren turned to Taro. Then. Before he could finish, Larissa disappeared in a flash and reappeared free of the crystal. You already gave me permission. She smiled at Ren's surprised expression. And my circuits aren't blocked anymore. Ren scratched his head, confused. I accept the deal, Larissa continued. I won't say anything if you don't say anything. Although... She looked toward the entrance. It will be hard for this to go unnoticed when we leave, but at least I won't be the one to expose you. While Taro cautiously freed the guards, who maintained tense but non-hostile postures, Larissa turned to Ren with curiosity. But then tell me why you have two beasts. It's supposed to only be possible with the artifacts. It was my beast, Ren began to explain. How? Larissa asked, intrigued. I only know the mana potion method for... She stopped when Ren's mushroom suddenly manifested itself. Ren's light dimmed as the little one appeared like a light bulb with legs. The tiny creature, with its chubby baby face, looked toward the corridor that led deeper into the seed, and, without warning, took off running in that direction. Everyone stared at the scene with dumbfounded expressions. Hey! Ren shouted, taking off after his rebellious beast. Come back here! Larissa burst into laughter before running after him. That's the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life. Min and Taro exchanged resigned looks before following them, the guards bringing up the rear with expressions mixing concern and curiosity. The metallic corridor they chased the little mushroom through gradually widened, until the group emerged into a chamber that took their breath away. It was a perfect spherical room, the metal gleaming with a soft light that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. 11 pillars rose from the floor in a circular pattern, 10 surrounding a central one, each emanating a gentle pulse of energy. What is this place? Taro whispered, his voice echoing slightly in the chamber. Ren's mushroom ignored the 10 potions glowing on the outer pillars, each contained in a crystal vial that seemed to float above its pedestal. Instead, it ran directly to the central pillar, where a metallic ring floated in the air, slowly rotating. The tiny creature began jumping, its little arms extended trying to reach the ring, but its diminutive size made the task impossible. It's so tiny and adorable, Larissa commented, laughing softly at the mushroom's attempts. The mushroom stopped, its cheeks puffing up with indignation at being called tiny. With an audible, it disappeared back into Ren's body. Min and Taro approached the outer pillars, their eyes fixed on the glowing potions floating above them. Those are the transformation potions, Larissa explained. The ones that convert a normal tamer into a double tamer. Taro held his breath. Like the high-ranking nobles and the men of the royal family. Exactly, Larissa ran her fingers near the crystal of one of the potions, without touching it. They regenerate approximately every 33 years, though that number is only based on the time it took for them to reappear in the only other 2 seeds in our kingdom. There are only 3 seeds? Ren asked, turning his attention away from his mischievous mushroom. As far as we know, yes. Yino has another 3, just like us, Larissa explained, her expression growing more serious. In fact, we believe they altered some of their potions to create the abyssals. Min and Taro exchanged amazed looks. The power to second beast. The ring. Larissa approached the central pedestal, her eyes gleaming with recognition. It's one of the 3 keys believed necessary to enter the kingdom's central ruins. My father has one, and the Starweavers have another. The rings are keys? Ren asked, also approaching. They also give power to the bearer, Larissa explained, 100% increase in all statistics. She turned to Ren. As expedition leader, technically it would belong to you. My lady, one of the guards protested. You shouldn't reveal that information if he didn't even know about it. It's only fair, Larissa shrugged. Though obviously you won't be able to keep it, but I'll make sure you receive appropriate compensation. Ren was about to ask how much something like that could be worth when he felt a familiar movement in his head. The mushroom manifested again, appearing atop his hair. Before anyone could react, the tiny creature leaped toward the central pedestal. This time, instead of trying to reach the ring, it simply opened its tiny mouth, now way bigger than it seemed, and swallowed the ring in one bite. No! The collective scream resonated through the spherical chamber, while the mushroom chewed contentedly. Chapter 165, Taming the Ancient Ruins 15. Ren clutched his head with both hands, the horror of what had happened hitting him. No. Larissa. He approached the princess, his voice trembling. What are we going to do when they ask for the ring? Larissa froze. Her eyes, fixed on the now empty pedestal, seemed to look beyond it, as if contemplating consequences the others couldn't yet imagine. Ren gripped her shoulders, desperation overcoming his usual caution. Larissa! He shook her not so gently. Say something. The guards tensed, their beasts partially manifesting, bristling at the physical contact with the princess. Ren! Min and Taro shouted in unison, worried about their friend's reaction. They had! Larissa finally murmured, her voice barely audible. They had been preparing for years. The internal war that would be triggered by the fight for the 3 rings. She swallowed hard. The entire power balance depended on who would get them, and Ren felt cold sweat running down his back while the color drained from his face. A satisfied little voice interrupted from the pedestal. That was delicious. The best meal I've had since waking up. The silence that followed was absolute. Everyone turned slowly toward the small mushroom, wiping its mouth with an exaggeratedly satisfied gesture. Ren's group with expressions of contained fury, while Larissa and her guards seemed surprised to hear it speak for the first time. Did it just? One of the guards began. Talk? The other completed, her eyes huge with surprise. Beasts don't talk, Larissa whispered, worried but also fascinated. It's impossible. They communicate mentally with their tamers, but articulated words, unless. You! Ren pointed accusingly at his beast. Why did you do that? The mushroom blinked its large eyes, as if offended by the question. I don't know. It shrugged with a carefree gesture. Instinct called me. Instinct? Larissa repeated weakly. Eating one of the kingdom's 3 most important artifacts because of instinct. Bees shouldn't be able to talk, nor make independent decisions like this. The mushroom gave them a look that seemed to say, Are you done? Before disappearing back into Ren's body. At that moment, thin glowing lines began spreading throughout Ren's body, as if someone had drawn an intricate network of light beneath his skin. The sensation was strange but not unpleasant. He could feel his power increasing significantly. His strength, already at 60% thanks to his beasts, now reached an astonishing 160%. And that wasn't all. Numerous other improvements flowed through his system. Each of his characteristics now had an extra 100%. Larissa observed the phenomenon intently, something like realization forming in her eyes. The guards, for their part, seemed divided between concern for the lost ring and fascination with this series of impossibilities unfolding before them. A beast that talks, murmured one. That eats ancestral artifacts, added the other, and seems to process them for its tamer somehow, Larissa completed, studying the glowing lines. After a long moment, the princess sighed deeply. I suppose there's nothing we can do for now. We should take the potions and leave. People outside must be worried. Ren nodded, thinking about the other 4 guards who had been about to enter earlier, and that strange sensation he had felt on top. You're right, he agreed, though he didn't seem very enthusiastic about the prospect of more confrontations like the one they'd just had. Everyone take a potion for yourselves then, he suggested. Larissa thanked him with a bow since her group having attacked and lost the battle, it would be normal for them to get nothing, while Min and Taro practically bounced with excitement. Min and Taro approached the pedestals with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. They took their potions with trembling hands and, after exchanging glances, they drank their potions with exaggerated gestures, as if expecting to transform instantly into all-powerful beings. When nothing happened, their disappointed expressions made Larissa laugh. It takes a while to take effect, she explained between giggles. And it doesn't feel as dramatic as you expect from what I saw with my brothers. It just makes you shine a little. As if responding to her words, both glowed briefly. Done, Larissa smiled. Now you can choose a new egg to make your second contract. When Ren approached to take a potion, the glowing lines in his body instantly analyzed it. The information flowed into his mind. This version was useless for him, as he already possessed a more powerful variant of the medicine, so he decided to save the 5 remaining potions. You're not taking one? Ren asked, noticing that Larissa and her guards hadn't opened the potions. Oh no. She shook her head, but her gesture was somewhat sad. I'm not a man. The potions are saved for the men of the royal family because they're stronger and more suited for war, so tradition. Tea makes no sense. Ren frowned as he saw in the manner that she didn't believe what she was saying was all true or just. You're here with the expedition, aren't you? The potion should be yours if you want it. Don't worry about those foolish traditions. Larissa seemed to consider his words for a moment, but began shaking her head. It's not that simple. Protocol dictates that. Also, I'd get in trouble, and re-step closer, his expression turning serious. Drink it. There are reasons why. Larissa looked away, searching for an excuse. In a quick movement that surprised everyone, Ren grabbed Larissa's potion, uncorked it, and before anyone could react, pressed it against the princess's lips. My lady. The guards advanced alarmed, their beasts manifesting. Don't interfere, Ren shouted, his voice firm, his expression showing discomfort at forcing the situation, but his eyes had a gleam of mad satisfaction. Those traditions don't seem fair to me at all. Larissa had no choice but to drink. When she finished, she wiped her lips and looked at Ren with a mixture of indignation and curiosity. Why did you do that? Because I wanted to help you stop lying to yourself and... Liar. Ren looked to the side, scratching his neck nervously. Well, I'm in trouble because my mushroom ate something important. So now you can be in trouble with me and keep my secret. The guards exchanged a look, before quickly passing their potions to Larissa. Chapter 1-66, Taming the Ancient Ruins 16. The headache persisted after Lu's sonic attack, but Harold ignored it through sheer willpower as his transformed body moved with supernatural speed. The metallic floor beneath his feet hummed with energy as he darted between his opponents. His two beasts gave him an overwhelming advantage against the lower-ranked guards, who were clearly trained for support roles rather than direct combat. Even against 5 opponents, the battle remained evenly matched, though only through his monstrous power. Luna's wolf and the giant goat charged in a coordinated pincer attack, their movements perfectly synchronized. Harold spun, his chitinous segments gleaming in the strange light, while his antennae captured every movement. His transformed arm struck the wolf, sending it crashing against the wall while he dodged the goat's charge. The beasts rose more slowly than before, accumulated damage beginning to show in their labored movements and dulled reactions. "Containment," one of the guards shouted, her voice echoing off the curved crystal walls. The antenna of Venus extended more of its roots, creating a network of vines attempting to limit Harold's movement space. Simultaneously, the bubble coral generated strategically positioned crystalline barriers, forming an improvised labyrinth. "They're trying to buy time," Harold analyzed while his antennae mapped each obstacle with inhuman precision. But their vanguard is trapped in the ruins. The ambush firefly took advantage of the coral's reflective surfaces to multiply its light attacks. The rays bounced between barriers, creating a network of luminous energy that would have been lethal to a normal opponent, each beam ricocheting through the improvised arena. But Harold was far from normal. His chitinous armor, hardened by abyssal energy, barely showed surface marks where the rays impacted, the attacks dissipating harmlessly against his supernatural defense. The wolf attempted another attack, emerging from a shadow to bite his leg. Harold kicked it with brutal force, his antennae already detecting the goat trying to capitalize on the distraction. He spun using the momentum from striking the wolf, and connected a punch to the transport beast's side. "We can't contain him!" The coral guard shouted while creating more barriers, her voice tight with strain. The Venus's roots extended more aggressively, trying to create zones where Harold couldn't move freely. But his chitinous claws cut through the vegetation like paper, green fragments flying in the air around him. The firefly increased the intensity of its attacks, making the crystal barriers practically sing with bouncing energy. It was a beautiful and lethal spectacle, light fragmenting and multiplying through the crystalline maze, but still insufficient against Harold's supernatural defense. Luna directed her wolf, trying to capitalize on every opening her guards created, but each successful attack barely scratched the surface of Harold's armor. And with each exchange, their beasts showed more signs of exhaustion, their movements becoming slower and less coordinated. If this were about escaping, the antenna Venus guard thought while Harold destroyed another barrier, we'd be far away by now. But she couldn't abandon her companions trapped in the sea nor her protection mission. While the guards couldn't defeat him, Harold also couldn't simply ignore them and continue his way. A moment of carelessness against 5 opponents, however individually weak, could be fatal. The wolf emerged from another shadow, this time targeting his neck. Harold caught it midair with one hand, but had to release his grip when the goat rammed his side. The Venus's roots took advantage to entangle his legs, while the firefly concentrated its attacks on his eyes. Harold broke free with a burst of strength, but the pattern repeated itself. For every offensive movement he made, the guards responded with a combination of defensive tactics and opportunistic counterattacks. It was an exhausting stalemate, where the only real difference was that the guard's beast gradually tired, while he maintained his monstrous power practically intact. Luna watched as her wolf retreated from another failed exchange, its fangs having barely scratched Harold's carapace. It was frustrating. Her bites were effective when they connected, but getting close enough was increasingly dangerous, as damage accumulated in her wolf. "Your light attacks," she called to the firefly guard. "If they were more powerful." "I know." The guard responded while her bronze rank 1 beast continued firing rays that bounced uselessly off Harold's armor, sweat beading on her brow. "But his defense is too strong." Luna observed how the light rays reflected off the crystal barriers, and an idea began forming in her mind. "Let's use light and shadow synergy," she shouted while her wolf merged with darkness. "If we combine our energies—" The guard caught the idea, but seemed reluctant. "It's a difficult attack to set up, the preparation is slow, and with that monster's speed." "Let's try it." Luna began extending shadows behind Harold, creating a zone of denser darkness. "If I can trap him, hit him with everything." Harold, however, had been sensing the mana. His antennae vibrated, capturing the increase in shadow energy behind him. When Luna tried to manipulate the darkness to trap him, he simply leaped forward, his chitinous claws destroying another crystal barrier. The impact sent crystalline fragments scattering across the metal floor. The firefly's concentrated ray passed harmlessly through the space where Harold should have been. "Damn it," Luna gritted her teeth. "He's too fast." But the giant goat guard had been observing the exchange. Her eyes followed Harold's movements, calculating each dodge and counter. "Again!" she shouted while her beast positioned itself. "But this time—" She quickly shared her plan with Luna and the Firefly Guard, their eyes lighting with understanding. Luna began expanding the shadows again, this time creating multiple smaller dark zones. Harold responded as they expected. His antennae extended while analyzing each shadow area for the real trap. The Firefly began charging its most powerful attack, luminous energy accumulating as it bounced between crystal barriers, amplifying with each reflection until the air itself seemed to hum with power. Harold saw the pattern coming and dodged, or so he thought. When Luna tried to trap him with the shadows, he jumped again, directly toward the goat that had been silently moving into position. The impact was brutal. The goat connected with all its strength, driving Harold toward the densest shadow zone. For an instant, his perfect balance shattered. "Now!" Luna shouted while her wolf emerged from the shadows, its fangs finding purchase on Harold's leg, holding him in position for one crucial fraction of a second. Chapter 1-67, Taming the Ancient Ruin 17. The impact was brutal. The goat connected with all its strength, driving Harold toward the densest shadow zone. For an instant, his perfect balance shattered. "Now!" Luna shouted while her wolf emerged from the shadows, its fangs finding purchase on Harold's leg, holding him in position for one crucial fraction of a second. The Firefly's ray, charged to maximum power and amplified by dozens of reflections in the crystal barriers, struck Harold directly. The light energy blazed with extra blinding intensity as it impacted Harold's shadow-shrouded form, creating a reaction that not even his chitinous armor could fully resist. A crack echoed through the chamber as the carapace finally broke, revealing the vulnerable flesh beneath. Harold roared, the first sound of intense pain he hadn't been able to contain. The first he'd emitted since the battle began. The sound reverberated off the ancient walls, primal and filled with fury. "We did it!" the Firefly Guard exclaimed, though her beast panted from the effort of expelling such power. But Luna didn't celebrate. She knew a wounded enemy was even more dangerous. The broken carapace in pain unleashed something in Harold, unbridled rage. His muscles expanded while forcing his transformation beyond safe limits, his form becoming even more monstrous. Flesh and chitin merged and twisted, creating an aberration that barely resembled anything natural. He launched himself at the giant goat with brutal speed. Luna's wolf, still biting the leg, emerged from the shadows as it was yanked by the massive increase in strength, its fangs sinking deeper from the effort, but Harold endured the pain through gritted teeth and raised his leg. With a savage strike, he sent the wolf flying against the crystal wall. A powerful leap made him break through a new crystal barrier and reach the goat. The goat tried to retreat, but it was too late. Harold's venomous jaws, a modification of his abyssal centipede, closed around the beast's neck. The abundant flow of venom coursed through its body, and acted almost instantly. The giant goat vanished in an explosion of light, forced to return inside its tamer. "No!" Luna cried while her wolf rose unsteadily. Without the goat to maintain the power balance, the battle began tilting rapidly. The coral's barriers could no longer contain Harold's frenzied advance, as he shattered crystal with blows empowered by his now excessive transformation's enormous body. The antenna Venus tried creating a root cage, but Harold burned them with acid secretion from his centipede. The Firefly fired rays continuously, seeking the damaged zone in his carapace, but without the previous surprise and synergy, it couldn't inflict enough damage. The wolf returned to the shadows to attempt a new attack, but Luna was hesitant, as she knew one more hit would eliminate it. The coral guard retreated, trying to maintain distance while creating more barriers, but Harold simply charged through them. He reached in seconds, and single blow sent her flying and crashing against the crystal barrier. The two hits knocked her unconscious. The antenna Venus created one last desperate defense, forcing her skill to its maximum, her roots intertwining to trap Harold, who was already upon them. For a moment it seemed to work, the vines wrapping around Harold, limiting his movements. 3 more seconds would be useful for the Firefly to charge a final attack aimed at the armor breach. But then he released a wave of acid again, melting the vegetation and reaching the guard behind. She screamed when the acid touched her skin, distracting her long enough for Harold to reach her and silence her with a precise blow that sent her flying too. The goat guard, though beastless, launched herself at Harold with a hidden dagger. It was brave but futile. Harold's armor broke the dagger effortlessly and slammed the girl against the ground with brutal force. The Firefly guard retreated, almost ready to launch another concentrated attack. Luna saw the danger. "Watch out!" she shouted, her wolf launching from the shadows to intercept. But it was too late. Harold's mole attacked from behind the guard, its claws cutting deeply across her back. The scream of pain distracted Luna, who turned to look at the girl for one crucial second. Harold seized that moment of distraction. His claws found the wolf mid-jump, and with a brutal motion slammed it into Luna. Both fell, the wolf vanishing from damage while Luna struggled to maintain consciousness and tried to rise. With one last tremendous effort and a scream, Luna stood and used her enhanced speed, forcing her injured wolf to manifest just its claws in her hand. A swift strike at the armor breach, that never landed. Harold caught Luna's wrist. "Game over, bitch," he said laughing, then pulled and knocked her out. Luna, the strongest first-year, fell. He stood over two of the fallen guards, his body covered in wounds but his eyes blazing with murderous fury. He lifted them by the neck, ready to enjoy finishing them slowly. "Harold," a voice called from the side. The other spy emerged partially from his hiding place. "There's too much activity outside. We need to hurry." Harold's damaged antennae vibrated with effort. Despite the pain, he could sense the presences approaching the cracks. Indeed, he had to hurry to obtain the artifacts before they excavated the entire crystal surface of the seed and found the lower cracks through which he planned to escape. With a growl of frustration, he released the guards. Harold tried to retract his transformation, but something was wrong. An involuntary roar escaped his throat while his body began to contort. The modified beast resisted returning, as if the taste of battle had awakened something primitive and hungry. "Harold?" The other spy watched with growing concern as his companion struggled against his own form. The chitinous segments twisted, antennae vibrating erratically. For several tense moments, it seemed Harold would lose control completely. But finally, with a supreme effort of will, he managed to dominate the beast. Almost. His face still showed marked chitinous patterns, like living scars that refused to disappear. His injured leg and other areas where he'd received damage remained partially transformed, flesh and carapace mixing grotesquely. But at least he had regained control. He grabbed Luna by the hair and began dragging her toward where they kept Leora wrapped. Chapter 168, Killer Tamer. For several tense moments, it seemed Harold would lose control completely. But finally, with a supreme effort of will, he managed to dominate the beast. Almost. His face still showed marked chitinous patterns, like living scars that refused to disappear. His injured leg and other areas where he'd received damage remained partially transformed, flesh and carapace mixing grotesquely. But at least he had regained control. He grabbed Luna by the hair and began dragging her toward where they kept Leora wrapped. "There are many beasts in the school that can create coverings," the spy commented worriedly as Harold dragged the poor girl and caught his breath. "I can stay at the academy, keep my eyes open, and continue reporting." Harold looked at him as if he'd lost his mind. "They'll interrogate you after this even if you pretend I kidnapped you." "I know, it's a big risk. That's why I need you to rough me up a bit." The spy smiled weakly, though his eyes betrayed his nervousness. "Make the situation more believable." "As you wish," Harold shrugged. But when he raised his fist, the patterns on his face intensified, darkening like spilled ink. The rage he had been containing bubbled back to the surface, a primal fury he couldn't fully suppress. The blow was brutal, too brutal. The spy collapsed, barely conscious, blood flowing from his shattered nose and split lip. His head bounced off the metal floor with a sickening thud. "Sorry," Harold muttered, his claws retracting slowly as worry at his own lack of control settled in. I overdid it." On the metal bridge where they kept the other hostages, Harold observed the unconscious bodies of Lou and Leora. His claws grew involuntarily at seeing Lou, the headache from the sonic attack still present and returning with a vengeance, demanding retribution. For a moment, he considered finishing what he'd started, his transformed hand flexing with murderous intent. But his damaged antennae captured even more movement now both above and in the tunnel that Ren's group had created. There was no time for indulgences. "The emblem," he ordered his mole. The beast regurgitated a small crystal carved with the symbol of the Venmonts, one of Yino's most prominent houses. Harold took it carefully. It was more than a simple key. It was evidence of the trust his kingdom placed in him. When he placed the emblem on the ancient door, it reacted immediately. Mechanisms hidden for centuries came to life, responding to House Venmont's call. The ancient door opened with a metallic sound that echoed through the spherical structure. Harold took a step toward the tunnel but stopped when he heard a groan behind him. The other spy was staggering. The blow had done more damage than planned. Blood still flowed freely from his nose, and his eyes couldn't quite focus. "Stay," Harold ordered, his antennae vibrating while analyzing the path ahead. "There are only 6 students with normal beasts in there. My antennae are injured, but I can sense that 2 of them lost their mana signature. But, how did they open? If they got in, they could be." The spy leaned against the wall, still dizzy from the impact. "I don't know," Harold frowned, the chitinous patterns on his face undulating with his expression. "But I don't think they're from Yino. Nor do I think they're strong from what I saw and felt when they were trying to escape those weak guards. Probably the 2 extinguished presences are 2 of those fools. The princess's guards probably already took care of them and left one alive for questioning." A cruel smile formed on his lips while dragging Luna closer. "Just 1 princess left with 2 low-level guards and a hostage, if I let myself go a little more." He stopped, an idea forming in his mind distorted by the transformation. "You don't need to follow me. They probably fought among themselves, wore out the guards and the princess. But if she uses the ring..." His grip on Luna's hair tightened, causing the unconscious girl to moan softly. I'll use this bitch to make the princess lose focus. It'll surely be her with her iron rank beast who demands to carry the ring. Maybe she won't give me much trouble, or be able to escape with her jumps if she's worried about her friend. The spy watched with growing concern as Harold's features became more bestial, while imagining the scene, the transformation spreading further across his face. The face she'll make when she sees. Harold laughed, a sound that was more insect than human. The chitinous segments on his face expanded, his transformation advancing as he entered the tunnel. Are you sure of that? The spy began trying to stand, but Harold was no longer listening. Too easy, he thought while advancing, dragging Luna. A frightened iron-rank princess, 2 tired guards. His antennae vibrated with anticipation, ignoring the warning signals trying to pierce through his mind intoxicated by power. All he could think about was the reward he would receive for delivering not 1, not 2, but 3 prisoners of such value. The tunnel curved ahead, and Harold could sense presences. A predatory smile formed on his deformed face as he prepared for his triumphant entrance. Ren couldn't stop thinking about Larissa's words. Could he really kill someone? His hand trembled remembering the fury he had felt when the guard threatened Min, how for a moment he had been willing to. The memory of that rage frightened him almost as much as the situation itself. Larissa interrupted his thoughts with a whimper, holding the 2 potions her traitorous guards had given her. It's not fair. Why do I have to be the only one in trouble? She murmured sadly, but with a small air of happiness. She looked at them with accusing eyes while they avoided her gaze. Min and Taro scratched their heads, pretending sudden interest in the metallic walls that surrounded them. The moment of levity shattered when they felt it. A wave of power emerging from outside the seed. A door had opened, but the mana emanating from one of the tunnels. Abyssal? Larissa whispered, her mineral fairy detecting the corruption in the energy, its wings trembling at the tainted power. Everyone tensed. The guards, despite their exhaustion, immediately positioned themselves in front of Larissa, their beasts barely beginning to regenerate. Don't be foolish. Larissa tried to push them aside. You barely have mana. Your beasts haven't even fully reformed. Our duty is to protect you, they responded firmly, though their stances betrayed their mana fatigue. Ren stepped forward, his Hydra armor manifesting in brilliant crystalline scales with glowing veins now even more imposing due to the ring's addition. Stay back. I'll handle this. But you. Larissa began, evident concern in her voice. Ren hesitated for a moment. Could he really kill someone, even if they were an abyssal? The idea turned his stomach and sent chills down his spine. But he clenched his teeth and fists. This wasn't the time for doubts. His carapace began to shine with increasing intensity, his mushroom's light veins feeding the Hydra's light power. The figure that emerged from the tunnel was monstrous, a hybrid of human, an insect that dragged something. No, someone. Ren's eyes fixed on Luna, unconscious and bleeding, her hair being used cruelly as a leash by that abomination. Something changed inside him. Luna! Larissa's scream seemed distant as fury flooded through Ren. The internal light of his mushroom still traveling through his body in numerous small veins exploded, feeding a power he shouldn't be able to use yet. The consumed ring's enhancement resonated with his rage, amplifying the luminous energy to impossible levels. The Hydra's light beam manifested in all its destructive glory. Harold barely had time to register the strange situation as he was blinded by an intense radiance. His injured antennae caught the danger too late. He had been so sure of his victory that he hadn't noticed the sudden accumulation of power. Luna awakened at that moment feeling the intense light. With the last remnant of her mana she created a shadow behind Harold and clutched his leg, anchoring him in place for another small instant. The beam pierced through Harold like a miniature sun, its purifying light tearing through the abyssal corruption like divine judgment made manifest. Chapter 1-69 Killer Tamer 2. In his final moments, Harold saw his life flash before his eyes. The orphanage in Yino, cold and desolate, where shadows seemed longer and darkness deeper than anywhere else. The day the Venmonts adopted him, the first time he felt hope bloom in his chest like a fragile flower. Years of brutal training, painful modifications, all to please a father who never. The thought remained unfinished when the beam of light finished consuming his torso. What remained was barely recognizable as human, the lower half of a charred body, part monster, part man, smoking on the metallic floor. The acrid smell of a burned body filled the air. Luna! Larissa ran to her cousin, who lay there after anchoring Harold with her last shadow and physical effort. Her normally perfect composure shattered by genuine fear for her family. Min followed immediately, his snake manifesting to begin the healing process, its scales gleaming with restorative energy. Taro and the guards also approached, forming a protective circle around the girls, their bodies tense despite their exhaustion. But Ren collapsed to his knees, his eyes fixed on what remained of Harold. His hands trembled uncontrollably, while the glowing lines across his body began to fade from the massive energy expenditure of his powerful attack. His voice was barely a whisper. The Hydra armor retracted and his mushrooms appeared in his hair, pulsing softly as if trying to console him but reflecting a dimmer, sadder light. Their usual cheerful glow muted by their tamer's emotional turmoil. "She's alive," Min's voice cut through the fog in his mind. "Luna will be fine." Larissa held Luna's hand while Min worked, but her eyes were fixed on Ren. She had heard about this before. Her brother had told her that something could be seen in warriors' eyes and mana after their first real kill. There you could see someone's true yin, or yang nature. When Min finished healing Luna, Larissa approached Ren. "You saved her life," she said softly, her voice gentle with understanding. "Maybe all of ours." Ren nodded mechanically, but his eyes remained on the charred remains. How old had the transformed Tamer been? Had he had a family like Ren's? Would his mother and father miss him? "It was him or us," one of the guards added, her voice kinder than it had been before. The hostility from earlier completely gone, replaced by something like sympathy. "You had no choice." "You're right. There was no choice," Ren murmured, remembering how fury had consumed him upon seeing Luna injured. But had there really been no other option? Or had he simply let rage decide for him? Was he still able to become a good man like his mother and father had asked him to be? "Thank you," Larissa smiled weakly, "for not hesitating." Ren felt tears beginning to form. He hadn't hesitated, no, and that was what frightened him the most. But Min called them, momentarily distracting Ren from his dark thoughts. Luna opened her eyes slowly, her vision focusing on the worried faces surrounding her. "The other guards," she mumbled, trying to sit up. "They're badly hurt. They need help quickly." Larissa helped her up while Min considered the injured guards with concern. His snake had already expended much energy healing Luna, its scales dulled from the effort. "I don't know if I have enough mana left," Min admitted, biting his lip. Ren, who had been staring into space, seemed to wake at this. His eyes lit up. Here was something good he could do, something that might slightly reduce his guilt. "Min," he quickly approached his friend. "I can help." "Yes, but my snake's mana is different from your beast's, and—" "I know exactly how it works," Ren continued, his mushrooms pulsing as he concentrated. "I know the pattern of each type of mana. I can transfer some of mine to you." "Is that possible?" Taro asked, momentarily forgetting the situation out of pure curiosity. "It's very difficult," one of the guards commented. "The mana of different beasts isn't usually compatible." "But Ren knows the patterns," Min smiled, beginning to understand. "Like when he helped us with our cultivation." Ren nodded, placing a hand on Min's shoulder. His glowing lines, relic of the consumed ring, began to pulse with a specific rhythm. "It's like directing a river into a lake," he explained, as his mana flowed into Min. Min's snake began to glow with renewed energy, its scales brightening with borrowed power. "It's working," Min exclaimed excitedly. Larissa observed how Ren concentrated on the task, noting how his hands no longer trembled. The group advanced down the corridor Harold had used, their footsteps echoing on the ancient metal. When they reached the exit, they didn't have to search long before finding 3 bundles wrapped in some kind of organic material. When they opened one of the coverings, "Leora!" Larissa rushed forward upon recognizing her cousin's face. Luna also seemed surprised, but pretended not to care too much when Larissa announced she was merely unconscious. They assumed all 3 were Harold's hostages, as like Luna, he surely intended to take Leora to Yino as well. Taro summoned his living tunnel, which carefully lifted the 3 unconscious but breathing hostages. "I'll carry them," he offered. "We need to find the guards quickly." Luna tried to move faster but stumbled. "I'll heal them, I promise," Min decided, his snake still glowing with the energy Ren had transferred. "They could be." No one completed the sentence. They couldn't sense the mana signatures since the guards were knocked out. They climbed toward the seed's upper section, supporting themselves on the metal bridges. The silence was oppressive as they searched. "Here!" one of Larissa's guards shouted. The first fallen guard lay near fragments of coral crystal, her breathing barely visible. Min knelt immediately, his snake beginning to work. "Over there," Ren pointed, his mushrooms pulsing as they detected signs of life. "There's another." They found the second guard surrounded by withered roots, her skin showing acid burns. Min's snake hissed with concern, the wounds were deep. "Come on," Min murmured as he worked. "Come on." Color slowly began returning to the guards' faces. "Another!" Luna pointed to a corner where the firefly guard lay motionless, a deep wound in her back. Min moved as quickly as he could, but his hands trembled from the effort. He had healed too many serious injuries today. But one was still missing. Larissa found the goat guard, her ears bleeding slightly. Min's remaining mana didn't seem sufficient. The light faded. The girl began to convulse. "One more time." Ren put his hand on Min's shoulder, his last mana reserves flowing into the snake. Gradually, the girl began to calm. The glowing lines on Ren's body started flickering, while more and more presences accumulated outside the cracks. He could sense dozens of perception beasts probing the area. There are many," he mumbled, his vision beginning to blur. He had spent too much mana, the light beam, repeatedly transferring energy to Min. Taro barely managed to catch him when his legs finally gave out. The mushrooms in his hair gave one last weak pulse before vanishing. Ren! Min approached worriedly, but his snake was also exhausted after so many healings. Taro's living tunnel added Ren to its load of wrapped bundles. The guards began waking one by one, disoriented but alive. The last to open her eyes was the Firefly guard. "The princess," she whispered. "Safe." Larissa knelt beside her to show she was all right. "We're all safe. Should we dig another exit?" Taro asked, looking nervously toward the cracks where they could sense the growing concentration of people outside. "Maybe we could." Luna began but stopped. "No, it's useless." "There's no point in hiding anymore," Larissa nodded. "Everyone will know who was involved by now." The group headed toward the tunnel Ren and Taro had originally created. It was the widest path, and at this point trying to sneak away would only make them appear more suspicious. When they approached the crack, however, they froze in their tracks. There, looking directly at them with an unreadable expression, was Julius's face. "I believe," said the prince after a long moment, "that you have much to explain." Chapter 170. Taming Punishment, a little before the fight's resolution. Director Ignatius paced back and forth, worry growing with each passing minute. The girls still hadn't returned with news, and their presences continued to be detected far from the planned interception point. Why are they taking so long? He thought while his phoenix stirred beneath his skin, responding to his unease. The beast's agitation only heightened his own anxiety. That's when he felt it, a disturbance in the mana with the unmistakable mark of abyssal corruption. His muscles tensed instantly, but something was different this time. "At least it's not as powerful as the last intruder," he muttered, remembering the gold rank agent's intrusion. "Maybe I should go. If the rank is low, the terrain maybe can't." His thoughts were interrupted when an auxiliary arrived running. "Director," the man panted, clearly having sprinted with all his might. "We found a tunnel in the Iron Rank students' food storage." Ignatius internally cursed himself for the poor surveillance at that point. The place had seemed so unimportant that he shook his head. This was no time for self-recrimination. No time for regrets, he told himself. "Did anyone follow the tunnel already?" "Yes, sir." The auxiliary nodded. "But..." As if responding to his words, another auxiliary appeared just after a little while, his face grim. "The crack in the mana crystal wall at the tunnel's end is too small," he reported. "We can't pass through. And..." He hesitated a moment. Lady Luna entered before I could stop her. The director froze. The crystal structure they'd mentioned. It was the kingdom's last seed. Calculations based on the crystal's thickness and the pattern of the previous ones indicated it shouldn't open for at least 10 more years. "Why now?" he murmured. "What changed?" The auxiliaries exchanged worried looks while the director considered his options. The abyssal presence wasn't as strong as last time, but if they were trying to get the ring and the potions... "I'm going down," he finally decided. "Organize a massive excavation with all Earth element professors and auxiliaries. I want all entrances blocked." "All of them, sir?" "There are more than..." "All of them," Ignatius began moving. "If we can't enter through the crack, at least we won't let anyone escape, and if there are intruders in there..." His eyes gleamed dangerously. "They won't get out alive." The auxiliaries dispersed quickly, transmitting orders. Within minutes, the sound of digger beasts began resonating throughout the academy. Students were evacuated while Tamers specialized in earth, and rock began their work. "Luna is in there," thought the director. "And the new students, Julius will kill me if anything happens to his." He could only hope that, whatever was happening inside the seed, the girls could handle it until reinforcements arrived. The director was organizing the excavation squad when another auxiliary came running. "Director, we found another tunnel entrance that goes to the mana barrier. It's wider and strange." "Strange how?" The director turned, his attention captured. "It's a tunnel coated in living crystal," the auxiliary explained, gesturing animatedly. "But it's far above the mana range where these beasts should appear." Wei, who had been beside the director, opened his eyes in surprise. "The mushroom boy," he muttered, drawing everyone's attention. "It has to be him." "The student who won the bet against you," the director frowned. "Yes," Wei clenched his fists. "He's been acting suspicious from the start. Let me go down with you, director." The director considered the suggestion for a moment before reluctantly nodding. If the student was involved... A deafening screech interrupted his thoughts. It wasn't a common cry. The sound resonated with pure power, making every beast in the area shudder. The very air seemed to vibrate with its intensity. Looking up, they saw a massive figure descending upon them. A golden giant eagle, its plumage shining with the intensity of a gold rank 2 beast, approached with imposing majesty. Its wingspan cast shadows across the academy grounds. 3 figures jumped from its back before it touched earth. "Zhao, Julius." The director recognized the professor and the prince. "And Victor." Victor, one of Julius's older brothers and owner of the giant eagle, nodded gravely. His beast perched behind him, its golden eye scanning the area with predatory intelligence. "This time we'll join the hunt from the beginning," Julius declared, his voice leaving no room for arguments. No more waiting for slow reports. The director noticed the tension in his posture. Of course his protégés were down there. "They say the tunnel is this way," Wei pointed, eager to begin. Victor placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. "We'll find them." The group headed toward the mines. This time, thought the director, they wouldn't let anyone escape. Larissa froze upon seeing Julius's face in the crack. Her mind, which moments ago had been planning how to explain the entire disaster, went completely blank. The situation worsened when a hand appeared and pushed Julius's head aside. Victor's face peered through the crack, his eyes widening in surprise at finding his little sister inside such important ruins. "Larissa." Victor's voice sounded strangely calm, which only made her more nervous. "Get out of there, now." Larissa looked around. Everyone who wasn't knocked out averted their gaze. Would she have to explain everything alone? Harold's partially destroyed body, the injured guards, unconscious Ren, the packages carried by Taro's living tunnel, and the artifacts that... "Am I going to get scolded?" she asked in a small voice, like when she was younger and got caught asking the kitchen maids for sweets. Julius appeared again in the crack, pushing Victor. "No, we're not going to." "Liar," Larissa interrupted, pointing at him accusingly. "This time is different," Julius tried to sound convincing. "We just want to. Mana doesn't lie." Larissa crossed her arms. Victor couldn't contain a chuckle, which earned him an elbow from Julius. "Larissa," Julius tried again, his voice mixing authority and pleading. "There was a Yino spy in there, right? I can't sense their presence anymore. Could you come out and explain everything that happened? Promise you won't punish me." Larissa pointed with a trembling finger. "I can't promise anything without knowing what you have to promise." Victor pushed Julius aside again. "Listen, little demon," his tone was more amused than severe. "If you come out now, I promise not to let Julius punish you too much." "Too much." Larissa narrowed her eyes. Define Too Much. Chapter 171. Taming Truth. After Julius and Victor convinced Larissa and the other kids to come out, the academy guards acted swiftly. The children, both conscious and unconscious, were directly transported to a secure room in the academy's most protected area. The term secure was a polite euphemism for what it really was, an interrogation chamber adapted for minors, though decorated with soft furnishings and warm colors to mask its true purpose. "Do we really need this many guards here?" Julius observed the security deployment around the secure room with disgust. "They're just children. Children who defeated a Yino-transformed spy." Victor leaned against the wall, his eyes fixed on the closed door. "One with an abyssal beast. Defeated?" Julius let out a dry laugh. "Someone or something tore him apart, but he was only silver rank 1. This is excessive." The initial priority had been investigating the seed. With adults unable to enter through the cracks due to their size, they sent small beasts specialized in reconnaissance. The creatures worked efficiently, transmitting vital information back to their tamers. The director approached with a preliminary report. "Sir," he addressed Victor, "the reconnaissance beasts confirm Princess Larissa's story. The body, what remains of it, shows clear signs of abyssal corruption. The transformation fused with his flesh permanently." "Like the last one," Julius murmured. "No," the director shook his head. "This one was different. Weaker, yes, but the fusion was deeper, as if it had almost completely lost control." Victor straightened, suddenly more interested. "As if the beast was transforming into the tamer?" The silence that followed was heavy. Julius closed his eyes, his expression darkening. What they found confirmed Larissa's first rushed words. Harold's partially charred body lay where someone or something had defeated him, the remains of his abyssal transformation still visible in the carbonized flesh. "The Goldcrest traders?" Victor spat the name like poison. "And Yino experimenting on children. Now we have proof." Julius smiled humorlessly. "The body, the papers showing they forced a spy into the academy. Larissa's testimony. Larissa's preliminary testimony, though carefully edited to protect Ren, provided the necessary context. Harold had been a Yino agent, infiltrated into the academy thanks to the Goldcrests. The evidence was undeniable. For the first time in years, they had tangible proof against one of the kingdom's 3 most powerful families. Victor struck the wall with such force that the stone cracked. "Enough," his voice was pure ice. "This ends now." "No, brother, you know that we need more than this," Julius tried to reason. "The Goldcrests have too much influence and power. Besides, even with absolute proof, as long as father doesn't return, we fighting them alone would just end up creating the perfect situation for Yino's invasion." And too many questions remained unanswered. In the secure room, surrounded by guards with beasts specialized in perception, the children slept unaware of the chaos they had unleashed. The mushroom boy also slept deeply, not knowing that his actions to explore and save Luna had changed the kingdom's balance of power. Although the room seemed comfortable, with soft beds and pleasant decoration, the truth was evident in the guards' watchful eyes. No one would leave until every question was answered. The children had been separated into 2 rooms, one for the girls and another for the boys. In the girls' room, "It's about time you tell us the truth, little demon. What happened to the ring?" Julius kept his voice soft while observing Larissa. This was the most important situation of all and had priority. But they had searched their bodies and no one had it. The princess, seated with her cousins and guards in the elegantly decorated room, smiled with feigned innocence. "It disappeared, Larissa." "It's true," she protested. "I literally saw it disappear. One moment it was there and the next." She made a vague gesture with her hands. "Who defeated the spy?" Victor tried another angle. "An elemental light attack," Larissa responded without hesitation. The light beam pierced through him. "And where did this powerful light come from? Only you or Lucy can use that element among those present, and you're not at that level." "The beam came from inside the seat, of course," Larissa blinked with a confused expression. "Where else could it come from?" Luna coughed to hide a smile. Her cousin was in her element, telling incomplete truths with the innocence of someone who never breaks a plate. Even Luna didn't know exactly where the attack had come from. She had only seen the flash and acted on instinct. Leora had been knocked out, so also knew nothing. Julius and Victor exchanged frustrated looks. Each of Larissa's answers was technically true, but they felt she was still hiding something important. How many potions exactly remain? Julius tried to be specific. 7, Larissa responded cheerfully and without hesitation. Her mineral fairy glowed slightly, while her brothers detected that she wasn't lying. 2 belong to me by right, and 5 are Ren's groups. Why does the boy have more? Can you explain the discovery situation? Victor arched an eyebrow. Of course. There were 2 groups who entered mine and Ren's. Ren entered first, so he had priority. But he gifted us 2. The potions, like any artifact, belong to the Yano citizen who finds them first. And the other 3? Julius leaned forward. Oh, Ren's group used them immediately. Larissa waved her hand dismissively. Well, 2 of them and Ren. Luna observed her cousin with interest. It wasn't exactly a lie, but did the mushroom boy not take one? Victor straightened, suddenly more attentive. Yes. He took it from the pedestal. Larissa nodded while playing with her dress. The potions belong to them, so they'll be made nobles and can use them as they want, right? But the 2 you have, Julius began. Are mine to distribute, Larissa interrupted firmly. 2 belong to me even if by tradition I'm not allowed to use them directly. But as the princess I am, I'll ensure they're used appropriately and justly. Also the other 5 are Ren's groups. Appropriately and justly? Victor crossed his arms. They always are for the men of the royal family, of course. Larissa smiled innocently. It's tradition that whoever finds them distributes them to the men of the family, isn't it? Like the ones father keeps in the castle and hasn't distributed yet. Julius and Victor exchanged looks. It was a difficult argument to refute. Chapter 172, Taming Truth 2. Appropriately and justly. Victor crossed his arms. They always are for the men of the royal family, of course. Larissa smiled innocently. It's tradition that whoever finds them distributes them to the men of the family, isn't it? Like the ones father keeps in the castle and hasn't distributed yet. Julius and Victor exchanged looks. It was a difficult argument to refute. Their little sister had masterfully turned their own family's rules against them. Even so, Victor tried another angle, his fingers drumming an agitated rhythm against his arm as he searched for leverage, considering the situation. Oh, they'll be perfectly safe with me, Larissa interrupted, her voice carrying the perfect blend of childish enthusiasm and royal authority. She straightened in her chair, every inch the princess despite her youth. After all, who better to guard something so important than a princess? And when father returns and decides which brothers are worthy of the ones he had saved for so long. Fine, but the ring whereabouts are more important. Julius changed topics. The loss of such a powerful artifact couldn't be dismissed so easily. Where is it? As I said before, it disappeared. Larissa maintained her smile, though a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes. Poof, right in front of us. She wiggled her fingers in an exaggerated magical gesture. Larissa. It's the truth, she insisted, her mineral fairy glowing softly beneath her skin like validating her words. You can ask anyone who was there. One moment it was there, and the next, poof. She made the gesture again, clearly enjoying their discomfort. Larissa. Victor's voice carried the weight of exasperation built up through years of dealing with his clever sister. This is serious. If a beast stored it inside someone's body, you need to tell us. I know, she nodded with exaggerated solemnity, though amusement danced in her eyes. That's why I'm being so precise with the details. No beast stored it, nobody hid it. Besides, your voice is rising, and you promised not to scold me if I only told the truth. Right on cue, tears began welling in her eyes. A performance worthy of the Royal Theatre. Victor looked away, caught between embarrassment at falling for her act and admiration for her skill. He began pacing the room, his boots clicking against the polished floor. The potions, he muttered, searching for any angle of attack. Fine, they're yours according to our king's rules, so you can keep them, but the ring no longer exists. Larissa shrugged with perfect nonchalance. So there's nothing to look for. She was telling the truth. Julius finally stood, recognizing defeat in this particular battle. The potions, he conceded, can stay with you as Victor said, but this conversation about the ring isn't over, and you haven't escaped punishment yet. In another room, far from the royal drama, the spy posing as a hostage answered similar questions, with his own brand of careful truth-telling. The interrogation room masqueraded as a comfortable study, with plush chairs and warm lighting designed to put students at ease. But the spy noted every detail that betrayed its true purpose. The slight angle of the chair that gave the interrogator psychological advantage, the carefully positioned lights that would make facial tells more visible, the barely perceptible hum of detection beasts in the walls. Unlike the room where the princess held court with her family, this space carried no pretense of deference. The consequences here could be far more severe. As other students awakened, they were systematically separated and questioned. The spy knew this performance would determine not just survival, but the success of years of careful planning that had been made, just so they could keep getting information as a normal student. "Did you see who attacked you?" asked the guard, his tone carefully calibrated to convey sympathy. "Yes." The spy touched his partially healed face, allowing genuine pain to color their expression. The bruises Harold had left were a gift. Real injuries made deception so much easier, but everything happened so fast. Harold hit me when I tried to stop him. "Stop him?" "Yes, He coughed, the wetness in the sound perfectly calculated. "When I saw he had hostages, I prevented him from killing them. I tried." Another cough interrupted the words. "I tried to do the right thing." The guard made a note in his book, the scratching of his pen unnaturally loud in the quiet room. "And the ring?" "The potions." "I don't know." The spy let vulnerability seep into the words, years of training making it easy to tremble at just the right moment. "I was outside the ruins when everything happened." Every word was true, but danger still lurked. The school's thorough investigation had revealed hollows throughout the academy, hidden spaces concealed by various coverings. Grass and moss, minerals, spider webs, even bee shells. A network of hideaways that raised too many questions. The interrogator studied the student before him, trying to catch the smallest tell, the slightest hesitation. "The covering in the tunnel," he began without preamble, placing several samples on the table between them, "is similar to others we found in the last few hours around the academy." The injured student nodded weakly, allowing genuine fatigue to show, "Made me cover him." Many students can make coverings. Each word was true, yet revealed nothing of importance. "But yours is the one used this time." The interrogator's fingers traced the edge of one sample. "Perfect for containing mana signatures. Or for protecting people," the student coughed again, the sound carrying just the right note of pain. "Like I tried to do when I saw what Harold was planning, many other covers can contain mana too." "Why didn't you alert the guards? With what time?" A pained smile crossed the bruised face, the expression carefully crafted to show both sincerity and trauma. "Everything happened so fast. I saw Harold acting strange, followed him, and when I understood what was happening." Another perfectly timed cough. "Well, you've seen how that ended. Why did he hit you?" "Because he wanted to, because he lost control." The student gestured at his bruises, using them as both shield and evidence. "Isn't it obvious?" "Did you know Harold well?" "No, he was a classmate." Another careful truth, delivered with practiced casualness. The interrogator leaned forward. "The coverings we found, some have been there for months. The academy is big," the student smiled weakly. "And many of us can make coverings. Some use them to hide and sleep between classes. Like you?" "Sometimes." Another truth. "Darkness can be very comfortable with a good hammock in a hollow." Many of the coverings have this same base. The material is common. The student maintained his composure, letting exhaustion do the work of hiding any tension. "My beast produces it, yes, but others have the same. Check the beast registry if you want." "Oh, we did." The interrogator's smile carried a predatory edge. "There are 33 students who can produce organic coverings similar to those found. See, not so special. But only 11 can make them this resistant. Practice makes perfect." The student's weak smile never wavered. "When you spend so much time practicing coverings?" "Studying and resting." Another truth that revealed nothing. "The covering is just for comfort and avoiding punishment from the auxiliaries." "Did you know Harold had an abyssal beast?" "A what?" The student allowed genuine surprise to show. "I just saw him transform into something horrible. I thought it was a failed cultivation or... And you still tried to stop him?" "I didn't think much," the student letting shame color the voice. "I saw he had hostages and acted on instinct. It was stupid, I know." "Very stupid," the interrogator nodded slowly. "Or very brave. The question is, which was it?" "Considering how I ended up," the student gestured at the injuries, using them one final time as both shield and proof, "I'm leaning toward stupid." "Very well," the interrogator rose with deliberate slowness. "Rest. We may have more questions later. I'll be here." the student indicated with resigned humor. Not like I can go anywhere else. As the interrogator left, he couldn't help but admire the student's performance. Every answer had been truth, every explanation logical and simple. The story was perfect. Too perfect, perhaps. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed weakly when he finally opened his eyes, their dim light barely illuminating his pale face. "Where am I?" he murmured while trying to focus his vision, the elegant room swimming before him like a dream. "Ren!" Min jumped from his bed, relief breaking through his usual composure. "Finally! Lower your voice!" Taro glanced nervously toward the door, where two guards maintained their silent vigil. "They're observing us." Ren sat up slowly, taking in their surroundings. The room was beautiful, with rich furnishings and tasteful decoration. But the walls themselves seemed to hum with the energy of detection beasts, their presence a constant reminder that this comfortable prison was still very much a cage. Chapter 173 Taming True 3. Ren sat up slowly, taking in their surroundings. The room was beautiful, with rich furnishings and tasteful decoration. But the walls themselves seemed to hum with the energy of detection beasts, their presence a constant reminder that this comfortable prison was still very much a cage. To his surprise, the potions sat untouched beside his bed. They hadn't taken them away. His gaze drifted to the adjacent bed where a familiar figure lay. "Liu," Ren noticed his roommate's dejected expression on the nearby bed. "Are you all right?" "To fine all right." Liu attempted a smile that came out more like a grimace, his usual cheerfulness nowhere to be found. "Are you still hurt? Does anything pain you?" "Not really, maybe just my ego." Liu tried to smile again, but only managed a twisted expression. His eyes fixed on the floor, unable to meet Ren's gaze. "I tried to stop him, when I saw he had a girl." "You saved her," Min interjected softly, his voice gentle but firm. Liu shook his head, self-loathing evident in every movement. "It wasn't enough. That attack you taught me, Ren. I think I executed it perfectly. Concentrated the sonar just like you explained, but..." His voice cracked slightly. "I only managed to get myself knocked out. Couldn't even help her." "You're wrong," Ren straightened, his voice carrying absolute conviction. "Think about it. He must have been disoriented when he fought after your attack. His movements probably clumsier. You gave enough time to prevent worse outcomes, prevented deaths. We can't know for certain, but I believe." "No, listen," Ren pressed on, refusing to let his friend wallow in self-doubt. "Luna and her guards probably only managed to resist because he wasn't at full capacity. Your attack weakened him, damaged his senses, affected his balance. We barely had time to find the guards, so surely you gave them just enough time." "Timing needed to heal them," Taro added, backing up Ren's assessment. Liu lifted his gaze, a spark of hope breaking through his defeated expression. "You really think I helped that much?" "I don't think I know," Ren smiled warmly. "In fact..." He paused, weighing his next words carefully. "I've been thinking about what to do with the remaining potions." "Those 5 you have left? You're not selling them to kill Finch and Theodore with a heart attack?" Min asked jokingly, though having received one himself, he suspected he knew the answer. "No. 2 are for my parents," Ren began counting on his fingers. "1 definitely goes to Lin, she's more than earned it. But the other 2..." Liu blinked in confusion, not daring to hope. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I think you've earned one," Ren responded simply, though the weight of his words filled the room. "What you did today, I don't think just anyone would do that." "But I failed." Liu's gaze dropped again, shame evident in his posture. "You didn't fail, you stubborn fool," Ren shook his head emphatically. "You gave them a chance. Without your intervention, without the damage you caused him, the girls might have. But a potion to become a double tamer. It's too valuable. Those of us in the Grey Wing need to help each other." Ren shrugged, as if giving away a priceless artifact was the most natural thing in the world. "What you did today proved you're someone valuable. Besides," he added with a theatrical gesture, "what better use than giving it to a friend who's already proven he'll use his power to help others?" Liu opened his mouth to protest but closed it again. His eyes moistened slightly with unshed tears. He began, his voice trembling with emotion. "I don't know what to say." "Say you'll accept it," Ren smiled warmly. "And that next time you see someone in trouble, you'll have double the power so you can help better." Min and Taro observed the exchange in respectful silence, understanding the weight of the moment. This wasn't just a gift, it was recognition. "Thank you," Liu finally managed, his voice firmer now. "I promise I'll use it well and repay you many times over." "I know," Ren nodded with absolute certainty. "That's why I'm giving it to you." Although, Liu smiled weakly, some of his usual humor returning, "I still think I should have practiced that attack more." "Oh, trust me," Ren laughed, the sound lightening the mood. "We'll have plenty of time to practice. After all, I'm going to need your help getting rich since I won't be selling any of the potions." Min and Taro exchanged meaningful looks before moving closer to Ren, their expressions turning serious. "Listen," Min lowered his voice to barely above a whisper. "There are some things you need to know before they come to interrogate you like they did us. Princess Larissa explained us about lie detection? Taro continued in the same hushed tone. About what to say and what not to. Oh yes, I know how it works. What did you tell them? They shared the official version they'd maintained, the 3 truths they needed to protect, the role each had played in the story they'd constructed. So, Ren repeated the information carefully. The light beam came from the center of the chamber. Exactly, Min nodded, and the ring simply disappeared. Nobody saw it after, Taro added. One moment it was there, the next it wasn't. And about Larissa's potion, Min murmured conspiratorially. Technically she wasn't the one who took it, Taro completed. Lee watched them curiously from his bed. What are you all whispering about? Just confirming what happened, Min straightened, returning to a normal volume. Don't worry about it, you don't know anything because you were knocked out, and that's better. Ah yes. Liu deflated slightly again. After that bastard hit me, everything went dark. By the way, can someone explain exactly what happened after I blacked out? As his friends began recounting the subsequent events, Ren noticed the guards outside, and in the wall seemed particularly interested in their conversation. Perfect. Letting them hear this version of events would only strengthen their cover story. It was incredible, Min was saying with carefully measured enthusiasm. Suddenly there was this brilliant light from the center of the chamber end. And the bad guy just disintegrated, Taro completed, gesturing dramatically. Such a shame about the ring, Min sighed theatrically. It just disappeared. As if it had never existed, Taro nodded solemnly. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed softly as he listened to the story. His friends had become surprisingly good at lying with the truth. By the way, Liu coughed lightly, I heard them talking about making you nobles or something. Apparently it's the law, Taro shrugged with feigned nonchalance. Something about finding ancient artifacts. Though first we have to get through more interrogations, Min grimaced. It's not so bad, Liu tried to smile encouragingly. Just have to tell the truth. The guards at the door shifted, apparently satisfied with what they'd heard. The story remained consistent, the mysterious beam, the vanished ring, the 3 used potions. The other girls knew almost nothing of importance. Luna, Leora, and the 4 guards had no trouble sharing everything. The only 2 guards who seemed to know something only repeated what Larissa had said. Finally, it was Ren's turn. Chapter 174, Taming Truth 4. The interrogation room was different from the elegant cell. Smaller, more intimate, with a round table that pretended to create a false sense of equality between its occupants. The lighting was again carefully arranged to reveal facial expressions, while the walls hummed with detection beast's energy. Ren observed the 5 men seated before him. They'd given him the VIP treatment, with the highest number of important figures trying to extract information. Each of them carried themselves differently, authority wrapped around them like cloaks of varying weights. His mushrooms pulsed softly, capturing the nuances in their expressions, the subtle tells that betrayed their thoughts. Zhao was the first to speak, his voice warm as the last time they'd met. I'm glad to return and see you're well, Ren. You worried us when you wouldn't wake up. Genuine concern colored his words. Wei shifted uncomfortably in his seat as the one with the lower standing in rank. His eyes avoided looking directly at Ren, as if afraid of what he might discover. Let's start at the beginning. Director Ignatius leaned forward, his presence commanding attention. Why were you in the depths? Seeking wealth and secrets. As our king likes, right? Ren responded naturally, his tone carrying the perfect blend of innocence and truth. As always. As always. Victor arched an eyebrow, studying the child that everyone seemed to treat so differently. A first-year student with a spore frequents the depths. As always. Oh yes. Zhao smiled, pride evident in his voice. Ren has a special talent for exploring. He's practically a genius. During our expedition. This isn't a social gathering, Zhao, Wei interrupted sharply. His hands trembled slightly, betraying his agitation. The boy was where he shouldn't have been so early in the morning. Was he? Julius intervened, his voice soft but firm. From what I hear, you weren't giving your class, and technically they created a safe entrance from the permitted level. He didn't break any specific rules if he was above 200 meters with a Bronze 1 student. Victor observed the exchange with growing interest. Why was his brother defending the child? The light, the director resumed the interrogation. Where did it come from? From the center of the chamber, Ren replied, his voice innocent. It was very bright and I know because I was right there. The silence that followed was dense. The 5 adults exchanged looks, knowing they had to ask the other questions if they wanted different information. Did you take one of the potions? The director finally asked. Oh, I took many for myself, not just one, Ren nodded while his mushrooms pulsed softly. Though we didn't use them all, but I'm already a double tamer. Wei choked on his own saliva. Victor leaned forward, his interest sharpening. Prove it, Julius requested, his voice mixing curiosity and caution. Ren shrugged and manifested his hydra. The crystalline scales gleamed under the room's light while the adults observed with varying degrees of surprise. A hydra? Victor frowned. Of all possible beasts. It's a rare and respectable beast, the director commented, though his tone suggested certain disappointment. but the potential of a natural double tamer from Ariano. It's a shame, Victor sighed theatrically. If you had waited, the kingdom could have provided something more, suitable to your new potential. Ren stroked his Hydra's scales, seemingly oblivious to the adult's disappointment. I like it. It's strong from the start. I guess it's fine since you only had a spore anyway. But the Hydra will only reach silver rank 1, Victor insisted. A double tamer should have aspired to more. By the way, Julius intervened. Did you get the Hydra egg for that contract from the core you found that day in the depths with me? Yes, Ren smiled. Like the scorpion ones you asked for. I've already have several dozen, but they still need much more mana to finish the process. Julius slapped his forehead with his palm. Ren, I didn't need that many scorpions. I thought you would make more variety of monsters. The cores were from scorpions, Ren shrugged innocently. He didn't mention anything about the possibility of changing the core's nature, not because Julius didn't have suspicions already, but it would have too many implications to hide in this room. You're talking about creating specific eggs from cores? The director asked incredulously. Zhao tried to hide a smile while Wei looked at the ceiling, as if seeking divine patience. About the remaining potions, Victor cleared his throat. The kingdom would be interested in purchasing them. Oh, they're not for sale, Ren shook his head. I'm going to use them all. Victor developed a tick in his eye. It's useless to use more than one potion. It's impossible to have more than 2 beasts by drinking more. It would be a waste. Wei developed an even worse tick. I know, Ren smiled. They're not for me. They're for people I know. He turned to Zhao. In fact, Professor, one is for you. The room fell silent again. Zhao blinked in surprise while the others processed the declaration. Ren, Victor massaged his temples. Those potions are invaluable. You can't simply. Why not? Ren tilted his head. Larissa told me they're mine, right? Professor Zhao has supported me. He's earned it. The boy has a point. Julius smiled slightly. Technically, he can do whatever he wants with them. Victor looked about to suffer an aneurysm. Do you have any idea of the value of those potions? How much noble families would pay for them? No, Ren shook his head. But I prefer to give them to people I care about. Zhao had to cough to hide his laughter at Victor's horrified expression. It's your right, Julius intervened before his brother could protest further. Wei buried his face in his hands, muttering something that sounded suspiciously like this illogical child is going to give me a heart attack. Fascinating, Victor reclined in his chair, his irritation transforming into interest. You just rejected a fortune in crystals, political power, and noble favors, to give the potions to your teachers and family. And a friend, Ren added casually. A friend? The director arched an eyebrow. Yes, though that's not relevant to this interrogation, is it? Julius observed the child with renewed interest. Under that apparent simplicity and honesty, that's right. What's truly important is, where's the ring? Victor leaned forward. It disappeared, Ren shrugged. Things don't simply disappear. Wei found his voice in a higher pitch than planned. Like impossible evolutions don't exist, Ren smiled innocently. Nor do bet payments disappear, right, Professor? Wei snapped his mouth shut and sank into his chair, his face pale. Fascinating, Victor murmured more to himself than the others. Each of you treats him differently. Zhao like a prodigy, Wei like a threat, Julius like. He paused, studying his brother. Like an equal? The boy is unusual, the director admitted. Unusual? Victor laughed. A first-year student enters an ancestral seed and everyone here seems to have a different opinion about him. He turned to Ren. Do you know what finding ancestral artifacts means? What? Ren asked innocently. It means the noble families are going to tear you apart, Victor smiled humorlessly, his eyes gleaming dangerously. They'll pressure you, manipulate you, offer you everything you can imagine until you yield. Victor, Julius warned, but his brother ignored him. Do you think this is a game? Victor stood, his gold rank 3 kilin beginning to manifest. Golden scales appeared on his skin, while an aura of power filled the room. Nobles have spent centuries perfecting the art of getting what they want. Don't you think you're exaggerating with that level of pressure mana here? Zhao tried to intervene. He's just a child A child? Victor laughed while advancing toward Ren. His beast power grew, making the air itself seem denser. A child who somehow reached an ancestral seed. A child who has many double potions. A child who hides the most important ring relic of. He stopped abruptly. Something was resonating with his power. Ren had begun to glow, but it wasn't the normal glow of a tamer. The lines of light coursing through his body seemed to respond to the killin's pressure, as if something inside him recognized the power. And then it appeared. The tiny mushroom manifested atop Ren's head, its large eyes observing Victor with what seemed like hunger. Chapter 1, 75. Taming Truth 5. Ren had begun to glow. But it wasn't the normal glow of a tamer. The lines of light coursing through his body seemed to respond to the killin's pressure, as if something inside him recognized the power. And then it appeared. The tiny mushroom manifested atop Ren's head, its large eyes observing Victor with what seemed like hunger. The expression was so unexpected on its chubby, childlike face that for a moment no one quite knew how to react. The adults froze in place. The creature was absurd with its round cheeks and tiny arms, but there was something about it that didn't match any known beast. A quality that defied classification. The spore evolution they knew was different, much larger and thinner. This was something else entirely. But then something even stranger occurred. The energy flooding the room began to swirl, as if drawn to an invisible point. The lines of light in Ren's body pulsed with ancient power. The director and Julius also felt their beasts resonate involuntarily, the phoenix and the Keelan responding to the pressure of power far older than themselves. The tiny creature opened its chubby mouth and began to absorb. Victor's Keelan's power, instead of pressing outward, started flowing toward the mushroom like water into a drain. The intimidating energy transformed as it was consumed, becoming purer, closer to the Keelan's true nature: benevolence, wisdom, compassion. The director's phoenix resonated as well, its energy of regeneration and life being absorbed and purified, until only its essence remained. For a brief instant, in Victor's eyes, seemed to grow, becoming majestic, enormous, like an existence that had witnessed the birth of the world itself. Ancient wisdom peered through those oversized eyes. The prince stepped back, his eyes widening in surprise when his beast reacted not with aggression, but with reverence. The lines in Ren's body glowed more intensely as new energies flowed through his system. He could feel the changes: 10% more in fire control and regeneration, courtesy of the phoenix. Also 10% in earth control and vitality from the Keelan. 2 slight improvements and 2 that, curiously, he couldn't use yet. The mushroom, satisfied with its feast of power, opened its mouth again. But Ren felt that now it was to speak. Ren, snapping out of his amazement, rushed to cover its mouth with his hand, its cheeks puffing up adorably, as if it hadn't just defied every known law about beasts and mana control. The adults observed in silence, their minds struggling to process what they had just witnessed. Victor especially seemed to be fighting between indignation and a strange sensation of respect he couldn't explain. What just happened? Wei finally managed to ask. Victor took another step back. What in hell is that? Nothing. Ren responded quickly while wrestling with his mushroom. Just my spore, my first beast. Another new beast path, Wei muttered, his face pale. And I could swear it looked like it was going to speak. I must be delirious, yes, delirious. It wasn't going to speak. Ren lied blatantly, while the mushroom continued struggling against his hand. Fortunately, everyone was so distracted by his beast that no one noticed the lie in his eyes. While keeping his mushroom's mouth firmly closed, Julius leaned forward, fascinated. That's not a normal beast. Definitely not a spore anymore, Zhao added. It's just a new cultivation path for the mushroom, Ren insisted. A very normal and common mushroom that doesn't. The creature bit his hand in protest. Ow! Ren shook his injured hand while the mushroom opened its mouth again. Just then someone knocked on the door. Ren took advantage to force his beast back into his body. The mushroom disappeared instantly, but left behind the strange regal atmosphere it had created. The lines in Ren's body faded, though he could feel the new power percentages settling into his system. The 5 adults stared at the empty space, each trying to rationalize what they had seen. Victor's Keelan stirred restlessly, as if remembering something important it couldn't express. Come in, the director managed to say, his voice betraying his bewilderment. Lin entered first, her crane manifesting and slightly enhancing her elegant posture. However, that elegance evaporated when she saw Ren. Ren! She launched herself at him, trapping him in a hug that squeezed all the air from his lungs. The high-pitched sound that escaped Ren made Victor arch an eyebrow. I brought reinforcements, Lin whispered in his ear, taking advantage of the noise while squeezing him, though her expression turned worried as she indicated someone else had come. But there was an unwanted visitor in her office. Behind her, Salphira Ashenway entered with the grace that only decades of power can bestow. Lior's grandmother, leader of one of the 3 main families, observed the scene with astute eyes. Well, she smiled while approaching. Why are so many important adults bothering a poor child? We're not bothering him, Zhao and Julius responded almost in unison. Wei sank deeper into his chair, as if wanting to disappear. The director straightened, adopting a formal posture. Lady Salphira, he greeted with a bow. We weren't expecting. Of course not, she interrupted him kindly. Behind her, another figure entered the room. Sirius Starweaver, Luna's father, remained near the door, his expression cold and distant. His eyes barely rested on Ren before returning to Salphira. This doesn't concern you, Victor complained. With all respect, persistent old counselor, this isn't your problem. We're just teaching the lucky boy that fortune isn't always something good. Luck? Sirius showed a flash of interest. What kind of luck? He'll be made noble, Julius responded, studying Luna's father's reaction. Is he already a gold student? Sirius asked, his tone suggesting the answer would determine if he was worth his time and interest. Not yet, Zhao and Julius responded simultaneously, exchanging an amused look at the coincidence. The interest in Sirius's eyes died as quickly as it had appeared. Sophia, we should continue our discussion. This is... One moment, Sophia raised a hand. Why don't you go see your daughter while I help my niece Lynn resolve this situation? I'll catch up later to see my granddaughter Leora. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. My daughter is being properly educated at the institution. I didn't come to distract her, Sirius responded with an icy voice. We have more important matters then. More important than your daughter, who was almost kidnapped. Sophia's smile didn't waver, but her eyes flashed dangerously. Luna is strong, Sirius responded dryly. She doesn't need coddling. Lynn's squeeze ran tighter, as if wanting to protect him from the tense atmosphere that had formed. But quickly they felt their bodies relax, breathing in the atmosphere that the mushroom had created. Fascinating, Sophia commented, feeling the atmosphere. Well, since you insist on staying, then you can wait. She turned to Victor. What were you saying about teaching lessons to my future protege? Chapter 176, Taming Truth 6. Lynn's squeeze ran tighter, as if wanting to protect them from the tense atmosphere that had formed. But quickly they felt their bodies relax, breathing in the atmosphere that the mushroom had created. Fascinating, Sophia commented, feeling the atmosphere. Well, since you insist on staying, then you can wait. She turned to Victor. What were you saying about teaching lessons to my future protege? Your what? Victor blinked in surprise, his composure slipping for the first time. Oh, didn't you hear me? Sophia smiled sweetly, though steel lurked beneath her gentle tone. As leader of the Ashenways, I'm taking a personal interest in this future young noble's development. Wei groaned audibly, slumping further in his chair. Julius hid a smile while Zhao watched with evident amusement, clearly enjoying the show. You can't simply... Victor began, his authority crumbling before the elderly noble's presence. I can't? Sophia arched an eyebrow, her smile never wavering. How curious. I wasn't aware that a single prince, one whom I taught as a child, could dictate whom I may or may not protect. Victor choked on his own indignation while Lin finally released Ren, who took a dramatic gasp of air. Now, Sophia sat gracefully in a chair that no one had offered, commanding the room's attention with effortless authority. Why don't you tell me exactly what's happening here? After the director explained the situation, Sirius's face showed genuine interest for the first time. The ring has been released, his eyes fixed on Ren with predatory intensity. And these children know where it is. Apparently your daughter also participated in the incident, so you should ask her directly, Sophia commented casually, though her words carried a sharp rebuke. In fact, since I'm here, I should make use of my visit to see Leora. Perhaps she knows something more. Sirius frowned at the mention of Luna but didn't respond, his cold demeanor growing more rigid. Where is the ring? Victor pressed Ren again, but the truth remained unchanged. As I said before, it disappeared. Ren responded with the same tranquility. Poof. Maybe we should focus on his strange creature, Wei suggested nervously, fidgeting in his seat. Something tells me it must have something to do with all this. What we saw before. Sophia interrupted, exchanging a meaningful Lin. That would be in very poor taste. Poor taste? Victor arched an eyebrow, his voice dripping with skepticism. Of course, Sophia smiled kindly, though her eyes glinted with challenge. After all, how many here freely share their beast cultivation secrets? An uncomfortable silence fell over the room as her words hit home. The royal family's killin', she continued. Can any student find information about its cultivation in the academy library? Julius and Victor exchanged looks, unable to counter her point. The high ranks of Wolverines either, the director's phoenix. Sophia continued listing, each example another nail in their argument's coffin. Are there any books about the final ranks of Victor's eagle? Or about Sirius's white celestial tiger? Sirius tensed visibly, his shoulders going rigid at the mention of his beast. Sophia smiled. Would never share with you the secrets of my family about cultivation of my black turtle. That's different, began, but Sophia raised a hand, silencing him effortlessly. Is it? Her smile turned sharp as a razor. Wei and Zhao are the only ones here whose beasts have publicly available cultivation information. And that's only because researchers were properly compensated for it. The situation requires. Victor tried to argue. What? Sophia interrupted softly, her gentle tone carrying more force than any shout. That a child reveal his cultivation secrets without compensation, without even being properly asked permission? Lin Zhao, the director, and Julius nodded silently, acknowledging the truth in her words. If you're so interested, Sophia continued, her logic inexorable, you should make a proper offer, negotiate appropriately, not interrogate a child with threats to steal secrets that might as well be familial. Familial? Sirius snorted derisively. He's barely iron rank. He's far from even being the lowest noble rank, and yet, Sulfura smiled, triumph gleaming in her eyes. He already has secrets that all of you are desperate to know. Fascinating, don't you think? Lin, who had remained close to Ren throughout, hid a smile. But the ring is more important than any cultivation secret. Sirius tried to redirect the conversation. Ah yes, Sulfura nodded sagely. The ring that, according to all testimonies, simply disappeared. Shouldn't we stop bothering children to fix our problems and start looking for our lost things ourselves then, like adults? This is ridiculous, Victor complained, though his authority continued to crumble. We can't simply... Can't what? Sulfura interrupted again, her voice sharp. Respect the same principles we demand for ourselves. Or do rules of humanity only apply when they're convenient? Ren watched the exchange with fascination while his mushrooms pulsed softly. Cultivation secrets are one thing. Victor crossed his arms, trying to regain ground. But this is different. The boy is too suspicious. They found a Yino spy in the school, Sirius added. Victor is right, Sulfura. We can't ignore the coincidences. Sulfura exchanged a look with Lin, who nodded almost imperceptibly. The Ashenway leader sighed with resignation before turning to Ren. Very well, she smiled while leaning toward him. Let's make this simple. Just answer yes or no. Understood. Ren nodded. Were you born in Yino? No. Have you ever been to Yino? No. Do you work for someone from Yino? No. Do you have contact with people from Yino? No. Have you received training from Yino? No. Have you been offered anything from Yino? No. Is Yano your home? Yes. Have you considered living in Yino? No. She asked him dozens of questions. Each answer was clear and firm, while the adults analyzed for lies. You know what? Sulfura straightened, satisfaction evident in her bearing. I think we can conclude this interrogation. Just like that? Victor stepped forward, disbelief coloring his voice. Just like that, Sulfura nodded with finality. You can maintain surveillance on the children without interfering with their academic life or basic privacy. But, Sirius began. But nothing, Sulfura took Ren's arm gently. We're leaving. Victor advanced, his Kilin manifesting partially. You can't simply. Sulfura stopped at the door and turned slowly. Her smile turned dangerous, decades of power radiating from her slight frame. Want to test that, Victor? Her voice softened to almost a whisper. Or would you prefer everyone to know about that little boy I so fondly called Little Bird? Victor visibly paled. Julius had to cough to hide a laugh, while Wei looked between them with horrified fascination. That was decades ago, Victor protested, though he took a step back. And you think I've forgotten? Sulfura arched an eyebrow. My memory works perfectly. Want to test it? That won't be necessary, Julius intervened, clearly enjoying the moment. I think we can all agree that respectful surveillance is sufficient. But the ring, Sirius insisted. Look for it if you want it, Sulfura responded calmly. Or don't. Either way, torturing a child with interrogations won't make it magically materialize. We weren't torturing, Ignatius began. No? Sulfura interrupted. 5 powerful adults intimidating a first-year student. What would you call it? The silence that followed was eloquent. That's what I thought, Sulfura smiled. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm taking this young man with me, and Victor. Her smile widened. Remember that birds are adorable creatures and Killins are so benevolent they avoid stepping on grass. As they left, Ren couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Did you really call him Little Bird? Oh yes, Sulfura laughed softly. It's his worst fear that others will learn why. Why? Because of ego, Sulfura winked at him. But sometimes princes need to be reminded that power comes in many forms. It's not always the strongest or loudest who wins. Behind them, they could hear Victor muttering something about manipulative old witches, while Julius and Zhao laughed openly. Besides, back then, Sulfura added as they walked away, he sang surprisingly well. Chapter 177, Taming Nobility. Do you know what finding ancestral artifacts means? Sulfura asked Ren, her eyes studying him with keen interest. That I'll become noble? Ren responded casually, as if discussing the weather. Not until you reach at least gold rank in school, but it's more than that. It makes you someone important, someone who'll need to know how to play the game. I'm not interested in those games, Ren began. Oh, but you're already playing, and from what I saw quite well. Her smile widened, eyes twinkling with approval. Each person in that room saw you differently, and yet, she paused meaningfully, none could prove anything concrete about what happened. Lin watched her aunt with relative caution. She was a great ally, but her interests sometimes came at a steep price. For example, the cultivation of her beast would have. Nobility isn't just titles and land rights, Sulfura continued, her voice carrying many years of accumulated wisdom. It's power, influence, the The ability to make others see you as you want them to see you. Like a normal student who just wants to earn many crystals for his poor family. Ren suggested innocently. See, Lin? This is exactly what I'm talking about. The boy already understands the game better than most adult nobles. Shortly after Selphira and Ren left the room, the remaining adults regained their composure, but Wei practically jumped from his seat, nearly tripping in his haste. I'll have to go, he muttered while backing toward the door. His eyes carefully avoided making contact with the powerful figures remaining in the room. So soon? Julius smiled, clearly enjoying his discomfort. Yes, I have to buy a rune? Wei swallowed hard while glancing sideways to where Lin had been. If she was a close niece to matriarch Selphira, perhaps he should make sure that rune was of especially good quality. Victor let out an amused snort while Wei practically fled from the room. I'm leaving too, Zhao stood with a smile that threatened to split his face in two. Why is the cold-blooded hunter of Yano so happy? Victor asked, though everyone knew the answer. Nothing in particular, Zhao tried to maintain composure, but his eyes sparkled like a child in a candy store. Just matters to attend to. Matters related to a certain potion? Julius teased. Zhao's smile widened even further, if that was possible. I don't know what you're talking about. Director Ignatius watched the professor practically float toward the exit, a stab of envy piercing him. Everyone present, except him, either was or would be a double tamer. But as a respectable director, he maintained his neutral and elegant expression. You can take your time visiting your student relatives, he offered with all the dignity he could muster. As main benefactors of the academy, you have free access to the facilities, though it will be a favor since visits aren't school's normal policy. Normal policy? Victor laughed. You mean you can't deny us entry even if you wanted to? Victor, Julius warned, though he was smiling at seeing Ignatius' elegance falter. Sirius, who had remained silent, headed toward the door with an annoyed expression. It was obvious that Selphira had escaped their previous discussion by coming here. Lord Starweaver, the director called. Don't you wish to see your daughter? It's not necessary, Sirius responded dryly without stopping. And opened it, but stopped. His hand tensed on the handle, as he seemed to fight an internal battle. After what seemed like an eternal moment, he released the door again and turned. Where? He coughed uncomfortably. Where are they keeping her? Julius and Victor exchanged a meaningful look while the director gave serious directions. They nodded before turning to the director. We'll go see Larissa too, Julius announced. Yes, Victor nodded. And director, don't forget what was agreed upon. Ignatius sighed. The 6 new operatives. Exactly, Victor smiled, but there was no warmth in his expression. The previous ones were insufficient. They're good elements, the director defended. So good they sided with the girls, Victor responded coldly. This time they'll be different, Julius intervened. More experienced and specialized in searching. And more lethal for the remaining spies, Victor added. Sirius, who had been listening to the exchange, frowned. More guards for the girls? To protect them and search for the ring, Julius explained. Luna must become strong, she doesn't need. Sirius began, but Victor interrupted him. No? Didn't you read the report? She needed help when that spy almost took her to Yino. The silence that followed was tense. Julius broke it. We'll pay all costs for these 8 years as agreed. Don't worry. Even though they've been discovered, she'll be protected as best as possible. Sirius clenched his fists but didn't respond. The new operatives will arrive tonight, Victor continued, his tone brooking no argument. And this time, Director, make sure they have free and constant access to protect them. Or next time. He smiled while his Kilin manifested a golden aura. We won't be so understanding about security failures in your academy. Julia sighed. He's just worried about Larissa, Director. Don't take it to heart. This time we need you to allow more freedom to the assets. The students will be frightened. The spies will be even more careful, Ignatius slightly protested. Good. Victor headed toward the door. Perhaps a little fear and stress will teach them to respect our kingdom. As the 3 last visitors left to see the girls, the director remained alone in his office, contemplating how to maintain the delicate balance between protection and learning freedom in his academy. He wondered if this time the cure wouldn't be worse than the disease. So, Selphira smiled as they walked. What do you plan to do with the potions you obtained? Give them away. One is for my teacher Lin, Ren responded immediately, causing his teacher to nearly stumble. For me? Lin blinked in surprise. Of course, teacher, Ren nodded while his mushrooms pulsed softly. You've earned it with all the support and training you've given me. Little one, Selphira stopped, studying him with curiosity. Do you have any idea how much one of those potions is worth? Not really. Ren shrugged. But it doesn't matter. The elderly woman laughed softly. With a single potion you could obtain enormous favors from noble families when you assume your position. I don't want to be noble, Ren protested. No? Selphira arched an eyebrow. You don't want anything? You have no ambition? You said something about getting crystals for your family, right? Ren paused a moment considering. Well, I'd like to get a decent house for my parents. One that's not on the outskirts, that helps them feel successful and not have to walk with their heads down. A decent house for your parents? Sulfura repeated. How good? Something in the city would be nice, Ren responded. It doesn't need to be anything special. Ah, Sulfura smiled shrewdly. Do your parents deserve just something decent, or do they deserve the best? Chapter 178, Taming Nobility 2. A decent house for your parents, Sulfura repeated. How good? Something in the city would be nice, Ren responded. It doesn't need to be anything special. Ah, Sulfura smiled shrewdly. Do your parents deserve just something decent, or do they deserve the best? Ren's mushrooms pulsed with greater intensity as he processed those words, their light reflecting his deepening thoughts. The best, he finally responded, conviction growing in his voice. They deserve the best. Then aim higher, Sulfura nodded with approval. You know, you could get one of the best houses in the city. With the potion? Ren asked. No, Sulfura shook her head. Well, maybe with the potion or with enough money you could get a favor to obtain a large house near the center, but you'd still have to keep your head down with no status. Why? Because respect isn't bought so easily, Lynn intervened softly, her voice carrying the weight of experience. No matter how much money you have, without position. Exactly, Sulfura nodded. If you want a truly grand house, one where your family can walk with their heads held high, you need to be at least noble. And for that, she continued as they resumed walking, you need to reach at least gold student rank. How long would that take? Ren asked, his curiosity piqued. You need to get perfect marks in all your units. First advance to bronze 1 next semester. Bronze 2 the following one, silver 1, and so on until reaching at least gold 1. Lynn explained, counting off the steps. Minimum 3 years. You could be there upon entering your 4th year if you're a perfect student, Sulfura responded. But it's not easy. Being realistic, most students never achieve it. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with determination. If my parents will get the respect they deserve, I'll do it. And you still insist on giving the potion to Lynn? Of course, Ren smiled. If I'm going to be noble, I'll need strong and cool allies, won't I? Sulfura burst out laughing while Lynn blushed slightly. Clever, the elderly woman nodded with approval. Although? She turned to Lynn, her expression growing more serious. We'll have to be discreet about this. Lynn seemed to shrink into herself. Aren't I? As long as he doesn't find out, Sulfura sighed. I won't have to punish you for this. Ren looked between them, confused. The succession happened years ago, Sulfura continued, ignoring Ren's question. It shouldn't be a major problem now. Succession, Ren insisted. Lynn avoided his gaze while studying the ceiling with sudden interest. Some families, the elderly woman finally responded, have very specific rules about who can be their leader and who cannot. But you. It's complicated, Lynn interrupted softly. And it's not important now. Her eyes pleaded with him to drop the subject, so Ren nodded, though curiosity still burned within him. What's important, Sulfura resumed her cheerful tone, is that you've started thinking bigger. That's good. A noble house, Ren murmured, imagining his parents walking proudly through the city. A huge house, Sulfura confirmed, and much more if you play your cards right. My cards? Oh yes, the elderly woman smiled. You already have some very interesting ones, double Tamers, a unique beast, the support of a certain princess. And a terrifying teacher, Ren added, looking at Lynn. And a terrifying teacher, Sulfura laughed. Though, her eyes sparkled with amusement. If I were you, I'd be more afraid of the aunt than the niece. Lynn coughed to hide a laugh as they approached the room where Ren's friends waited. After all, Sulfura added casually, not just anyone can turn princes into little birds. The door opened without prior announcement. Sirius Starweaver stood in the threshold, his imposing figure partially blocking the hallway light. The 9 girls in the room fell silent instantly. The guards exchanged uncomfortable looks while Luna, who had been conversing softly with her cousins, visibly tensed. Sirius said nothing. He simply made a gesture with his hand, summoning his daughter. Luna rose slowly, her usual elegance shadowed by an unnatural rigidity. She crossed the room under her companions' worried gazes and stepped into the hallway. The door closed behind her with a click that sounded too loud in the silence. The atmosphere in the room remained tense until new knocks on the door broke the moment. Julius and Victor entered, bringing with them a less oppressive though equally authoritative air. Larissa, Julia smiled at his sister. You're free to leave here now, but... Leora, Victor addressed their cousin. Your grandmother came to see you. If you want, you can go find her. Leora looked at Larissa, understanding the unspoken message. When her cousin nodded slightly, she stood and left the room. Well? Larissa looked at her brothers once the door closed again. What do you want? Your friend Ren spilled everything, Victor smiled maliciously. You're in trouble. Larissa burst into laughter that surprised the guards. Really? You still can't fool the man of detection, you know. Julia sighed. All right, you caught us. You're free to go, but... The Seekers will stay with you until the ring matter is resolved, Victor completed. Larissa sighed dramatically. Fine, she shrugged. Though I warn you they won't find anything. Don't be so sure, Julius smiled. In fact, I specifically asked one of them to watch over our friend Ren. Larissa's cheeks puffed up in an adorable pout that made some guards have to contain their smiles. Victor let out a laugh. What's wrong, little sister? Upset because we'll discover your tricks? No, Larissa crossed her arms. I'm upset because I had just gotten the chance to watch him and now you're taking that away. The brothers exchanged a meaningful look. Larissa? Victor knelt before her, his voice turning serious. You're too young for foolish ideas. What foolish ideas? She protested. You're a princess, Victor continued relentlessly. There's no place for common interests like those. Forget it. Common interests? One of the guards murmured, earning an elbow from her companion. He's just a commoner who got lucky, Victor insisted. Exactly, Larissa nodded. Don't you find that fascinating? What I find, Victor growled, is that you need to focus on things more appropriate for your position. Like learning to lie better, Larissa smiled innocently. Or is that not appropriate either? Julius had to cough to hide a laugh while Victor developed a tick in his eye. The Seekers stay, Victor declared firmly, and you'll keep away from that boy. Of course, dear brother, Larissa smiled sweetly. I'll stay as far away as you stayed from the castle mates. This time Julius couldn't contain his laughter. You were almost a baby then, Victor protested. How can you even? Leora's grandmother tells great stories, Larissa winked. Especially about a certain little bird prince. Victor turned toward the door, muttering something about gossipy old witches and princesses too clever for their own good. Chapter 179. Taming Nobility 3. When Ren opened the room's door, the first thing he saw was Min standing on his hands, Taro flexing his arms in a strange pose, and Liu trying to imitate what appeared to be a battle stance, all shirtless. The three froze upon seeing Lin and Selphira. Ah! The collective scream resonated through the hallway. Ren closed the door immediately, his face a mask of perfect expressionlessness. His mushrooms, however, pulsed fast with what could only be secondhand embarrassment. Behind him, Selphira hid a smile behind her hand while Lin blinked in confusion. Should we? Lin began to ask. Let's give them a moment, Ren responded, his voice completely flat. From inside the room came sounds of frantic movement, several falls, and what suspiciously sounded like Min shouting, "My shirt! Where's my shirt?" After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 30 seconds, Ren opened the door again. The three boys were sitting on their beds, fully dressed and wearing expressions of absolute innocence, as if nothing had happened. Welcome. Taro smiled with such artificial calm it was painful to watch. What a beautiful day, isn't it? Liu added while smoothing down a shirt with clearly misaligned buttons. Min simply smiled, though his shirt was inside out. Ren observed his friends and sighed deeply. Did I really give transformation potions to these clowns? Selphira laughed openly, while Lin tried to maintain a serious expression and failed miserably. Potions don't cure foolishness in men, Selphira commented cheerfully. In fact, some cases make me believe they double it. Ren approached the small table where the 4 remaining potions rested. Selphira's eyes opened slightly upon seeing them, a spark of recognition and something else crossing her gaze. Without ceremony, Ren took one and turned to Lin. Teacher, he said simply, extending the potion. Lin remained motionless for a moment, her eyes fixed on the glowing crystal. Ren! Her voice was barely a whisper. I. She couldn't finish the sentence. Instead, she caught Ren in a hug that made his mushrooms pulse with surprise. Small tears rolled down her cheeks while Ren held the potion against her chest. Selphira observed the scene with a small smile. Something soft replacing the usual cunning in her eyes. She opened her mouth to say something, but at that moment someone knocked on the door. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with curiosity while Lin quickly dried her eyes. More visits so soon? Selphira murmured, her expression turning cautious. Come in. Ren responded to the knock. Wei poked his head in cautiously, as if fearing to find something dangerous inside. Upon seeing Selphira, he seemed to shrink even more, but forced himself to enter completely. He cleared his throat nervously while holding a rune that glowed with a whitish tone. I came to deliver this. Lin, still with moist eyes, shot him a look that could have frozen a volcano. Wei audibly swallowed. The bronze rank 2 light rune, he hurried to explain while advancing with rigid steps toward the nearest table. As agreed. He placed the rune with as much care as if it were a bomb about to explode, making sure Lin could clearly see he was fulfilling his part of the deal. The debt is settled and recorded for the month's report, he added quickly while backing toward the door. I'm leaving. I have to. There are things that... He didn't finish any of his sentences. He simply made an awkward bow and practically fled from the room. Selphira waited until Wei's hurried footsteps were lost in the hallway before letting out a giggle. Well, she smiled looking at Ren. It seems you have Wei completely dominated. Ren let out a nervous laugh. Not really, just Just defeated him in his own specialty, proved him wrong, and got one of the most expensive runes out of him, Min suggested with a smile. And he runs every time he sees you, Taro added. Like a fire mouse before a water cat, Liu completed. Shut up. Ren looked at them reproachfully, though his mushrooms pulsed with amusement. Lin resumed the hug, taking Ren by surprise. Thank you so much, Ren. It's only fair, Ren shrugged. After all, you. Another knock on the door interrupted his words. Has everyone decided to visit you today? Fame has its disadvantages, Selphira commented with an enigmatic smile while observing the door with renewed interest. Come in, Ren responded again. The door opened, revealing Leora, who peeked in timidly. Excuse me, she smiled softly. A guard told me my grandmother was here. Ah, my little one. Selphira brightened upon seeing her. Just in time. I was thinking of going to find you. The elderly woman turned to Ren with a mischievous smile. I'll leave you with Lin to finish your loving embrace. Those moments are important. The effect was immediate. The boy's cheeks blazed like embers. Ren looked like he wanted his mushrooms to absorb him and disappear. Mintaro and Liu blushed by pure proximity to the situation, and Leora, who had no context of what had happened, reddened at the insinuation. Aunt, you're going to confuse the children? Lin protested weakly. Selphira laughed, clearly enjoying the chaos she had created. Oh, come on. I'm just pointing out the obvious. After all, not every day does a student give their teacher something so valuable. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with embarrassment while Lin seemed to debate between gratitude and mortification. By the way, Ren, Selphira continued while heading toward the door. I'll be watching your development. I'm very interested in seeing how someone with your peculiarities evolves. Her smile turned more calculating. And of course, you'll always be welcome in my faction once you achieve your noble appointment. Someone as interesting as you has potential. With a final laugh at everyone's flustered expressions, Selphira left to the hallway with Leora. Once outside, her expression turned more serious. Now, dear, she addressed her granddaughter as they walked. Tell me exactly what happened in that seed. I don't know much, Leora admitted. I was unconscious most of the time. But Larissa told me some things. Leora lowered her voice. She said Ren was crucial, that he saved us. Oh? Selphira arched an eyebrow with interest. Did she mention how? Not exactly. Leora shook her head. But the way she said it, I've never seen Larissa so impressed by someone. Fascinating, Selphira murmured. You know, I think you should pay more attention to that boy. More attention? Yes, Selphira smiled. In fact, I'd like you to report directly to me about him from now on. Chapter 180, Taming Nobility 4. Fascinating, Selphira murmured. You know, I think you should pay more attention to that boy. More attention? Yes, Selphira smiled. In fact, I'd like you to report directly to me about him from now on. Leora blinked in surprise. You too want me to watch him? Yes, Selphira nodded. But be subtle. We don't need others getting territorial, do we? Grandmother, Leora narrowed her eyes. What are you planning? Oh, nothing special. Selphira laughed softly. Just making sure I don't miss the show. You think he'll do important things? Dear, Selphira smiled, wisdom gleaming in her aged eyes. He already is. The question is, who will be better positioned to capture him when he rises? Now take me to the main door. As they walked down the hallway, Selphira added almost to herself. I didn't expect so much from this visit, and it will be fun imagining Sirius's face when he learns I used coming here as an excuse to escape his boring petitions. Grandmother. Leora sighed, though a small smile formed on her lips. What? An old woman needs her entertainment, Selphira laughed. And something tells me that boy is going to provide me with plenty. While walking away from Larissa's room, Julius observed his brother from the corner of his eye. You're not as unpleasant when giving orders anymore. You've changed, he commented casually. Victor snorted. You're the unpleasant one. I'm serious, Julius smiled. Before, you wouldn't have let Larissa get away with it. You would have tripled her surveillance just on principle. Shh. Victor looked away. It's not a bad idea for her to keep an eye on that strange boy anyway. There's something about him that doesn't quite add up to me. So you're not worried about her interest in him. I just hope Larissa matures and understands her role on her own. Victor evaded the question. She's a princess. She can't go around being fascinated by any commoner who shows unusual tricks. Julius laughed softly. You've matured. I don't know whether to take that as a compliment, Victor growled, but after a moment added in a lower voice, after going to look for father in that madhouse in the Platinum Ring, I realized some things. Oh? The world is too big to think you're strong, Victor shook his head. I was like a frog in a well, thinking the sky was only what I could see from below. Zhao said something similar when he returned from looking for you. Julius nodded. Though I suppose it was worse for him, and he didn't even have to enter the Platinum Ring. His beast is good at hiding, Victor acknowledged. But he probably saw enough from the shadows and at the edge of the Platinum One ring when he found me. They walked in silence for a moment before Victor spoke again. Speaking of Zhao, his expression turned thoughtful. Now that he'll be a double tamer, maybe we should find him a good complement for his beast. He's an excellent soldier. Thinking about the gold crests. With things as they are, Victor nodded gravely, we'll need all the support possible when the time comes to punish them. Do you think Father will arrive in time? Father is still trying to understand that thing, Victor interrupted. As I told you when I arrived, I don't know when he'll return, but when he does, the evidence will be undeniable. The gold crests have crossed too many lines. Experimenting on children, Julius murmured. Helping abyssal spies enter here. Betraying the kingdom, Victor completed. The question is how many more are involved. Do you already suspect someone specific? Just suspicions, Victor smiled humorlessly. Nothing concrete, but I trust my gut. It's what kept me alive in the Platinum Ring. Julius studied his brother with new appreciation. The old Victor would have declared open war on the gold crests at the first hint of betrayal. This more mature Victor was more dangerous to their enemies. You know, Julius smiled. I think I understand why you let Larissa keep her little spy game with the mushroom boy. Oh? It's better to have friendly eyes on him than make him more cautious, Julius winked. You've definitely matured. Shut up, Victor growled, but a small smile formed on his lips. I just hope Zhao knows how to choose his second beast well. It's not every day you get the chance to be a double tamer. With luck, Julius laughed. He'll choose better than a certain prince who ended up with an eagle when he could have had something with better synergy for the killing. My golden eagle is perfectly capable, Victor defended. Not everyone needs two boring earth beasts. Boring? My beasts have perfect synergy. Your beasts are pretentious, Victor corrected. Like their tamer. As the brothers continued their way between jokes and more serious plans, the echo of their voices was lost in the academy's hallways. The storm brewing with the gold crests was still on the horizon, but preparations had already begun. Larissa watched through the window, lost in her thoughts. Things hadn't gone as badly as she feared. Her brothers hadn't discovered her most important secret, that she was now a double tamer. A sigh escaped her lips as she thought about Lior's family. The Ashenways were different. Not only did they allow women to lead, but their own matriarch Salphira was a respected and feared double tamer. It must be nice, she thought, while her mineral fairy glowed softly beneath her skin. Not having to hide your desire for power. Her thoughts drifted to Luna. Would her situation be similar? Were the Star Weavers like the Dravenholms, bound to antiquated traditions? Or like the Ashenways, more progressive? But Luna never talked about her family. As if her thoughts had summoned her, Luna entered the room. Her head was down, her usual elegance tarnished by something that seemed to weigh on her shoulders. Luna? Larissa called softly. Are you all right? There was no response. Luna simply sat on her bed, her gaze fixed on the floor. Larissa approached, extending a hand to touch her cousin's shoulder. But before she could, something emerged from Luna's shadow. A black snake, its scaly skin gleaming with a dark luster, materialized holding an envelope in its fangs. Larissa recognized it instantly. It was the most common beast from the random black egg, the one everyone had expected Luna to get in the first place. Its abilities were similar to the Shadow Wolf's, though it lacked elemental control, and its potential was limited to Silver Rank 3. It was a respectable beast, but not exceptional. Uncle Sirius's second beast, Larissa realized, as the snake deposited the envelope in Luna's hands. Chapter 181 Lin. Double Tamer. A black snake. Larissa recognized it instantly. It was the most common beast from the random black egg, the one everyone had expected Luna to get in the first place. Its abilities were similar to the Shadow Wolf's, though it lacked elemental control and its potential was limited to Silver Rank 3. It was a respectable beast, but not exceptional. Uncle Sirius's second beast, Larissa realized as the snake deposited the envelope in Luna's hands. The change was subtle but immediate. Luna's somber countenance seemed to lighten slightly, while her fingers caressed the envelope. The snake slid back into the shadows, vanishing as if it had never been there. Luna carefully tucked the envelope into her clothes, her movements almost reverent. Is everything all right? Larissa asked softly. Luna's cheeks tinged pink. She avoided her cousin's gaze, her eyes fixed on a distant point. Yes, she finally responded, her voice barely a whisper. It was the smallest voice Larissa had ever heard from her cousin, so different from her usual confident and controlled tone. But there was something in it, a note of happiness? Larissa observed Luna for a moment more before returning to her own bed. She wouldn't press. If her cousin wanted to share the message's contents, she would in her own time. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but wonder what kind of message could cause such a change in Luna's always stoic countenance. What words could Uncle Sirius have written that could transform sadness into that soft blush? Perhaps, Larissa thought while her mineral fairy glowed with curiosity, other families' traditions weren't as simple as they appeared at first glance. I've been thinking. Lin caressed the potion while speaking, about which beast to choose. Do you already have an idea? Ren asked while his mushrooms pulsed with interest. All my life I've practiced hand-to-hand combat, Lin explained. I'd like to deepen that. I was considering beasts that increase speed or strength. She stood and began walking around the room, gesturing while explaining. The problem is that the main family doesn't know decent cultivation methods for direct combat beasts. Except for the crane. And that worries you because... Ren encouraged her to continue. I'd need classic noble beasts if I want to reach gold, Lin sighed. In school, the beasts known to have a chance to reach gold 1 are basically 3: the cockatrice, the gargoyle, and the pegasus. They're not seen often. Min leaned forward, interested. No, they all have less than 1% probability in random eggs, Lin grimaced. And they're expensive eggs. Besides, none gives me exactly what I'm looking for. The pegasus could be useful, she suggested while sitting again. Though it's not ideal. For what you're looking for, Ren intervened. A fire panther lizard would be excellent. It also has good synergy. Lin blinked in surprise. Well, yes. They have a 40% increase in speed and 40% in attack, but... She shook her head. They only reach bronze 1. Nobody chooses them if they can avoid it. No, Ren smiled while his mushrooms pulsed with more intensity. I know how to take them at least to gold 1. Remember? Like all beasts. The silence that followed was deafening. Taro, Min, and Liu exchanged knowing looks, but Lin remained motionless, processing the words. It wasn't the first time they'd heard him say it. He'd mentioned it when he obtained his little mushroom. But now that they saw him ready to apply that knowledge again, the reality of what it meant hit harder. It's surreal, Liu murmured, breaking the silence. Lin straightened. Well, then I'll get an orange egg. They have a good probability of containing a panther lizard, and I have enough money saved. You don't need the egg, Ren interrupted. We just need a core from one, or failing to get that from another beast, though preferably of the same type to save the big tentacles. We'll also need several parts of the panther lizard. With that I can make the egg. Lin, who hadn't seen Ren process cores from scratch, looked at the other 3 boys, who nodded confirming what Ren was saying. Clearly, they had seen this process before. The core is extremely cheap, Taro rubbed his chin. And the parts are easy to buy. Ren can transform all that into a perfect egg, Min added proudly. We've seen him do it, Liu confirmed. Lin stood with determination and drank the potion in one gulp. Then it's time to visit the bank. Are you sure? Ren asked. Once you decide on the beast. Completely, Lin smiled. Besides, what kind of teacher would I be if I didn't trust my favorite student? Ren's mushrooms pulsed with what seemed like embarrassment, while the other boys laughed. Though, Lin added with a mischievous smile, I still find it incredible that the same boy who can't dodge my basic strike knows how to take beasts to gold. Hey, Ren protested. Those strikes are impossible to dodge. They're not, Lin sang while heading to the door. You just need more practice. But when I have my panther lizard, they'll be even faster, so prepare to train harder. Ren visibly paled, while his friends burst into laughter. You know, Min managed to say between laughs, maybe you should have suggested a slower beast. It's too late for regrets, Lin smiled from the door. Come on, the bank awaits. As they followed Lin down the hallway, Ren couldn't help but wonder if he had just committed a tactical error by suggesting a beast that would increase his already terrifying teacher speed. His mushrooms pulsed with resignation. At least he thought. The training would serve to improve his reflexes. When they reached the shop, Ren stepped ahead of the group. Jesse, he called while his mushrooms pulsed softly. How much does it cost to safeguard 2 very valuable objects? The merchant looked up from her account book, arching an eyebrow. Ah, hello, Ren. That's quite expensive. 10,000 crystals per month for each safeguarded object. I don't think it's worth it for those Hydra scales. 20,000 a month, Ren murmured, making mental calculations. Lin stepped forward. It's fine. I'll pay for it. It's not necessary, Ren shook his head. I just wanted to know the price. I have enough crystals. I insist, Lin frowned. It's the least I can do after. Really, don't worry, Ren interrupted her quickly, noticing Jesse's confused expression. He turned back to the merchant. More importantly now, what's the price for panther lizard parts? Chapter 182 Double Tamers. I insist, Lin frowned. It's the least I can do after. Really, don't worry, Ren interrupted her quickly, noticing Jesse's confused expression. He turned back to the merchant. More importantly now, what's the price for panther lizard parts? What rank? Jesse asked while pulling out a price list. Bronze and silver, Ren specified. All options. Let's see. Jesse consulted her register. Bronze 1 parts are 100 crystals each. Bronze 2 goes up to 1,000. Min whistled at the difference while Taro and Liu exchanged knowing looks. And silver? Lin asked, her interest evident. Silver 1 is 10,000 per piece, Jesse continued. Silver 2, 20,000. We'll need 5 parts, Ren explained, looking at Lin. And the higher the level of the pieces, the faster I can cultivate the egg. It'll depend on how urgently you want it. There's also the core, Liu reminded. Right, Ren nodded. We'll need 100,000 crystals to feed it properly. It's less than an orange egg cost, Taro commented. Though it's still expensive. Lin remained silent for a moment, clearly calculating options. The bronze 2 ones, she finally decided. How long would it take with those? About 20 days, Ren responded while his mushrooms pulsed with approval. It's a good balance between cost and time. Then it would be 5,000 for the parts, Lin calculated, plus 100,000 for the core. 105,000 total, Min completed. Though I don't know why you want a core, but those are 10 crystals, Jesse added casually. Although I'm not sure if we still have complete bodies to get you one. They normally send them to the castle fast. It would also be hard to distinguish it among others in the piles. I'll cross my fingers and give you a tip if you find it, Lin added. Jesse smiled. I'll do my best to search for it in the refrigeration basement. If you can't find one, I can help you distinguish them. Do you have the 5 bronze 2 parts available? Ren asked. I can get them while I look for the core in about 30 minutes, Jesse responded. All right, Lin nodded. We'll return with the money then. As they headed toward the exit, Jesse called to Ren. Are you sure you want to safeguard objects? She asked curiously. Almost nobody does it because of the cost, but if you insist, I'll bring the paperwork. Yes, thanks, Ren smiled, but I'll bring the money when we return. When they moved away from the counter, Lin insisted again. I really can pay for the safeguarding. It's only fair since you gave me a potion. Ren stopped, turning to her. The potion is a gift. I don't need anything in return. His mushrooms pulsed softly while he continued. Besides, if you really want to do something, you could reduce training intensity a bit when you have your panther lizard, and... Min, Taro, and Liu's laughter resonated through the hallway, while Lin smiled maliciously. Oh no! Her smile turned predatory. You won't escape that easily. I'm going to pay for safeguarding and increase the intensity. After all, I'll need to practice with my new beast. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with what seemed to be resignation while the group headed to the bank. At least he thought. He had 20 days before the real suffering began. You know? Min commented as they walked. I think Ren just committed the biggest tactical error of his life. Definitely, Taro nodded solemnly. Totally and completely, Liu confirmed. Lin just smiled, already planning new training routines in her mind. Theodore! Finch's shout resonated from the bank. It's a withdrawal of 1 million crystals. The group stopped just before entering. Through the door they could see Finch leaning over his counter, his eyes enormous behind his glasses, while his mouse calculated frantically. What's happening? Lin asked, curious about the commotion. Finch is just dramatic like this. He likes to entertain others, and... Ren explained to Lin. Oh no, Min interrupted, and smiled maliciously. Looks like someone's being unfaithful to our mushroom magnate. New love? Ah. Taro peered through the door, and then turned to Ren with a dramatic expression. Sorry, friend. Looks like they're cheating on you. Ren rolled his eyes while his mushrooms pulsed with amusement. Inside the bank, Finch continued his monologue. 1 million crystals. The banker adjusted his glasses, while trying to maintain a professional tone. It's a considerable amount. You usually make smaller withdrawals, Professor Zhao. Today is a special day, Zhao responded with a patient smile. I see. Finch visibly struggled against his impulse to dramatize as he was before a respected professor. But still, Theodore, note the transaction in the special book. Your number 1 fan seems to have found someone richer. Look at him contain himself, Liu whispered while joining the teasing. I can almost see how much it pains him not to do his complete show. A young but arrogant voice interrupted. I will deposit 200,000 crystals. Doesn't that deserve some recognition? At the counter, Leopold Montclair, the 5th-year prodigy, observed the transaction with evident disgust. Mr. Leopold. Finch's voice sounded exasperated. I already told you your numbers are very impressive for your age. However, we are in the presence of a respected gentleman. But, the gold-rank prodigy looked at Finch expectantly. I'm a gold-rank student in my 5th year. Don't I deserve your exaggerated dance at least? Of course, Finch responded hastily. Theodore, note also the deposit of the young 5th-year prodigy. The group entered just in time to see the student in golden robes strutting in front of the counter. Behind him, Zhao waited with an increasingly impatient expression. Could we speed this up? The professor sighed. I just need to withdraw that 1 million crystals from my account. 1 million, the student in golden robes interrupted. And you don't even give our professor the proper appreciation. Finch seemed to brighten at the opportunity. Finch, Zhao coughed softly. My withdrawal, please. Ah, yes. The banker adjusted his glasses. Excuse the delay. It's just that young Leopold insists on receiving the proper appreciation for his achievements. Leopold puffed up his chest and interrupted again. Though my situation is more impressive. I'm a gold-rank prodigy at 14. I'm going to deposit 200,000 crystals, don't you get it? Finch's eyebrows rose while his mouse looked up from his calculations. 200,000, the banker repeated, his voice barely containing his enthusiasm. Very impressive for someone so young. Theodore, doesn't it remind you of? The mouse nodded vigorously, his whiskers trembling with what seemed to be amusement. Right? Finch continued while processing Zhao's withdrawal. Though, of course, some prefer gradual accumulation while others. His memories drifted toward Ren, surprised us with 310,000 in 1 month and an iron rank. Leopold choked on his own saliva. What? Chapter 183 Double Tamers 2. The mouse nodded vigorously, his whiskers trembling with what seemed to be amusement. Right? Finch continued while processing Zhao's withdrawal. Though, of course, some prefer gradual accumulation while others. His memories drifted toward Ren, surprised us with 310,000 in 1 month and an iron rank. Leopold choked on his own saliva. What? Oh, you didn't know? Finch smiled while his mouse prepared a new book. Some of our younger clients have rather interesting numbers. Impossible, Leopold spat the word. I'm a gold-rank prodigy and barely. Your withdrawal, Professor. Finch interrupted, handing the money to Zhao, who now watched the scene with amusement as he finally had his 10 silver glowing crystals. Thank you, the professor smiled. Leopold flushed red. I demand to see those records. Sorry, that depositor's name is private unless they request otherwise. Finch shrugged. Bank policy. But... Leopold frowned, clearly upset by the lack of impression his deposit was making. Don't compare yourself to other magnates, Mr. Leopold. You're also a winner who leaves Theodore and me drooling with envy, and quite an impressive one. Finch nodded politely. Theodore, in fact, thinks it's extraordinary to achieve so much at your age. The mouse looked up from his book and nodded vigorously. Then where's my funny dance? Leopold smiled smugly. If even your assistant recognizes my talent, the rich humiliating the poor, Finch sighed dramatically. Theodore and I are just obliged to observe and document, although, his voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, some are more considerate than others with our theatrical sensibilities, but it's fine, we'll do the dance just for you, young Leopold. Ren's group approached to see Finch practically dancing around Leopold, while Theodore wrote frantically in his little notebook. This offends me, Min declared with false indignation. I thought those worship dances were exclusive to Ren. He seems to be doing them with even more enthusiasm today, Taro added, playing along. Say goodbye, Ren, it's not worth it. Oh no, Finch murmured upon seeing the new visitors. Theodore, prepare for more numbers. The mouse pulled out a new book, his whiskers trembling with anticipation. More numbers? Leopold asked, his curiosity momentarily overcoming his arrogance. The mushroom magnate visits us, Finch explained. Though I don't know if he'll be able to maintain his account when his friend reaches silver. Cultivation becomes so expensive. More of a magnate than me. Leopold studied Ren with disdain. This first-year child? Not yet, Finch sighed dramatically. But if he continues like this. The mouse nodded solemnly while turning the page. Impossible, Leopold spat the word. Sorry, Finch shrugged. It is what it is, right, Theodore? The mouse nodded vigorously again. Though, Finch continued, if you're interested in his exact impressive numbers, you could ask him yourself. No, I don't want to hear more. Leopold turned dramatically and left the bank. Well, Finch sighed, it seems few appreciate good theater, don't you think, Theodore? The mouse shook his head solemnly while turning the page. Did you see that? Min smiled. Totally unfaithful. Lin observed everything with a mixture of amusement and confusion. Is he always like this with you? Oh no, Taro responded. Usually it's worse, just at some clients. He looked meaningfully toward Zhao and back to Lin. Don't let his dramatic art emerge freely. Theodore! Finch suddenly exclaimed, though with less intensity than before. Do you have the special book ready? Our mushroom magnate honors us with his presence. There was nothing to worry about, see? Liu elbowed Ren. He's already coming back to you. True loves always return. Mushroom magnate? Zhao turned, revealing a smile. Is that your title now, Ren? Professor? Ren greeted, ignoring his friend's giggles. I'm glad to find you here. I wanted to give you your potion. Zhao stopped short, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Finch and Theodore exchanged curious looks. About that, Zhao offered the million he had just withdrawn. As I support my family, I can't give you more right now, but I'll keep paying the favor bit by bit and... No. Ren shook his head while his mushrooms pulsed softly. First use that money to cultivate your new beast. By the way, have you thought about which one you'll choose? Ren turned to Finch while Zhao scratched his chin. I need 20,000 crystals, please. Theodore, Finch straightened. The special withdrawals book. No? Lin put a hand on Ren's shoulder. I already told you I wouldn't let you pay for the safeguarding. They're for my parents, Ren explained. The 2 potions I'm going to store, so it's up to me to. I insist. Lin tightened her grip slightly. Lin will be a double tamer too, Zhao asked, observing the exchange with interest. When both nodded, a smile of understanding crossed the professor's face. Ah, Zhao put away the money, as if having made a decision. Then let her help, Ren. I myself feel a great debt to you that I'd like to reciprocate, At least allow her this much for now. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with what seemed like resignation while Lin smiled triumphantly. All right, he finally yielded. But then tell me, Professor, what kind of beast will your second one be? I want something that increases my stealth. Zhao leaned on the counter, ignoring how Finch and Theodore discreetly leaned in to listen better. Or that improves the speed and damage of my feather attacks. The school's gold beasts don't really serve you too well either then. Lin commented while asking a distracted Finch to withdraw 200,000 crystals from her account for the safeguarding in her new egg. That's the problem, Zhao sighed. None is really ideal for what I'm looking for. The cockatrice would add damage to my feathers, but not speed to my shots, or help my camouflage. The gargoyle is resistant but slow. And the Pegasus has great mobility, but is redundant for you, Ren completed thoughtfully. Exactly, Zhao nodded. I need something more specific, but it doesn't exist. Not necessarily, Ren's mushrooms pulsed while he thought. There are some options. Theodore, Finch murmured. Prepare the special knowledge page. I still don't understand what they're talking about, but surely this is good research material. The mouse pulled out a new notebook, his ears trembling with anticipation. Do you have any suggestions? Zhao asked, ignoring how Finch practically vibrated with curiosity. Depends. Ren brought a hand to his chin. Do you want to prioritize stealth or damage? Ideally both, Zhao smiled. Though I know I'm asking too much. Theodore. Finch whispered dramatically. He's thinking. Prepare to write. Finch, Lin looked at him warningly while counting her crystals. You're whispering too loudly. Sorry, the banker adjusted his glasses. The excitement of the moment. Chapter 184 Double Tamers 3. Finch, Lin looked at him warningly while counting her crystals. You're whispering too loudly. Sorry, the banker adjusted his glasses. The excitement of the moment. As I was saying, Ren continued, there are beasts that could work. Zhao straightened, his interest completely captured. A camouflage raptor would be perfect, Ren suggested. Theodore, Finch couldn't contain himself. Write that down. Finch. Two voices scolded him simultaneously. Sorry, the banker shrank in his seat. Camouflage raptor? Zhao considered the idea. It would undoubtedly help with silent flight dynamics, but... Finch accidentally dropped some papers near them, bending to pick them up with exaggerated slowness. But they're not easy to obtain, Zhao continued, ignoring how the banker now pretended to search for something under the counter to be closer. And they only reach silver one at most. Being a double tamer, my chance of reaching gold with the castle's help is quite good and... Theodore wrote frantically while his tamer climbed the counter. In fact, Zhao added, I could ask Julius for a wolverine. Feathers with elemental damage of my choice would be useful. Plus I could reach gold one that way, and... Reaching gold isn't a good reason to get the wolverine and discard your own style, Professor. If it's just about reaching gold, Ren was about to explain how he could take the raptor to gold, but he noticed Finch practically hanging from the counter, his eyes enormous behind his glasses. Lu and Lin looked at him, shaking their heads. He's a gossip, Lu murmured. The biggest one, Lin nodded while collecting her 200,000 withdrawal. But you have to admit this is fascinating. The mouse nodded vigorously from behind his book. Professor, why don't we continue this conversation in Ren's room? Finch straightened instantly, abandoning all pretense of discretion. What? You're leaving already? But we were just getting to the interesting part. Theodore's shoulders dropped in disappointment, his whiskers drooping. Not even a hint? Finch complained while compulsively adjusting his glasses. Is this how you treat your humble financial servants? The custodians of your fortunes? Poor commoners like Theodore and me, he continued, while his mouse nodded dramatically, can only dream of the magnate's secrets. Theodore? Finch turned to his assistant, with a theatrically hurt expression. Remember when we only had to count normal crystals, before they came with their mysterious secrets and impossible deposits? The mouse nodded solemnly while wiping an imaginary tear. Life was simpler then, Finch sighed. Now we have to live with the torture of knowing there are more secrets. He looked accusingly at Ren. Secrets that could revolutionize banking as we know it, and they won't even give us a hint. Dramatic as always, Liu laughed while they headed to the exit. It's not drama, Finch protested. It's professional indignation. Right, Theodore? The mouse raised a tiny fist in solidarity. See, Finch pointed to his assistant. Even Theodore is indignant, and he never gets indignant. See you, Finch, Ren smiled as they left. Someday, Finch called after them. Someday we'll discover your rich people's secrets. Theodore won't rest until then. The last thing they saw before the door closed was Theodore nodding with determination, while pulling out a new notebook titled, Theories About the Mushroom Magnate Volume 2. The camouflage raptor can reach gold if you follow my method, Ren explained in his room. And when it evolves, it's not just a beast that hides. What do you mean? Zhao asked with genuine interest. Its scales become extremely hard, Ren's mushrooms pulsed while he detailed. You could combine your feathers' dynamics with them, make them heavier and invisible. Plus the beast's stalking attacks are incredibly fast. Zhao touched his chin, processing the information. You're sure you can take it to gold? Ren doesn't lie. If he says he'll take us to gold, he definitely can, Lin intervened. But for now, it's better to keep this between us. Zhao nodded slowly, understanding the implications. Since we all have potions, Min began while they waited for Zhao to finish accepting the incredible reality of what Ren was, we should decide what beast we want. I want to try getting the mole I didn't get. Taro stepped forward. The brown egg didn't give me one the first time, but now that Ren can help us get almost anything. Actually, Ren interrupted, I already have a deep assassin egg prepared that would be great for you. A what? Taro frowned. I don't want that horrible bug, I want the mole. It's an impressive beast that can. The deep assassin has perfect synergy with your living tunnel, Ren explained. Your ability to manipulate minerals in your carapace would benefit all its future abilities But Taro didn't seem convinced. The mole can dig faster and everyone would. The deep assassin can use your living crystal to amplify its attacks a lot, Ren continued. And again, I already have the egg ready. Taro crossed his arms. I don't know, the mole sounds cooler. And Julu? Min tried to change the subject, seeing Taro wouldn't easily yield. Anything good works, Liu shrugged. It's not like I'm very attached to the useless bat that left me embarrassed. You should consider a banshee hyena, Ren suggested. A hyena, Liu made a face. Why would I want that when I could have something like a golden lion or... Because the banshee hyena would increase your sonic damage and improve your future skill set with your beast, Ren explained. The bat isn't bad, it's just a baby. Since you can't get rid of it, it would be better to use it well. But hyenas are. Liu searched for the words, inelegant. The banshee hyena would greatly increase your power with the insane volume of its shrieks and laughs since they can shred their opponent's nervous system with a single howl, Ren countered. Still. And me? Min interrupted. I was thinking about a phoenix that would heal me too. Something majestic that. Fire wouldn't combine well with your water snake. You need defense and stealth. Ren shook his head. As a healer, you must stay safe. An invisible amphibian would be perfect. An amphibian? Min looked horrified. You want my second beast to be a lame hiding frog? They aren't frogs, an amphibian that can become almost completely invisible, Ren corrected. It would increase your water magic, so you're healing too, and they're extremely resistant. But when people ask about my second beast, Min protested weakly. You'll be alive to answer them, Ren completed. How would you create the eggs for all these rare beasts? Zhao intervened, noticing the boy's unconvinced expressions. Chapter 185, Double Tamers 4. How would you create the eggs for all these rare beasts? Zhao intervened, noticing the boy's unconvinced expressions. I need parts that won't rot from the monsters we'll use, Ren explained. Scales, bones, claws, hair, teeth from the beasts. The core must be kept surrounded by these materials, and I'll draw specific complex runes with rune liquid. Complex runes? Lin leaned in with interest. Very complex, Ren nodded. Each beast requires a unique set of patterns. Besides the 100,000 mana to fill the core, I need to inject process mana daily during the process as if cultivating. For how long? Zhao asked. Depends on the beast, for example. For Min's invisible amphibian. Ren looked meaningfully at his still reluctant friend. It would be about 2 weeks working on the egg if we used bronze 2 parts in the nest. 2 weeks. Min blinked in surprise. 6 days less than the panther lizard. You're lucky, right? Beasts have different incubation periods, Ren smiled. Wait, no! He's trying to convince me without me noticing, Min realized. An amphibian. It just doesn't sound very impressive, Liu completed. Like the hyena. You know what's not impressive. Ren looked at them seriously. Wasting potential because you chose the wrong cultivation path, right? The same goes for choosing a beast that looks cool instead of one that truly complements the abilities you already have. The three fell silent, considering his words. Besides, Ren continued, who says these beasts aren't cool? You don't even have an idea how they look at gold rank. What about the amphibian? Min asked, his curiosity overcoming his resistance. It will be a huge reptile at gold rank. It can greatly improve your water magic and will also give you vitality, Ren smiled. And that's just the beginning. The three friends exchanged looks. Their expressions still showed doubt, but there was a spark of interest in their eyes. The materials to create the eggs, especially the mana to fill them, isn't small. They're expensive, Ren added. And the process besides taking time is delicate, so I need to know what you want before starting. But are those really the best options? Liu asked. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with confidence. The best synergies. The question is, do you trust me? After thinking about it a bit, they all accepted Ren's suggestions. Zhao asked Ren to dictate all the materials to make a list. Well, Lin turned to Ren with a smile that made his mushrooms pulse nervously. Time for your exercises. But we have to buy, and Ren began to protest. Don't think you're going to escape your routine today. You can start while we take those 2 last potions to safekeeping, and go get the cultivation things you named. We'll even bring yours, and the boys right, Zhao. Zhao nodded. Ren dropped his shoulders dramatically, but Lin wasn't finished. Besides, her smile grew wider. From now on I'll train all 4 of you. For today you can even teach the basics to the other 3 yourself. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with new interest as he looked at his friends. Min, Taro, and Liu instinctively backed away when they saw how his expression changed. You know? Ren smiled, a flash of Lin's sadism reflecting in his eyes. Maybe it's not a bad idea to train my allies a bit. Oh no, Liu murmured. This is going to hurt tomorrow, Min added. A lot, Taro confirmed. When Lin and Zhao left heading for the exchange, leaving Ren instructing his friends on the correct basic posture, their cries of pain were already resonating through the hallway. He's a good boy, Zhao commented as they walked. With extraordinary potential. Lin stopped abruptly in the hallway and looked at him sideways. You're a government dog. It wasn't a question. I am, Zhao admitted without shame. But that doesn't change that I'm on his side and care about him. Ren isn't protected enough for everyone in the castle and high nobles to know his secrets, Lin warned, pointing at his neck up close. Not yet. Zhao smiled softly. Don't worry. I fight for our homeland precisely to keep our children safe. I wouldn't put Ren in danger. Lin relaxed a bit. Speaking of something more important, Zhao changed the subject. There's a way to pay him back for the potion that he won't be able to reject. Will you join me? What do you have in mind? Well, Zhao smiled mysteriously. He'll surely use the school's counter to get materials for some years, right? Lin's eyes opened with understanding. The credits. The same ones, Yao nodded. And coincidentally, I have 1,000,000 crystals that we can defer over several months to not scare him. So he'll have to accept it, Lin nodded her head. I can leave him a part each month too without going bankrupt in one go. Good idea, you're clever. Thanks, Zhao began walking. Behind them, the boys' screams mixed with Ren's laughter. Back straight, they could hear him shout. Oh, we'll have to repeat the whole series. Definitely your student, Zhao laughed. For better or worse, Lin smiled as they walked away, leaving the boys to their fate for a while. Leora returned to Luna and Larissa after leaving her grandmother at the entrance. She found Larissa sitting comfortably, as if she had been waiting for her. How did it go? Larissa smiled. Neither responded immediately. Luna seemed lost in her thoughts, her fingers unconsciously brushing the envelope hidden in her clothes. Leora maintained her expression carefully neutral, though her eyes revealed certain unease. It's okay, Larissa gestured for them to sit. Take your time, Maria. One of the guards approached. Could you bring us that special drink I prepared? Larissa asked sweetly. The one I left on the corner table? Maria nodded and returned moments later with 3 cups of an aromatic liquid. The girls sat around Larissa, each taking a cup. The aroma was sweet and comforting. On my part, Larissa began while her cousins drank. Everything went quite well, they'll probably increase surveillance, but there's not too much to worry about. Luna and Leora nodded distractedly, the warmth of the drink helping to relax them. There's just one thing. Larissa leaned forward, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Her cousins looked at her with curiosity, though they didn't quite understand her mysterious attitude. Still, they instinctively leaned in too. You'll have to be very careful, Larissa whispered, not to tell anyone that all 3 of us are double Tamers now. Chapter 186, Double Tamers End. You'll have to be very careful, Larissa whispered, not to tell anyone that all 3 of us are double Tamers now. Luna frowned. What are you talking about? We're not. A faint glow suddenly enveloped the 2 girls, so brief it could have been mistaken for a flicker of the lamps. Larissa covered her mouth in feigned surprise while her cousins stared at her with enormous eyes, suddenly understanding. Oh, Larissa smiled behind her hand. It seems we're all the same, you. Leora looked at her empty cup. The drink. Did you just... Luna seemed at a loss for words. Give you potions? Larissa completed cheerfully. Of course, we're family after all. But... Leora whispered. My father wanted. But your grandmother will surely be delighted, Larissa assured. The Ashen Ways support female double Tamers, right? You don't understand, my grandmother was. Luna wasn't faring better. The few men left in the family, my father's going to. Luna murmured. They don't have to find out, Larissa winked. Not until it's too late to do anything about it. The 2 girls fell silent, processing what had just happened. Wasn't it too late already? Their beast stirred within them. Why? Leora finally asked. Because things have to change, Larissa responded, her expression becoming serious for the first time. We can prove that we're valuable investments too. Investments? Luna looked at her curiously. Oh yes, Larissa smiled mysteriously. For the future. One that promises very interesting things. Especially now that a certain boy with glowing mushrooms is involved. Larissa. Leora began, but her cousin interrupted her. Now, Larissa clasped her hands with enthusiasm. What beasts would you like as second companions? The 2 girls stared at her open-mouthed at her casual change of topic, but Larissa only smiled more broadly. What? She asked with feigned innocence. Don't tell me you've never dreamed of having a second beast. I have several ideas. Her mineral fairy glowed cheerfully while she began enumerating possibilities, leaving her cousin still trying to process how their life had just changed with a simple cup of tea. 50 more, Ren ordered, his mushrooms pulsing in red and yellow with what seemed like too much joy. But we already did 100, Min complained, his arms trembling. Oh? Ren smiled in a disturbingly similar way to Lin. You want them to be 100 more then? No. 3 voices responded in unison. Master Lin will be proud, Ren commented while watching his friend suffer. You're learning the importance of not complaining. Taro tried to say something, but only managed an exhausted groan. Knocks on the door interrupted the torture session. Ren went to open it, finding Julius and Victor. I see you're busy, Julius smiled seeing the 3 boys practically melting on the floor. Just some basic training, Ren responded innocently. About the scorpion cores. Julius went straight to the point. Since you took the trouble to work on them, could I take them? We want to do some experiments. Experiments? We're trying to understand how Yino gets their abyssal beasts, Julius explained. Ren nodded. Of course. I can also give you the crystals from the leftover scales. Not necessary, Julius shook his head. In fact, you can keep 10 of the cores and the remaining crystals to do your own experiments. Thanks, Ren added, but they still need to be filled with 100,000 mana crystals each. Victor, who had been observing silently, stepped forward. Do you know how to make other types of eggs besides those scorpions? The 3 boys on the floor suddenly seemed to find new energy for their exercises, moving with suspicious intensity while looking away and sweating cold. Yes, Ren responded casually. The bug too, not just the scorpion. His mushrooms pulsed softly while he avoided mentioning that he could create practically any species up to the gold ring one. Julius noticed how Ren's friends suddenly doubled their efforts in the exercises again, as if wanting to appear too busy to be interrogated. I see, Victor murmured, taking another step toward Ren. Julius stopped him with a hand on his shoulder, leaning to whisper in his ear, we shouldn't pressure him for now. Victor nodded reluctantly, though his eyes shone with barely contained curiosity. Well, Julius smiled, I'll bring you a gift for the information later. I expect great things from the future new noble who opened the last seed. He looked meaningfully at the 3 boys who were still exercising frantically. I think now you should return to your training. Oh right. Ren turned to his friends with a smile that made them shudder. Where were we? Ah yes, 100 more repetitions. The groans of protest were music to his ears. As the princes withdrew, they could hear Ren counting cheerfully. 1. Harder. 2. I don't see you suffering enough. Definitely Lin's student, Julius laughed softly. Do you think he knows how to make more types of eggs? Victor asked as they walked away. Oh, I'm almost certain, Julius smiled. But for now, let's let him keep some secrets for the new team to discover. You can rest for a moment. Ren smiled while his mushrooms pulsed cheerfully. Min, Taro, and Liu collapsed instantly, their agitated breathing being the only sound in the room. You know? Ren sat near them, his tone surprisingly animated for someone who had just tortured his friends. Before coming here, I used to read the Wandering King's book. I always thought the magical medicines to become a double tamer would be in some far and mysterious place. And they ended up being almost in the heart of the city, Ren laughed softly. Right beneath our feet. What irony, Liu murmured from the floor. Knocks on the door interrupted the moment. Zhao and Lin entered, carrying several packages of materials. Did you break them already? Lin smiled seeing the 3 boys lying on the floor. Just some basic training, Ren responded, imitating her tone. That's my student, Lin nodded with approval. Ren approached to examine the materials while his friends tried to recover the ability to move. We got almost everything, Zhao explained. But we couldn't find the raptor core, or Lu's hyena one. They didn't have complete specimens, and had already sent the cores to the castle. We had to buy some silver rank parts too, Lin added. They only had high quality in stock, pieces that almost nobody buys. They cost us 100,000 total for the parts of those 2 rare beasts. No problem, Ren nodded while his mushrooms pulsed. I have some free cores now. I can make those too. Although, he grimaced, I'm running low on tentacles. About that, Zhao smiled. Don't worry. The last excursion is near. The 3rd collection of the semester, well, 2nd in your case, my unit's final exam. Your territory again? Ren's mushrooms pulsed with more intensity. Exactly, Zhao nodded. And with everything you've shown, you'll surely pass with honors. Ren began organizing the materials while preparing the necessary runes. The final exams begin, he murmured while tracing the first pattern. Lin observed her student work, a proud smile on her face. On the floor, the 3 boys finally began to sit up, their muscles protesting from the effort. The sun was setting over the academy, its last rays illuminating the room through the window. Soon the trials would begin, but for now, in this moment, everything seemed to be in its place. Ren continued drawing runes, his mushrooms pulsing softly while he thought about everything that had happened since he arrived at the academy. The impossible evolutions, the transformation potions, the ancestral seed. And this was just the beginning. Are you ready for your own exercise? Lin asked. Ren looked at his friends, now double Tamers thanks to him. Looked at his teachers, who trusted in his knowledge despite his age. Looked at the runes he was tracing, runes that nobody else knows. His mushrooms pulsed one more time while he smiled. Always. End of Volume 1. Chapter 187, Triple Tamers. The council chamber in Yino was a perfect reflection of its philosophy, dark, practical, and serious. The black stone walls absorbed the light from the purple crystals, creating shadows that seemed to move of their own volition. The darkness writhed and twisted at the edges of vision, as if alive. 6 figures sat around a circular table carved from black crystal, magical obsidian. The material had been specifically chosen for its ability to absorb and contain abyssal energy, making it nearly impossible for any beast to spy on the meetings. The king occupied the main seat, his face partially hidden by shadows while he studied the maps scattered across the table. His presence seemed to make the very air heavier, more oppressive. Let me understand the situation. He rose slowly. The shadows seemed to stretch with him, as if they were an extension of his body. He began walking around the table, his steps resonating on the stone with deliberate weight. 2 weeks. The king of Yino observed the leader of the Venmont family. 2 weeks without a single report from this herald kid. Can none of your plans work? Lord Venmont maintained his firm posture despite the pressure. My lord, the training we provided was the most rigorous possible. If he hasn't reported, it must be because he's following the maximum security protocol. Protocol? The crown prince, seated at the king's right, arched an eyebrow. Or did you simply lose control of your agent? A girl seated in the last chair leaned forward, as if wanting to better see Lord Venmont's reaction, but the king raised a hand. She immediately straightened, returning to her position as a silent observer. Harold was personally modified by our family, Venmont continued. His abyssal beast is perfectly studied by us, and adapted to the mission. It's possible he's underground, transporting the key, unable to send messages without compromising his position. The king turned to Lord Bloodwyn, ignoring Venmont's explanation. What about your part? We've completed the study on the beast cultivation you requested, Bloodwyn responded. The girl visibly straightened, her eyes gleaming with interest. And you think with just that I'll forget your failure with the Shadow Stalkers? The king interrupted. The mana devourers that were supposed to help us accelerate the release of our last seed. Bloodwyn tensed. My lord, the mercenaries never returned. They had a very good reputation, but must have. I don't want to hear your excuses again. It's ridiculous that in trying to accelerate our seed, we managed to accelerate Yano's seed instead. The king cut him off. We extracted its mana from our control vein by taking so much for our abyssals. But from here we can't replicate the process with our own seed. The only plausible way was using a swarm of mana devourers, right? The theory makes sense, Bloodwyn tried to explain. But without mana devourers in our territory to study, if we had been able to, you failed, that's all. Both of you did. And instead of taking advantage of knowing about Yano's last seed's release before them, you only give us useless reports. Excuses, the prince spat the word. The king finally turned to Lord Ravenspire. And the scorpions I asked for? The girl moved uncomfortably in her seat, as if wanting to say something, but again the king silenced her with a gesture. Hagen managed to map much of the subsoil, Ravenspire responded carefully. Although he didn't manage to obtain any cores, his contribution was. These maps, the king laughed humorlessly, signaling. We have maps, but Yano now knows we can infiltrate from the depths and control the abyssals to a certain extent. All that important information they got thanks to your famous mercenary. Do you know how many years this sets back our plans? My lord, Ravenspire leaned forward. If you allow me to explain. Perhaps Hagen didn't carry out the operation in the best way, but he himself lent his body, risking everything for the kingdom, and his loyalty to you. He helped us discover something else, something that could change everything. The king's interest visibly stirred. What? A safe way to obtain a third beast? The silence that followed was absolute. Even the abyssal crystals seemed to contain their crackling. Impossible, the prince broke the silence. So soon? Hagen confirmed it himself already, Ravenspire continued. There is a method, but it was only possible because he already has a gold-rank beast. Still, we can... And he wasn't consumed, there are no other side effects. The king interrupted. If what you say is true, there are no problems for the moment, Ravenspire assured. The process seems safe in powerful tamers like him. We just have to observe him a bit more and obtain the necessary knowledge too. The girl suddenly rose from her seat, her eyes shining intensely. The king looked at her for a moment before nodding. Is it true? Her childish voice contrasted strangely with the chamber's atmosphere. We can have 3 beasts already. Sit down, Celthea, the king ordered softly. The girl obeyed immediately, though her eyes still shone with contained excitement. Explain the new details, the king addressed Ravenspire. All of them. The king raised a hand once he had understood most of the explanation. Lastly, he turned to Venmont. Have the Goldcrest reported anything? Venmont visibly tensed. The situation with our allies has become complicated. Complicated? The prince leaned forward. Since Bloodwind's mercenaries failed in their attempt to kidnap the Klein boy, Venmont carefully chose his words. The Gold Crests have expressed their discontent with our methods. Discontent. The king repeated softly, though his tone contained a veiled threat. They complain about our lack of professionalism, Venmont continued. The plan was to use Klein's kidnapping as a negotiation chip in Yano, accelerate the open conflict between the cities, but the failure has only made Yano more cautious, the king completed. It was difficult enough convincing them to help with Harold's infiltration, Venmont added, and that only worked because Cassian himself took the job instead of his father. The young Goldcrest, the king murmured, always more adventurous than the old one. Their communications have become more sporadic, which doesn't help with Harold's situation either, Venmont concluded. It seems they fear our unorthodox methods might expose them. The king remained silent for a moment. I will handle that, he finally declared. The Goldcrests need to understand they're already too involved to have doubts now. My lord, Venmont bowed respectfully. How do you plan to? They have a point about professionalism, the king interrupted again. Perhaps it's time to show them how Yino works when it decides to be truly professional. The smile that accompanied those words made even Celthea shrink slightly in her seat. Now, the king turned his attention to Ravenspire. Bring Hagen. I want to know exactly what he is now. The three lords rose and bowed before withdrawing, leaving the king with his son and the girl. Can I go see when they bring Hagen? Celthea asked immediately. No, the king responded. Chapter 188 Taming Procedures. Ren traced the final runes on Zhao's camouflage raptor core, while his other projects rested in different stages of development. Lin's panther lizard glowed with a reddish tone. Liu's banshee hyena emitted green pulses, and Min's invisible amphibian. Well, it was already starting to occasionally disappear. Only one complete egg remained unclaimed. Come on. Ren looked at Taro, who was observing the egg of what would be a bronze-rank deep assassin as if it might bite him. It's not as bad as you think. Not bad. Min laughed. Wait until his mouth elongates like a giant straw. Assassins are known for their proboscises, Liu added with a mischievous smile. Imagine drinking tea like that. Liu made an exaggerated gesture, pretending to sip with an imaginarily long mouth, causing Min to burst into laughter. Don't listen to them, Ren sighed. The bug's qualities don't manifest that way at first. You won't even have the absorption ability yet. It's just iron rank and not a complete deep assassin. Taro kept looking at the egg with distrust. Are you sure? Completely, Ren nodded. For now you'll only have the claws and carapace. When you develop vitality absorption, you'll channel it through them. Your mouth won't turn into a proboscis unless you move to Yino. See? Min smiled. You just have to avoid moving to Yino and keep your beautiful smile. But seriously, Ren continued, ignoring the jokes. Think about the advantages. You'll be able to summon your living tunnel fully and still have a carapace. But won't it be weaker? Taro asked. A bit less resistant, Ren admitted. But the long claws ability and the new carapace directly benefit from living mineral. The bug line has a natural disposition for acquiring trophies. Like some other insects, it can easily adhere materials to its carapace. Ren's mushrooms pulsed while he entered explanation mode. Besides, he continued, your tunnel's 60% defense will affect the bug's 30% defense. That gives you a total 90% defense over the two defensive layers. Taro began showing interest. And I'll just be a defender like always. The bug's attack is 40%, Ren smiled. Combined with the little your tunnel gives you, you'll finally have 60% instead of just 20%. You'll be a real threat when attacking. A threat with a straw, Liu murmured, earning an elbow from Min. So I won't have to absorb with my mouth? Taro asked one last time. Not while you're in Yano, Ren assured. The claws will be your main absorption method. The proboscis is a specific adaptation that involves more than just a long mouth. Taro looked at the egg for a long moment, clearly weighing the advantages against his aesthetic concern. 90% defense, he murmured. And 60% attack, Ren added. And 0% proboscis, Min laughed. For now, Liu added with a malicious smile. Taro finally extended his hand toward the egg, trying to ignore Liu. All right. But if I start developing any kind of strange appendage, we'll help you find very large hats to cover it, Min solemnly promised. Or decorative face masks, Liu suggested. Guys, Ren looked at them reproachfully, though his mushrooms pulsed with amusement. It's okay, Taro smiled while taking the egg. I guess the synergy plus 90% defense is worth the risk. The ritual began, making Taro and his egg glow while they connected. That's the spirit, Ren nodded. Besides, think how useful it'll be if you ever need to drink something from the bottom of a very tall glass. Ren! Taro protested while the others burst into laughter. Ren's mushrooms pulsed cheerfully, while he returned to his work. 4 eggs, 5 new beasts, 5 new paths to explore. And only one potential straw problem in the future. So Wen had taught everyone how to cultivate. Had to be processed in complete darkness. Darker, Lu complained while trying to process his crystals. You say it has to be total darkness, but your mushrooms keep glowing. Ren concentrated, trying to extinguish the soft pulse of light his mushrooms emitted, but every time he thought he'd succeeded, they would glow faintly again. Sorry, Ren apologized. I can't turn them off completely. After several failed attempts, Ren had to admit defeat. I think you'll have to do it yourself. He explained the process in detail. The crystals needed to bathe in shadow beast blood for at least an hour in complete darkness, then be sealed with pure crystals maintaining the same condition. Fortunately, Ren had blood and crystals from the shadow stalkers from the cave, a rare resource and more expensive at school where most crystals were earth-based due to underground mining. Liu's sonar proved perfect for the work. He could navigate in total darkness without problems, completing the process with a precision that Ren couldn't have achieved with his treacherously luminous mushrooms. Meanwhile, Taro had already begun absorbing his crystals to jump directly to Bronze 2. For Ren the investment was considerable, but thanks to Zhao and Lin having bought all the materials he needed, the complete 450,000 crystals, he could concentrate on his progression without financial worries. The magnate's fortune was safe for now. But Ren was only cultivating his mushroom for now, leaving his hydra on hold since he needed specific conditions to process the crystals. Min advanced steadily with his snake, and Lin had adopted the 1,000-day method that Ren had taught her. The 1,000-day method is expensive, Zhao had commented when Ren explained it to him. And he was right, because unlike Lin, his beast was Silver 3. The necessary Silver 3 size crystals cost 300 points each, totaling 300,000. Materials of the same grade added another 300,000 per unit, and that unit only served to process 100 crystals. Sealing each batch of 100 required another 100,000 points. So, Zhao had calculated, I would need 3.3 million just for the base materials, plus 1 million for sealing the complete process. 4,300,000 total, Ren confirmed. Zhao had decided to wait and save more before embarking on such an expensive and prolonged method. For now, like Lin, Min, Lu, and Taro, he patiently awaited his eggs hatching. How much longer? Min asked while observing his amphibian egg, which occasionally became transparent. Each has its time, Ren responded while tracing runes on the hyena egg. Yours will be the first ready, then Zhao's raptor. And mine? Liu asked. The hyena needs more time, Ren explained. Master Lin will be third. While his friends discussed, Ren continued working on the eggs, his mushrooms pulsing softly. The process was delicate, requiring precision and patience, but seeing his friends anxiously awaiting their new beasts made all the effort worthwhile. Chapter 189. Taming Fame. The morning began as always, Lin dragging Ren to her early morning torture routine. Me too, Taro began to ask when Lin looked at him. And no, the attendance, he hurried to add. Wei still takes role in. Lin narrowed her eyes. Wei hasn't been giving good classes lately. But attendance, Taro insisted. It's important to maintain the record and my grade could. Lin sighed. Fine, but after the final exam you'll come train too. Taro had never been so grateful for school bureaucracy. Min and Liu were naturally saved, having other teachers in the first hours. They wouldn't join the torture group until Yang's class. When Taro entered the classroom, Wei was already there, sitting at his desk with a lost look. The usual class murmur seemed more subdued, as if the professor's depressive atmosphere was contagious. Taro! A voice called from behind. It was Mira. Since he had leveled up, Taro had noticed a change in how his classmates treated him. Where before they barely noticed his existence, now there was always someone looking to talk to him, asking for advice, trying to become part of his circle. It was a strange sensation, not necessarily unpleasant, but definitely strange. Have you seen any improvement in Wei? Mira whispered as Taro sat down. He seems worse than yesterday after Roran corrected him in class. When he mentioned the canine creatures, Taro asked. Yes, Mira nodded. Wei just froze when Roran said, as Ren mentioned to me, iron rank canine creatures generally. And simply stopped functioning. Taro made a face that clearly said nothing to be done, but Mira wasn't finished. I'm worried about the final exam, she continued. If even the professors aren't sure what's correct. They're right, Han commented from a nearby seat. How are we supposed to learn if everything they've taught us could be wrong? Wei seemed to shrink in his seat, although the comment had been barely a murmur. Ren should teach this class, Sora turned from the first row. Or at least grade the exam. The professor visibly writhed in his chair, as if each word was a needle. After all, Sora continued, apparently unaware of the effect her words were having, he seems to be the only one who really understands. I'll take roll, Wei interrupted with a hoarse voice, raising the attendance list like a shield. Klein asked her. The students exchanged looks while responding to roll call. Wei seemed smaller than normal, His usual confidence completely evaporated. Thang Han. Here, Han responded, then added in a low voice, though I don't know if it matters being present when we're not learning anything. Wei trembled slightly. Luna Mira. Present, Mira responded, her concern about the exam clearly visible on her face. Larissa Sora. Here. Sora raised her hand. Could we ask Ren? If? Leora, Rosalind? Wei continued mechanically, as if he hadn't heard. Taro observed his professor, remembering how he used to strut around the classroom, sure of his knowledge, proud of his position. Now he seemed a shadow of himself, reduced to taking role as if it was the only thing he could still do with certainty. Hector Taro. Present, Taro responded, noticing how Wei avoided making eye contact. He was beginning to feel bad for Wei, but only a little. Wei finished taking role and froze, as if he'd forgotten what came next. He sat heavily at his desk and grabbed his head with both hands. Now what? Mira complained, unconsciously rubbing the bandage on her nose. The final exam is near and we can't even have a normal class. And on top of that, those new adults who won't stop asking their boring questions since the incident. Are they still bothering you about the mana-blocking moss coverings of your giant rat? Taro asked. They won't stop. Mira grimaced in pain as she touched her nose. It's unbearable. Still hasn't healed from your fall? Han asked, emphasizing the last word with a tone that suggested he didn't quite believe her story. I fell very hard, Mira responded dryly. Such bad luck, Han smiled. They interrogate me all day about my coverings too, but at least I haven't tripped into any doors. Mira stuck her tongue out in response. Taro. Han abruptly changed the subject, wrapping an arm around his classmate's shoulders. Did you get Ren to tell you anything about spiders? Yes, Taro tried to wriggle out of the embrace, but I don't remember well. Better ask him yourself. A collective sigh ran through the group. As if it were that easy. Mira protested. When he's in Yang's class, Lin doesn't let anyone near him to distract him. And during breaks there's always like 20 people surrounding him, another student added. He never manages to answer anything coherent. You could. Taro smiled mischievously. Follow us to the mines in the afternoon. In separate groups, of course. You'll keep going down to the mines? An elegant voice interrupted. Larissa had peered from her seat, suddenly interested. Wei observed the whole scene, his face a mask of misery. Finally, he seemed to give up. You can leave if you want, he mumbled. Study on your own. Class is over. About time, Jin rudely blurted while standing up and heading to the exit with his hands behind his head and elbows raised. I don't even know why they take roll. Kai and Cass followed him to the door, but most of the class remained congregated around Taro. So Ren really can't take any beast to gold, someone asked. Is it true he made you and Min double summoners? How did he get a Hydra? Why does he know more than Wei? Wei dropped his forehead against the desk with a dull thud that no one seemed to notice. I also heard he has lots of crystals, a girl commented excitedly. And that he knows how to cultivate faster than normal, another added. Mira and Han exchanged looks while Taro was bombarded with questions. Is it true he can evolve beasts that have already matured like Master Lin's? Someone else asked. Wei banged his head against the desk again. Guys, Taro tried to calm the group. You really should ask him directly. But we never can. Several protested at once. Maybe if you went to his room. Larissa suggested with a mischievous smile. He won't like that. Taro looked at her alarmed. You shouldn't. But it was too late. He could see the gears turning in his classmates' minds, planning secret expeditions to the know-it-all's office. Wei lifted his head only to let it fall once more against the wood. At least being ignored is better, he muttered to himself. They're not making fun of me all day anymore. Nobody heard him. They were too busy interrogating Taro about the best times to accidentally run into Ren in his room or the mines. Chapter 190, Taming Fame 2. Do you notice it? Larissa asked while observing the group surrounding Taro. Luna rolled her eyes, pretending to be more interested in her notes than the conversation. Notice what? Larissa smiled and suddenly wrapped her cousin in a hug. Don't play disinterested, it's getting old. Larissa, Luna protested, her cheeks reddening while trying to break free. We're in class. Not anymore. And I won't let go until you admit you've noticed it, Larissa sang near her ear. Luna struggled a moment more before surrendering with a sigh. Fine, yes, I noticed it, she murmured, her voice barely audible. And? Larissa loosened her grip a bit but didn't release her completely. The two beasts inside Taro, Luna continued in a low voice, avoiding looking directly at her cousin. The patterns fluctuate very well between them. Even. She stopped, as if considering whether she should continue. Even what? Leora also leaned in to hear better. Even better than Julius's synergy, Luna completed quickly. His is simple because at least it's the same element, but this must be Ren's work, Leora suggested thoughtfully. If what little you told us about what happened in the seed is true, Speaking of Ren, Larissa interrupted and smiled while finally releasing Luna. What do you say we ask his advice about what second beast we should? Shh. Luna and Leora interrupted simultaneously, frantically looking around. The mere mention of second beast had put them on high alert. Are you crazy? Luna hissed. You can't talk about that here. About what? Larissa smiled innocently. About how the three of us are. Leora covered her mouth with a hand while Luna looked about to faint. All right. Larissa laughed when Leora finally released her. But I'm going to ask him after class. You can come if you want. We can't just... Luna began. Why not? Larissa interrupted. Nobody will suspect if we just ask him theoretical questions. Everyone's obsessed with Ren lately anyway. It was true. Looking around the classroom, at least half the class was trying to get close to Taro just to obtain information about his luminous friend. Besides, Larissa added with a mischievous gleam in her eyes, don't you want to know what beast could better complement your powerful first beast? Luna and Leora exchanged looks. The temptation was evident on their faces. Just theoretical questions, Luna murmured as if trying to convince herself. Purely academic, Leora nodded. Of course, Larissa smiled, though. She added while watching Taro being bombarded with questions, maybe we should wait for the crowd to disperse a bit. We don't want anyone else hearing our academic theories. Her cousins nodded vigorously, though Larissa noticed how their eyes occasionally drifted toward the group around Taro, clearly anxious for answers. This will be fun, she thought, while her mineral fairy pulsed softly. It's strange, Han commented as they walked toward Yang's class. I always thought the Grey Wing was for, well, losers. Taro completed with a smile, remembering his own initial prejudices. I didn't mean it like that. Han waved his hands, embarrassed. It's just that. It's okay, Taro laughed. I thought the same before getting there. Turns out the Grey Wing was the best thing that could have happened to me. The best? Mira approached, still touching her nose. Well, he certainly didn't lie about the different beasts and faster cultivation, but maybe it's too soon to. Min. Taro looked at her worriedly. Don't you want me to ask Min for help? His water snake has healing abilities and... The nurse said it would heal on its own, Mira interrupted quickly, though Taro noticed how she avoided eye contact. Doesn't it hurt? Han leaned in to examine Mira's nose, his eyes shining with genuine concern. Despite his serious expression, there was something adorably childlike in how he wrinkled his forehead. Just a little. Mira touched the bandage carefully, her small fingers tracing its edge. But I want to hear more about the Grey Wing. What about you, Taro? Several more students approached, curious. Most had never thought much about the dormitory's other wings. My family has a restaurant in the Tarragon district, Taro explained. We're a minor branch of the family, but the business is doing well. Tarragon? Han whistled, impressed. The family with the most Earth controllers. A very, very minor branch, Taro emphasized. So minor I only visited once a year. All I got from that was the brown egg. I thought I was doomed when they gave me the beetle. But you were wrong, Mira smiled. You were the first to evolve. Thanks to Ren, Taro added automatically. Besides, he's bronze now too, so. Ren doesn't count, someone commented from behind. Nobody has really seen his evolution. It's true, another voice added. We just know his mushrooms glow a bit more. Taro contained a smile, remembering the true form of Ren's mushroom. If they heard it, they'd... The point is, he continued, that the Grey Wing doesn't determine your potential. Mira, I can't stop looking at your nose. I insist Min help you, if not now then in the room after class. Ren and Li will be there. Mira tensed at hearing Lu's name. It's just, she began quietly, I don't want to cause trouble, with everything that's happening. Trouble? Taro arched an eyebrow. Min would be delighted to help. Really, it's not. Larissa, who had been observing the interaction with Luna and Leora, approached casually. It's curious, she commented with faint innocence, how some accidents happen right after certain uncomfortable questions. Luna gave her a subtle elbow, but her eyes also showed concern. It's nothing, Mira insisted, though her voice trembled slightly. I just tripped and hit my nose. These hallways can be treacherous, Leora commented softly, her gaze meeting Mira's. Especially when certain adults are asking too many questions, Larissa added, her usual playful tone replaced by something more serious. Taro observed the two. Mira, with her bandaged nose, and Han, both trying to appear strong while carrying an invisible weight. Chapter 191, Taming Fame 3. Mira and Han exchanged nervous glances as the girls' hints began to pile up. The tension was visible in their small shoulders. Han, Taro intervened, noticing their discomfort. What kind of questions have they been asking you? The adults seem very interested in you two lately. Han scratched his head, avoiding eye contact. His fingers trembled slightly as they ran through his messy hair. It's nothing important. I just told them I skipped some of Wei's classes. He shrugged, trying to appear casual. Sometimes I hide to sleep in different places because my roommates are too noisy at night. Han! Taro scolded, though concern tinged his voice. That's bad. What if Wei fails you? Mira's cheeks flushed crimson, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her uniform. I I've done it too sometimes, she admitted in a whisper that barely carried. The dormitory with Cass can be tense. You're lying. Luna stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of irritation and worry. The Shadow Wolf's influence made her gaze particularly penetrating. I can sense some falsehood in your words. If you won't be honest, I might mention these half-truths to the adults who show such interest in you. Lie detection again. The effect was immediate. Han and Mira visibly stiffened under that scrutiny, having faced it too many times this week already. It's not just that, Han finally sighed, his shoulders slumping under an invisible weight. It's also my sister. Your sister? Larissa leaned in, genuine interest replacing her usual playful demeanor. She's very sick. Han's voice dropped to barely a whisper, as if the words themselves hurt to speak. I write to her almost every day, but... His eyes drifted to a distant point. My dormitory is the same as that idiot Jin's and his crony Kai. I didn't want them to mock my... Are you ashamed of writing to your sister? Leora asked softly, her gentle tone free of judgment. No, Han protested immediately, his voice cracking. It's just that... It's already hard enough to endure that room without them knowing. Jin has a way of making even the most important things sound stupid. Mira clenched her fists, gathering courage. I practice with my mana coverings, she blurted suddenly. And hiding, a lot. Why? Taro asked. Because. Mira swallowed hard, her throat working visibly. Because when I leave school, I'm going to run away from home. I won't let them force me to marry that fat, ugly noble I've never even met in person. Stunned silence fell over the group like a heavy blanket. You're going to break an arranged marriage, Luna whispered, her eyes widening in shock. My family says it's an honor, Mira continued, the words tumbling out like a broken dam. That I should be grateful someone of his position is interested in our family. But I... Her voice cracked, raw emotion bleeding through. I just want to be free. That's why you practice so much with the coverings, Leora murmured, understanding dawning in her eyes. And why you hide sometimes, Larissa added. You're preparing. Luna, Larissa, and Leora exchanged meaningful looks. Suddenly the absences and strange behaviors took on new meaning. You know, Larissa began, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. I know some excellent hiding places. And I know quite a few stories from grandmother about breaking arranged marriages, Leora added, a spark of rebellion glinting in her eyes. Mira and Han exchanged glances. The tension in their shoulders began to ease, if only slightly. Besides, Larissa added gently, some of us understand what it's like to have to keep secrets. And how important it is to protect them, Luna completed, her hand unconsciously touching where she kept a certain letter. Mira looked at Taro, who nodded slightly. Maybe, she began, hope creeping into her voice, maybe we could talk after class. After we get some answers about certain synergy theories, Larissa added, earning another warning look from Luna. And after Min checks that nose, Taro insisted kindly. He won't mind, Mira asked hopefully. Not at all, Taro smiled. He always says he needs practice, though with Lin as a teacher I think he gets more than enough practice healing our muscles. The bell rang, interrupting the group's laughter. Speaking of Lin, Han sighed as they hurried along. Thinks she'll make us run while carrying weights again today. It's Lin, they all responded in unison. And do you think Yang will make us practice combat today? Han asked, his voice regaining some of its childlike innocence. I hope not, Mira made a comic grimace. My nose isn't ready for more adventures. The group's laughter echoed through the hallway, mixing with other students' conversations. For a moment they were just children heading to class, sharing a moment of normalcy amid jokes and worries, even if some of them had more secrets than others. You're 5 seconds late. Lin's voice resonated across the field. Speaking of trouble, Han muttered. 100 extra laps. Lin continued, though her smile suggested she was more amused than angry. You got me? Taro panted while keeping pace with Ren and Min during their laps around the field. I just have to heal Mira. Min adjusted his stride to maintain conversation. No problem. Thanks, Taro nodded. But there won't be time after class to help them with cultivation today, Ren added, his voice low but firm as he continued running. I need you to help me make another tunnel today. Another tunnel? Taro nearly stumbled. Today, but the others wanted. I don't want them following us down, Ren shook his head. It's risky enough with just us. Taro scratched his head as they completed another lap. About that, I think they're going to follow us anyway. You've seen how everyone's been lately, especially after I evolved. Ren sighed, his mushrooms pulsing with what seemed like resignation. I was afraid of that. We could divide them into groups, Min suggested. Take turns or something. Actually, Ren increased his pace, ensuring no one else could hear them. It's allowed to take a group of 6 down to 200 meters. 200? Min whistled low. That doesn't sound. Only if we have 2 bronze rank in the group, Ren specified. Though I want to go down to 300, I guess the last meters will have to wait until tomorrow. The last meters? Tara frowned. 300. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with the glow his friends had learned to recognize as contained excitement. Enough to reach where we need. And what exactly do we need? Min asked while trying to keep Ren's pace. A small vein, Ren responded simply. For cultivation. Chapter 192, Taming Fame 4. And what exactly do we need? Min asked while trying to keep Ren's pace. A small vein, Ren responded simply. For cultivation. Taro and Min exchanged glances, their eyes meeting in a silent conversation born from months of friendship. What if we get caught? Min asked, though his tone held more excitement than concern. We won't, Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing with quiet confidence. Not if we close the tunnel properly. I'll explain everything after class when we're all together. For now, let's focus on surviving Lin's training. As if summoned by the mere mention of her name, their teacher's voice thundered across the field. Too much talking. 50 more laps. The three friends groaned in unison but kept running, their feet pounding against the packed earth in a steady rhythm. After completing all their exercises, muscles trembling from exertion. Attention! Yang's voice boomed across the training field, cutting through the scattered conversations like a blade. I have an important announcement. The students gathered, many still panting from their workout. Lin took her place beside Yang, her crane's feathers gleaming in the morning light. Final exams begin in 1 month, Yang continued, his stone behemoth manifesting subtly in his skin, creating rippling patterns like living granite. And this time will be different. A wave of anticipation swept through the group, raising the hairs on the back of their necks. This won't be just a friendly match between yourselves, Yang smiled, though gravity lurked in his eyes. You'll face a real bronze-rank beast. The murmur transformed into exclamations of surprise and worry, voices rising in concern. A real bronze beast? Someone asked from the back, their voice cracking. I thought you were joking on the first day to scare us. We're iron students. That's why you'll be allowed weapons again and work in groups of 3. Lin cut through the rising panic, her voice sharp and precise. You have a month to prepare yourselves mentally. Learning to kill beasts is crucial for your future, Yang pressed on. What matters is your ability to face a real threat. The hordes don't discriminate, and in the outside world, monsters won't wait until you're ready. There will also be matches between you with no weapons again, Lin added. Both, individual and in groups of 3. Other classes will join for these trials, and it won't be as friendly. Your exam results and rank are at stake this time. Students exchanged wary glances. The mention of other classes meant more competition, more chances to shine, or to fail spectacularly. Your performance in these exams, Yang emphasized each word, his stone patterns gleaming, will determine if you advance to Bronze 1 next semester. This isn't just a skill test, it's your chance to rise in rank. Groups must register this week, Lin continued, her eyes scanning the gathered students. Choose wisely, skill balance will be crucial. What kind of bronze beast will it be? Jin asked, his tiger markings glowing with poorly concealed eagerness. You'll find out on exam day, Yang replied, his expression unreadable. Be prepared for anything. What if we fail? A trembling voice asked from the back of the crowd. Then you'll remain iron rank, Lin answered simply, her words falling like stones in still water. And watch your companions advance without you. The silence that followed was heavy enough to crush dreams. 1 month, Yang repeated, his voice resonating with finality. Use this time wisely. Study, train, prepare. Because when you face that bronze beast, there won't be second chances. And remember, Yang concluded, his grave voice echoing across the field. This is the first real trial you'll face as Tamers. What happens here will determine not just your rank, but your future at the academy. The students began to disperse, forming small clusters to discuss the news. The air hummed with a mixture of excitement and anxiety, like the calm before a storm. The month ahead promised to be intense. The final exams would be a trial by fire, a chance to rise or to be left behind. Unacceptable. May slammed her hand against her desk, making several students jump in their seats. An entire class missed without explanation, and you waltz in as if nothing happened. Her gaze swept over the culprits Ren, Taro, and Min, the 2 groups of noble cousins with their follower students Maria, Mayo, and Matilda, and the 6 new girls. All tried to make themselves as small as possible under her withering stare. The new way might ignore your absences, she continued, her vine manifestation rippling across her skin with irritation. Professor May, Larissa stepped forward, wearing her most charming smile. Allow me to explain. Larissa outlined the situation broadly. Lin had explained everything to Yang, but nobody had remembered to inform May. No, my dear, May cut her off. Not even an infiltrated child from Yino can justify this. It's not the student's responsibility to handle such matters. All that commotion, having to take students to shelter, and it just happens to involve precisely the students who missed my class. The new girls shifted uncomfortably. They were supposed to protect the girls, not cause academic problems. And you, Ren, May turned to him, her eyes narrowing. Shenanigans are causing more problems. First the crazy theories, then the interruptions, and now unjustified absences. I'll have to deduct points for the first time over this. Ren's mushrooms pulsed rapidly as he considered his options. Professor, he began softly, may I make an observation? Don't try to change the subject. It's about your megaphila vine, Ren continued, unfazed. Don't you find it curious that at Silver 1 it only grants 40% vitality, compared to its 120% in wind control? May halted mid-scolding, her eyes widening slightly. That's normal for this type of beast, she responded, though doubt had crept into her voice. It's really a shame, Ren smiled gently. With the correct method, it could easily reach 80%. You'd look even younger. The last words caught May's attention completely. Her hand unconsciously rose to her face. Younger? Oh yes, Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing with apparent enthusiasm. It's just a matter of applying a new cultivation method that Professor Zhao and Master Lin are already practicing. Have you noticed how the leaves tend to lean north during certain nights? How do you know that? May asked, genuinely surprised. The patterns are quite clear, Ren explained. If you absorbed crystals processed during the correct lunar phases. Enough. May raised a hand, though her tone had lost all hostility. Perhaps we could discuss this after class. Of course, Ren smiled innocently, though about the points. The points, May coughed, composing herself. Well, considering the special circumstances and given that you seem to have some interesting theories to discuss. Shall we start class? Larissa suggested sweetly. Yes, May nodded, shuffling her papers and attempting to regain her dignity. Everyone take your seats. And Ren. Yes, Professor? I'll see you after class. A small smile tugged at her lips. To discuss these theories of yours. As the student settled in, Min leaned toward Ren. You're terrible, he whispered. Do you really know how to improve her vitality? Ren's mushrooms pulsed with what was definitely amusement. Of course, he replied quietly. It'll take 1,000 days. But that'll give her something more interesting to think about than our absences. Taro, overhearing the conversation, could only shake his head with a smile. His friend was turning the art of distracting teachers with real knowledge into an exact science. Chapter 193, Taming Fame 5. After May's class and explaining some details about processing the first 100 crystals, and strategically skipping Song's optional class, Ren finally met with Taro and Min at the agreed spot. His mushrooms pulsed with resignation when he saw they weren't alone. Mira and Han stood nearby, surrounded by the 4 groups of noble girls. Far too many people for a discreet expedition. I managed to convince Mira and Han's 4 team members to wait. Taro scratched his head with an apologetic smile. And Hector's group understood it was better to try another day. But we're not missing this. Larissa stepped forward with a mischievous smile, her mineral fairy glowing faintly in her hair. Don't worry, we have our own bronze-rank guides, she gestured to the students accompanying them. Ren sighed, his mushrooms pulsing with what could only be described as defeated acceptance. I suppose I don't have a choice. No, you don't, Luna confirmed, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. It'll be fun, Leora added softly, though her gentle tone did nothing to hide her excitement. Ren shouldered his pack and started walking toward the caves. The group followed, keeping their conversations to hushed whispers. At the entrance, the guard greeted them with a familiar smile. Lucky Shroom, he called cheerfully while pulling out the registry. Another productive expedition today? Ren nodded while filling out the form. The guard leaned casually over the paper, but his expression shifted dramatically as he read the details. 200 meters. His eyebrows shot up. And? You're registering as bronze, you and Taro? We've registered that way 2 days before too, Ren replied calmly. The guard frowned and began reviewing previous records. His eyes widened. It's true, he muttered. Sorry, you're so consistent every day I stopped checking and never really. He paused, pulling a special lens from his desk. He held it up before Ren and Taro, and his jaw nearly hit the floor. By the 12 moons, he exclaimed. Not only are you bronze, but this level of mana. Those are. He topped, staring at Taro in amazement. 2 beast cores? Silence fell over the group like a heavy blanket. All eyes turned to Taro, who suddenly found his shoes absolutely fascinating. 2 beasts. Han was the first to recover his voice. Wasn't Ren the only one who got a new one? When did this happen? Mira asked, her eyes as wide as saucers. Why didn't you tell us? Several voices joined the interrogation. Min started laughing, leaning against the wall to keep himself upright. Sorry, he managed between fits of laughter. If you knew, his mouth. It's not a big deal. Taro tried to deflect attention, but the questions only intensified. What kind of beast is it? How did you get it? Can it make tunnels too? Enough, Ren intervened, his voice cutting through the chaos. We have work to do. Questions can wait. But Han began to protest. 200 meters, Ren reminded them. We need to move soon. The guard, recovering from his surprise, began stamping everyone's permits. Be careful, Lucky Shroom, he warned. At that depth, even bronze beasts need to watch out for common worms, and though rare, Hunter bugs. Taro shifted uncomfortably with a forced smile. We know, Ren nodded while pocketing the papers. Everyone ready? The group nodded, though curious glances at Taro didn't diminish. Keep your secrets for now, Larissa smiled as she passed Taro. But eventually we'll want the full story. And it better be good, Luna added. Oh, it is, Min, who had finally controlled his laughter, grinned widely. Especially the part about his mouth becoming. Min! Taro cut him off, his face flushing crimson. Let's go. Ren started descending, his mushrooms illuminating the path. And remember, no separating from the group. As they ventured into the darkness, whispers and theories about Taro's second beast continued. Min occasionally let out a giggle, earning death glares from his friend. At least, Ren thought. This will keep them distracted from asking more uncomfortable questions about me. Your sacrifice will be honored, my warrior Taro. His mushrooms pulsed softly, as if in agreement. As they descended through the tunnels, Larissa stealthily approached Ren. Without warning, she leaned in and whispered directly in his ear. What would be a good synergy for my beast, since you made me a double? Ren startled, blushing slightly at both the proximity and the tickle of her breath. But the Keelan is out, she continued before he could respond. I can't get one, so don't even suggest it. Ren's mushrooms pulsed as he entered analysis mode. Actually, he began, regaining his composure, the Keelan wouldn't be the best option, though you might assume so because of the earth element synergy. No? Larissa arched an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. A wind lynx would be far more effective, Ren explained, his mushrooms pulsing with enthusiasm. Its natural perception and speed would perfectly complement your jumps. Nobody could catch you from behind so easily again. Interesting. Larissa blushed remembering, but moved even closer, completely ignoring the concept of personal space. But are those all the synergies? Other beasts have enhanced senses and speed too, even. The ice crystals that the lynx generates in its higher evolutions, Ren continued, trying to maintain focus despite her pressing proximity, have a natural affinity with your fairy's minerals. You could create more complex and resistant crystalline structures, even manipulate the environment to your advantage. Sounds promising, Larissa smiled, but I've only heard of lynx reaching bronze 2 at most. Would you help me find the technique to take it higher? Of course, Ren nodded. After this we can. Excellent, Larissa interrupted, and just when Ren thought she'd finally leave him in peace, she added, what about Luna and Leora? Ren sighed, but his mushrooms pulsed with what seemed like amused resignation. Luna has a situation similar to yours, he began. The white celestial tiger her father uses would be perfect. Being a light beast, it would create a perfect balance with her wolf's darkness. Like yin and yang? Larissa asked, fascinated. Exactly. Both beasts would also mutually amplify their general elemental control. The tiger's speed and perception would complement her jumps too, like your case. And Leora? A demonic bashe, Ren answered without hesitation. Her will-o-wisp is already powerful, but with the bashe's spirit manipulation ability. Spirit manipulation. The bash can alter how energy flows through the body, Ren explained. Combined with the will-o-wisp, she could make parts of her body temporarily become black spirit fire and intangible. Intangible? Larissa's eyes sparkled with interest. Yes, plus trying to hit her would burn enemies. But this is all basic, Ren clarified. Without a specific strategy or combat style defined by you. I'm just suggesting the natural synergies I consider strongest. The true potential will depend on how you decide to use your combinations. Larissa fell silent for a moment, processing the information. You know, she finally said, a playful smile forming on her lips. You understand so much about evolution and synergy. Maybe I should. Before she could finish, Taro called from ahead. First checkpoint ahead, guards there. We'll continue this conversation later. Larissa winked before moving away to rejoin her cousins. Ren watched her go, his mushrooms pulsing softly. Everything okay? Min asked, noticing his thoughtful expression. Just thinking, Ren responded, about how interesting it'll be to see what they do with that information. Did you tell her something about their beasts? Just a little, Ren smiled. His mushrooms pulsed once more as they signed in with the guard and resumed their descent. After all, they'd still need more information. The real challenge for rich people perhaps wasn't obtaining a second beast, but cultivating it and learning to use it properly. Chapter 194, Taming Fame 6. After signing in, the group continued their descent into the depths. There are more students than usual, Min observed as they sidestepped another group climbing up laden with crystals. Picks clinked against the stone walls and earth beasts were the norm here, the sound of mining echoing through the tunnels. It's the semester's final stretch, one of the noble girl's student escorts explained. Many upperclassmen try to increase their productivity around this time to pass the gathering unit. As they crossed below 150 meters, the mana density began affecting the group. Beasts started manifesting in preparation for any lesser worms. Taro's living tunnel creating patterns across his skin, and Luna's wolf projecting denser shadows that seemed to crawl along the walls, were some examples. Only Leora and Larissa kept their beasts completely hidden, though the tension in their postures suggested they too felt the pressure of uncertainty. They could have entered through Ren's ex-secret tunnel, Leora and the escorts already knew about it and had expanded it. But with adults still investigating the seed from outside, Ren had decided to write it off. Ren's mushrooms pulsed softly, detecting several lesser worms nearby. They weren't a real threat to the group, but their presence indicated they were entering more dangerous territory. Before they could cross to the next level, the sound of approaching voices and footsteps made them halt. A new group of 6 older students was climbing up. Ren immediately recognized one of them. They were 5th-year students, and among them was Leopold, the same one who had demanded special attention from Finch at the bank. Ren lowered his gaze, hoping to avoid any confrontation, but, well, Leopold's voice shattered the silence between both groups. If it isn't the mushroom magnate. The group stopped. Leopold stepped forward, his golden robes gleaming even in the dim light. Don't think you'll surpass me just with luck, he continued, his tone dripping with disdain. Don't expect another miracle just because you wander around here. I've investigated everything about the Hydra and the gifts you received from the prince, but that's not enough to stand out. You need to shine in many areas, and with a miserable spore. One of his companions suddenly leaned in, whispering something in his ear. Leopold's expression shifted subtly. Noble candidates, he murmured, loud enough for everyone to hear. These first-year children? Leora and Larissa exchanged glances, their fingers touching their chins in identical gestures of contemplation. I wonder who leaked that information, Larissa mused internally. Grandmother might have spread it. She has a peculiar sense of humor, Leora pondered. Julius enjoys these political games, Larissa finally inferred. Even the director could be involved, Leora continued thinking. What better way to make the academy stand out among the other 2 schools than boasting about having such young double tamers? Ren's mushrooms pulsed with what seemed like resignation. The secret apparently wasn't so secret anymore. They're just iron students. Leopold spat, though his voice had lost some of its initial arrogance. If you could find a miracle, I'll find one too. I won't let some novices surpass me. No one's trying to surpass you, Ren finally spoke. We're just working on our own path. Your own path? Leopold laughed, but there was tension in his laughter. Don't you understand? If you aim upward, you aim at me. Leopold, one of his companions interrupted. We still have several things to process to get the crystals from. Fine, Leopold turned sharply. Let's go. But this isn't over, minor magnate. As the 5th-year group moved away, Mira approached Ren. Is he your friend? She asked quietly. It's rival pride, Han answered before Ren could. My sister says upper-year students hate when someone younger surpasses them. Especially if that someone has mushrooms instead of a proper beast, Min added with a smile. Well, Taro intervened. At least now we know why there's been so much interest in our group lately. Seems like many already know. The annoying part of fame, Larissa sighed dramatically. That's what you get for finding something extraordinary. We should continue, Ren suggested, trying to evade the topic. I need to find a good spot before it gets late. The group resumed their descent, but now there was a new element in the air. The sensation that somehow they were at the center of everything. You think it was your grandmother? Luna whispered to Leora as they walked. Maybe, or maybe Julius? Leora added with a small smile. Knowing both, Larissa joined the conversation. I have no idea who moved first. They love creating chaos. Their soft laughter mixed with the echo of their footsteps as they ventured deeper into the mines, leaving politics and rivalries behind, at least for the moment. Ren studied each intersection carefully, his mushrooms pulsing as he analyzed the veins and monster activity patterns. He was looking for something specific in an area that other students would naturally avoid. Watch out! Min warned of a lesser worm emerging from the ground. They're really annoying, Taro commented as his living tunnel detected and crushed another. Weak, but those bites are dangerous. Just keep moving, one of the noble student escorts explained, and stay alert to ground vibrations, Luna observed Ren with growing irritation. Her eyes followed his every movement as he examined the walls, ignoring veins that any other student would have considered valuable. What exactly are you looking for? She finally asked, her tone mixing curiosity with annoyance. The perfect entrance, Ren responded distractedly, his mushrooms pulsing faster as they neared their objective. Another worm emerged, but Luna's wolf dispatched it with a casual swipe of its shadowy claws. Entrance to what? Larissa joined the interrogation, her interest clearly piqued. Ren stopped abruptly, his mushrooms illuminating a crack in the wall. It was small, almost invisible if you didn't know what to look for, and completely devoid of crystals around its edges. To my new secret route, to this, he pointed at the opening. Nobody would come here. There are no visible crystals and the space is too narrow to be comfortable. And that makes it perfect because... Mira let the question hang. Because nobody will follow us, Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing with what seemed like anticipation. Without further explanation, he began squeezing through the crack. His thin body barely fit through the opening. Are you sure about this? Han asked, looking at the narrow space with apprehension. Absolutely, Ren's voice came from inside. It's time to head for the real objective. Chapter 195, Taming Fame 7. Are you sure about this? Han asked, looking at the narrow space with apprehension. Absolutely, Ren's voice came from inside. It's time to head for the real objective. Min and Taro exchanged knowing looks before following him into the darkness. Larissa smiled at her cousins, her eyes gleaming with barely contained curiosity. One by one, they slipped through the crack. The students took strategic positions to keep watch while the group entered. Luna was the last to pass through. Before entering, her eyes swept the area one final time. There was something about the way Ren had been searching, something in the precision of his movements. You weren't lost at all, were you? She murmured as she slid through the opening. You knew exactly what you were looking for from the beginning. Ren's mushrooms pulsed softly in the darkness, but he offered no response. This way, he directed his hydra. I need a tunnel descending at a 45-degree angle in that direction. Taro, could you start lining it with living minerals, and... He looked at the girl with the earth wolverine. Your help would be useful at the front with my hydra. The girl frowned. I'm not your excavation tool. Shizu, Larissa intervened with a smile that brooked no argument. Please help Ren make the tunnel. The girl sighed but nodded, her manifested wolverine joining the digging efforts. While they began working, Han and Mira approached Ren timidly. Han started, about our beasts. Could you tell us if we're doing anything wrong? Mira completed the question. We'll pay whatever you want when we can, or you can ask us for favors. Han added. Ren turned to Larissa with narrowed eyes, a clear reproach for not having offered anything in exchange for the information he'd given her earlier. The princess simply smiled, completely immune to his accusing gaze. Don't worry about that, Ren sighed. Just remember that I helped you if I ever need your support. Just that? Kira, the girl with the giant goat, arched an eyebrow. You're not very greedy for an outskirts boy. Ren's mushrooms pulsed as he responded. My parents have lived a long life, and they always taught me that the most important things are the connections you make with people around you, not what you can get from them. Why? Matilda asked. Because we all might end up needing help in life, Ren explained, his mushrooms emitting a gentle glow. Even the richest, or so my father said. And I believe him. He turned to Mira. Your cultivation is going well, but you need to change when you expose your crystals to seal the process. Use the midday sun for 20 minutes instead of morning light. Why? Mira asked, genuinely curious. Solar energy is more intense and pure at that point, Ren explained. Your giant rat needs that specific density to properly develop its plants. Then he addressed Han. Your spider is also on the right track, but you need to change the web you're using. Common weaver web isn't optimal. You need greater weaver spider web from your own species. But that's harder to get, Han protested. And more expensive for being bronze rank, Ren added. But a higher rank web is what weavers consume when they hatch from the cocoon left by a higher rank one to cover the cores they collect and turn into eggs. Also, Ren searched his knowledge. What rune did they suggest? Han scratched his head. They recommended using an attack rune for sealing. Use an agility one, Ren interrupted. I know the hunter spider that would be the evolution from the method you're following seems to have more potential because records say it reaches silver 3, while the weaver only reaches silver 1, but that's a mistake. Han's eyes widened in surprise. A mistake? Unlike the hunter, the weaver can surpass silver rank, Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing with certainty. It just needs the correct cultivation method. Han and Mira stood contemplating, seemingly trying to burn the information into their minds. Larissa appeared at Ren's side, practically hanging off his arm. Since you gave me that reproachful look, let's make something clear. She smiled mischievously while whispering in his ear. You forced me to be a double tamer, so you'll have to take responsibility. Wasn't that what you really wanted? Mana doesn't lie. Ren blinked in confusion. Of course, Larissa nodded with feigned seriousness. But you gave me that potion without warning and without my consent. Now you'll have to help me with the whole process to redeem your misdeeds. Well, yes, thinking about it that way, you're right that it was wrong, but... Ren began to protest. No buts, Larissa smiled. You're already stuck with me in this? As the group continued advancing, Han and Mira exchanged glances. There was something comforting about how Ren shared his knowledge so freely, asking only friendship in return. You know, Han murmured to Mira, I think we can really trust him. Mira nodded, watching how Ren's mushrooms illuminated the path ahead. For the first time since arriving at the academy, she felt they had found true allies. Ren resigned himself. All right, I would have helped you with the information without asking for anything anyway. It was just that Mira and Han looked better than you. I was joking, I'll support you without doubt when you need it in return. Larissa smiled and stuck closer to Ren, amused by his reactions. Luna observed the interaction from the side, her eyes narrowing at her cousin's boldness in invading personal space. She would never do something like that with. Her cheeks colored slightly at the thought, and she quickly looked away. Oh! Larissa, who had noticed her cousin's blush and reaction, smiled mischievously and moved close to her. What do we have here? I smell jealousy in the air, she whispered in Luna's ear. I don't know what you're talking about. Luna responded with dignity, though her cheeks burned brighter. Really? Larissa practically hung off Ren's arm again. Doesn't he have a nice face when he's explaining things? Larissa, Luna protested, her wolf ears and tail manifesting and bristling in reflection of her embarrassment. You shouldn't do that. Ren tried to free himself from Larissa's grip, his mushrooms pulsing erratically. We're in a dangerous place and... Larissa laughed. Isn't Luna adorable? Ren was about to respond and Luna about to shout when the ground began to tremble.